Chapter 3201 Ionic Brilliance. 2. At the forefront of the gladiators' arena, vast with a sea of golden brilliance under them, 9 thrones floated with unfathomable serenity. On the central throne, the heir to the first exalted Simeon waved his hands to the millions of masses seated all around the arena. Among the masses, the weakest ones were at the sequor stage as they ranged all the way to paracosm, with a few dozen auras of autarchical equivalent entities seated in special areas of the arena, with the spotlight on these grandiose thrones. The voice of Nuntius Eshkari continued to bombard outwards. With the grace of the heir to the first exalted Simeon, we shall kick off this celebration of omniversal discovery with battles of existence that have everything at stake, the victors and renowned gladiators having the chance to be chosen as protectors of the Commonwealth. A blaze of cheers and valor, a cacophony of noises reverberated throughout as Nuntius Eshkari wrapped up his introduction. For this, we will welcome the first gladiators and kick things off. From Omniverse X456, Prime Sidus and Dexus shall go against Prime Sidus and Micah from Omniverse X433. Within the domain filled with floating thrones, 2 lit up brightly as in a randomized fashion. 2 gladiators were chosen. The thrones they sat on began to vibrate with a spatial light as they looked across in locked gazes, their figures being teleported out of this space as they reappeared thousands of miles away from each other atop the golden sands of the arena. On the table, all thrones floated on. The scenes of these beings on the arena flourished and enlarged as things were going to kick off. In the skies, Nuntius Eshkari turned back towards the 9 golden thrones as he bowed towards them and spoke with reverence. If Viceroy Gilgamesh will give us the grace to begin, the magisterial entity filled with an unknown charm and power on the central throne smiled as his hand swung down, booming voices roaring out within the gladiators' arena as on the golden sand. Colorless authority began to burn, back on the 9 thrones. What a clown show this is! We already have details on everyone under us, as we already know who among them we will choose as the new protectors. Did I really have to show myself for this? The voice of the Viceroy emanated out calmly as he uttered words others would be shocked to hear. Those seated on the thrones beside him didn't show any falter of emotions on their faces as the human woman smiled while speaking out, her white dress and golden white hair making her seem like an Ionic celestial from the wildest fantasy. Her beauty was something very few could even imagine, as her voice was even more so. An emperor should always take the time to show his presence to his subjects, my son, lest they forget or don't even know who rules over them. Her son, the mother of Viceroy Gilgamesh, that was the identity of this pristine woman beside him. Viceroy Gilgamesh scowled at her words as he replied, "It is enough that I know I rule over them. I am the Viceroy. I have the authority over the Commonwealth. Why must I pose a facade? Why must he not show who he was to the people? Why did he have to paint and keep a certain image?" The mother of the Viceroy looked to the thrones around her as she was about to advise her son again when, "Do you remember any of the Viceroys that came before you?" A thick voice echoed out, one that even caused the mother of the Viceroy to change her gaze as it came from the other throne beside her son. There, a man advanced in age could be seen as his figure was robust, with his body adorned in an armor that shone with multicolored brilliance. An armor renowned in the Commonwealth as it was known by the distinction of the omniversal carapace, something rumored to have been forged with the backbone of a dying omniverse. The man who wore it held features of a royal existential omniversal Simeon, his fur being radiant white as his face was that of utmost regality. The Viceroy of the Commonwealth held many titles, while this man held a single one. The Sword of the Commonwealth. An utterly terrifying entity is when one looked at the positioning of the thrones. They may wonder if the order was wrong, because the power that this one being silently emanated entirely outclassed nearly all others seated on these thrones. Such a being calmly asked the Viceroy if he remembered any of the Viceroys that came before him. Viceroy Gilgamesh's gaze became sour as he turned to face this entity who didn't even look at him as he didn't reply, but this being continued, "It may be hard to recall, with the last one being your father. But he lies dead somewhere just like all the Viceroys before you. The highest mortality rate in the Commonwealth is that of Viceroys because of the duty it represents, so you will put up a facade when told to do so. You will play your role when told to do so. There are many Viceroys that came before you, and there will be those that come after you. Do you understand?" Immense silence followed. The golden eyes of Viceroy Gilgamesh burned with countless splendor, but he didn't erupt or reply as he now only looked ahead. A simple conversation, but it showed a glimpse of the complex weavings of power of the Commonwealth, as even a glimpse of their figureheads showed that power did not simply burn with the seat of the Viceroy. There were more complex weavings at work that others couldn't even imagine. In the arena, only seconds had passed, and yet the Crowds were roaring out with fervor as on the golden sands of the arena, the man from Omniverse X433 was standing over the one from Omniverse X456, above him. Thousands of eyes were swirling with a hypnotic light, a light that was so potent that it put their enemy under their control before the battle could even unfold. An astounding victory for a very quick first match. Victory goes to Prime Citizen Micah from Omniverse X433, WO. The announcer that was Nunchus Eshkari bellowed out with fervor from above as the victor raised his fist up in the air, his body and the body of the defeated being wrapped by a spatial light thereafter as they disappeared. This next one is unique as one side, we have a combatant from this newly discovered Omniverse X999, Prime Citizen Imperium. On the other side, we have Prime Citizen Enta from Omniverse X889, Brilliance flourished, and soon after, atop the golden sand. The figures of the Imperium Autarch and a man shrouded in a crimson robe appeared. Chapter 3202 Ionic Brilliance. 3. On an arena being watched with the eyes of countless powerful individuals, the figure of the Imperium Autarch appeared with stupendous grace and beauty as he seemed like an entity outside of a painting. When one thought of a hero, when one thought of a chosen entity who would rise to save his people, his golden hair and eyes, his disposition. This being held at all, standing on the golden sands of the arena that seemed sturdier than planes of existence, Imperium stared at his enemy from Omniverse X889, and he asked calmly, Enta, what might your system of existence be? You casual words. Words that the crimson-robed man with dark hair heard and smiled, his body beginning to burn into streams of flames that flowed upwards to open countless portals. I am a spiritualist. I've lived for eons contracting spirits under my banner, their strength flowing through me as in an instant. Around him, massive illusory figures of different mythical animals began to appear, a 9-horned unicorn, a Drago phoenix, a 3-headed turtle, one after another, each one bathed in colorless flames. When they added up to 9 spirits in total, the region around the spiritualist burned with infernal brilliance as he smiled. What of you, little Ankira? What can you do? Words filled with mockery, and Imperium smiled as he began to take steps forward. I play with the laws and concepts that make up our surrounding existence, BZZT. As he began to walk, the space above them trembled, colorless brilliance gushing out like a sea as he continued. Take the concept of ideologia. It encompasses many things within this omniverse as its basics deal with cause and effect. I can look at the weavings of your existence, spiritualist, and question the link you have formed with your spirits. I question the consequences of your actions of subjugating these spirits, and I enhance these possible consequences. I distort the causality of the forceful bond you have formed and bring forward only a single possibility. The gaze of the spiritualist rapidly changed. A colorless omniversal authority had permeated the surroundings' existence that caused his spirits to roar out, their eyes quickly losing their stable light as, after a few roars, they shook their heads while turning their gazes below them, at the man that bound them. No, the spiritualist gazed up with incredulity as his control over his spirits faltered, and he didn't regain it quickly enough as in the next moment, all the spirits he had summoned dove towards him to rip him apart. Silence prevailed before moments later, OOH. Roars of immense joy and excitement echoed out across the arena. Imperium had expertly and efficiently only utilized a single powerful omniversal authority, and he turned the force of his own enemy against himself in a show of grace and power. Above, the voice of Nunchus Eshkari roared out with valor. A smooth victory for the omniversal Ankira of this newly discovered omniverse. Golden brilliance spread out as a spatial light covered Imperium, his figure being teleported away as on the arena. The existence of a spiritualist had been devoured cleanly by his own autarchical spirits that roared out with madness towards the surroundings, intent on going on a rampage and attacking others. But the simian visage of Nunchus Eshkari gazed down coldly and tapped his fingers. From above, drops of golden rain fell. The moment they came in contact with the autarchical spirits, they roared out as they felt their existence beginning to be extinguished. Thousands of droplets rained down as within moments. Not a glimmer of the spirits remained. Next. And the booming voice of Nunchus Eshkari continued as the matches of the gladiators continued on, one after another. Matches that showcased the power of unique sources of existence unfolded under the eyes of many, Noah watching all of it with a sharp gaze as after Imperium. Dozens of other matches went on. Noah's mind was on many things, but one of the foremost was the image he had saved in his mind of the 9 thrones that were briefly shown to them, the thrones that held the viceroy of the Commonwealth. Was he truly the core power of the Imperium? At a single first glance, he could see that none of the beings on the mostly filled 9 thrones were not within the autarchical equivalent stage. But he couldn't say for sure if the seat of the viceroy represented the utmost power of the Commonwealth. Subconsciously, his eyes were drawn towards the cold and calm gaze of a man beside the throne of the viceroy. His mind could see him there. His eyes could see him there. And yet it was also like this being didn't exist. This glimpse of the possible leadership of the Commonwealth was critical, as he didn't know when the next time would be. But just as he was lost in his thoughts, this next one is another unique combatant from this newly discovered Omniverse X999. Prime Citizen Emperor Osmont. On the other side, we have Prime Citizen Adaman from Omniverse X112. His name was uttered out. His throne began to shine as around him, other gladiators drew sharp breaths. This matchup did not seem entirely fair. The numbers of the Omniverse mattered, as the lower they were, the earlier they were in being discovered by the Commonwealth. It was a basic rule that more likely than not, those from earlier Omniverse held much more power. It wasn't always true, but it was held to be true for the vast majority of instances. An Adaman of Omniverse X112. Was a man known by a few here. Silent prayers were made as in the next moment, Noah's figure appeared on the golden sands of the arena. His figure drew sharp breaths from many, the female entities within the thrones of the audience cheering out as his visage of tremendous beauty showed itself. His colorless wings stretched out behind his back and his feet as he looked like a celestial entity coming down to dish out judgment. Chapter 3203 Ionic Brilliance. 4. A white battle robe wrapped around him as his enemy. Was a burly man with his chest laid bare. Dark hair danced wildly to his shoulders as his visage was frighteningly sculpted. Black briefs covered his lower half, his visage humanoid as he smiled and spoke towards Noah. The first guy from your Omniverse was curious what his enemy's system of existence was, so I'll tell you mine. The entity raised his hands as existence faltered and trembled with his mere rays. In my Omniverse, everyone is born with attribute values that we can designate to specific aspects of our existence. All of the attribute values I've collected over the eons have gone to the aspect of existence easiest to raise my body. And over time it has become impenetrable. The very weavings of existence trembled. With a flicker of his feet, this being disappeared. An instant later, he was already above Noah, his fist thundering down his head as he could already see the scene of this head bursting like a watermelon, the existence of this being soon after that dissipating. But, interesting. Noah's head turned up at the fist thundering down as his eyes of Diorkness spun, and all light faded in the next instant, as if a light illuminating existence was flicked off, light across the whole arena. The only place where light couldn't even come close to being absorbed was around Nuntius Eshkari and the dazzling 9 thrones in the far distance. In this darkness, a singularity of light bloomed above Noah's head as it turned into an unfathomable beam of light that radiated everything upwards. The enemy above him being flung out as he steadied himself in the space above, his visage remained unblemished. Within the autarchical equivalent stage, this entity far exceeded the power of entities like the phasing queen or sun-winged leprechauness, but Noah still had not collected enough data to set up a staging of power within the autarchical level, something he sought to do as he fought and observed more fights with beings of this stage. He expected that at some point within these battles, he would have enough clarity to properly outline the autarchical stage and where he stood on it compared to others, and even such a staging system applicable across different systems of existence. But first, since you pride your body the most, let me reciprocate. No weavings of concepts, he simply tapped into his first Mundi of power as silently, the authority of the laborer of the Atlas of existence flowed over his body, an authority that had already been terrifying, but it was further enhanced when multiple concepts relating to natural laws and decreta were taken to the level of ascendant existential extremity authorities. When he was designated as anti-life and all concepts dealing with the end received significant boons, all of it only strengthened this authority as he had it come out in the form of dancing white flames that covered his body, and he then tapped his feet on the golden sand below as he instantly appeared before his opponent in the space above, his hand thundering out. Adaman was only just barely capable of reacting, his gaze becoming stern as he blocked this fist coming with both hands. Crack, his impenetrable body. On this day, the palms on his hands felt a tremendous impact as the skin on them actually cracked, blood beginning to leak out as Adaman gazed forward incredulously. Yet the man who had breached his defenses actually showed disappointment in his eyes as he shook his head while disappearing. Not sufficiently different enough. Whap, not sufficient different enough. This was the last thing Adaman heard before the figure bathed in white flames disappeared, his senses only tingling to let him know something was coming from above. By the time he tried to dodge, he felt another strike from the side, below him, and above him again as his enemy moved at speeds he couldn't match, so the only thing unfolding next were horrific indentation of fists appearing on the supposedly impenetrable body of Adaman, his figure becoming deformed as after a second. Noah reappeared in front of him once more as he uttered out, fatality. His colorless wings fluttered, alchemical processing, causality twisted and distorted, around the heavily injured Adaman whose very existence was shaken to the core with every attack Noah had thrown. A colorless cauldron instantly manifested his figure contained entirely within as the last thought he had was, what the F-Huum, his existence was then interrupted, displaced, and refined within an instant as within the cauldron. Everything that made this terrifying autarchical equivalent entity was somehow ground down to a single colorless pill, a pill that flew out of the dissipating cauldron and became devoured by Noah right away. A new source of existence is being analyzed. The system of existence of attribute value allocation is being analyzed. The newly discovered system of existence is not complex enough to be placed in a mundi of its own and will be assimilated into the first mundi of power. Unbeknownst to others, an array of prompts came before his eyes while roars of cheers echoed out across the arena. The booming voice of Nuntius Eshkari echoed out, yet another victory for the natives of this omniverse. Are they unstoppable? Oh, cheers and roars echoed out amidst such a reality. As a spatial light began to wrap around him, Noah gazed around at the cruel reality that was showing through the gaps of the Commonwealth. In the arena, gladiators could finish the battle without decimating the existence of others, but if one did entirely destroy the existence of their opponent, this received even more cheers as there were no consequences. Destruction was craved by those watching, destruction was permitted by those officiating as Nuntius Eshkari did not bat an eye, only proceeding with the next battle. It showed just how cruel the next day was about to be as depending on how many people were like Noah. A great deal of autarchical equivalent entities were about to fall. Chapter 32 for the quantification of autarky. The gladiators' arena, its golden sands gradually became painted with crimson gold blood that glimmered with existence. The royal existential universal simians on the thrones of the audiences roared with fervor at the battles that showed the weavings of the very peak of existence. The entities of other omniversal lineages, citizens of the Commonwealth from a myriad of omniverse, all had the same feeling of valor and glee as many gladiators came and went. Others finished their battles amicably, while many more were brutal as the opponent had their existence entirely shredded, destroyed, or devoured. At this moment, you are a child. I can see it in your existence. You dare stand before me who has lived for millions of years. The roar of a massive existential omniversal octopoda echoed out as thousands of tentacles unfurled. But from above, massive golden pillars of destiny surrounded by arcs of colorless brilliance thundered down and locked every tentacle in place. Floating above the golden sands, Henry Osmond clasped his hands on his chest as he uttered out, "The destiny of your existence has been written in stone." Utilizing the thin strands of the authority of the laborer accessed from his father, Henry rewrote the destiny of an autarchical equivalent stage entity to something he deemed, and the destiny of this existential omniversal octopoda was to be devoured by the pillars of destiny surrounding it, as its whole existence would be an offering towards his father. Every strand of his attack carried the authority of the laborer. It meant that the will and intent of the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor was observing everything as if he were on the battlefield himself. His father, below the golden sands of the gladiators' arena, in the enclosed space with floating thrones around a circular table, many prompts were floating in front of Noah. Enough analysis has been made with multiple subjects exhibiting the autarchical equivalent stage to formulate a fairly accurate distinction of power within this stage, applicable to all sources of existence. A lot of samples were observed by Noah personally, from when Henry and others had their matches, and as he simply continued to silently analyze all the autarchical equivalent existences in this domain, and after careful consideration and analysis, a mostly accurate quantification of the power of autarchical existences was made. Initial entry into the autarchical stage allows an entity to utilize this apex authority of existence commonly displayed with a colorless hue in a process that alters their existence entirely. This enactment is akin to the building of a foundation that allows them to easily alter their surrounding existence in absolute ways that cannot be overcome unless someone of similar power is present. This is the autarchical existence foundation stage, or simply the subject is a foundation autarch. After enough time passes with the respective system of existence continuing to enhance and elevate the level of the autarchical existence, they enter a vast stage where they accumulate more and more autarchical authority in their existence undergoing constant changes in this period as their usage of the colorless authority becomes much more complex. This is the autarchical existence accumulation stage, or simply the subject is an accumulation autarch. Lastly, the stage where most of the observed protectors of the Commonwealth seem to be in the last stage of autarky before a comprehensive jump is made towards another realm entirely. and the last defined stage under the umbrella of the existential dominium realm. At this stage, the manner and usage of autarchical authority is one that could easily overcome anyone below it, with their outlook on existence expressed and ensured heavily as they cannot be easily erased even with another entity at the same stage. This is the autarchical existence apogee, or simply the subject is an apogee autarch. 3 levels of autarky. This was how Noah outlined a simple quantifying of the entities he came across: a foundation autarch, an accumulation autarch, and lastly an apogee autarch. The vast majority were foundation autarchs. Henry Sona. Piety, the entity that he decimated first in the arena, Adaman, was someone within the early rungs as an accumulation autarch, and then there were entities like Protector Antonio, unfathomable in their power as Noah knew he couldn't eradicate them just yet. Entities such as him were apogee autarchs as their brilliance was undeniable, and they stood just below the next realm of power. One that when Noah looked at the illusions of the terrifying figures seated on the 9 thrones, he made a simple analysis: the next realm of power, if one is capable and lucky enough to exceed autarky of the existential dominium realm, the omniversal realm has been selected as the distinction for the next stage of power succeeding the existential dominium realm. Omniversal, the entities that were far out of grasp for the current him, the upper echelons of the Commonwealth. He could only theorize regarding this stage as at this moment, his own power was still growing as it could be grouped in the accumulation autarch stage. With him though, there was always the factor of discrepancy. Unlike others, he didn't just have a single system of existence with the assimilated systems of existence so far scaling his atlas heavily and unpredictably. It was why even at this moment a massive existential omniversal octopoda was smashed to bits with the radiant pillars of destiny. From above, the Nuntius Escheri roared out as always, Victor Henry. The natives of this omniverse remain undefeated. Who would it take to stop their relentless advancement? A bellow of showmanship echoed out from above, but in front of Noah's eyes a brand new set of prompts came down. The source of existence of the existential omniversal octopoda has been analyzed and is not sufficiently different enough to be placed in its own mundi of power. The system of existence of Aquatinium is being assimilated into the first mundi of power, uniquely. He had yet to come across even a single system that was fully analyzed to be deemed sufficiently different. He knew one of them to be under the banner of the powerful Simian protectors, but their analysis wouldn't be done unless he had one decimated before him. But this whole time, every system of existence he came across was not deemed sufficiently different as he wondered, when would something unique actually appear? Chapter 3205: The Quantification of Autarky. 2. Nuntius Escheri gazed down below as his white gold fur blazed with brilliance. He initiated the command to send the owner of the mark of the gladiator who had just won Henry back towards his throne of waiting as in his mind. He was communicating with someone else. How about we take things up a notch? We can't have the natives continue with an overinflated ego. Assimilating them into the Commonwealth will be that much harder. For the next one, let's beat them to the point of death while sparing them at the end, okay? He sent out such an intent privately as after he received a reply of affirmation, he smiled brightly as he amplified his voice across the arena and bellowed out, by a stroke of fate, we have yet another match lined up back to back that has a native of this omniverse. Will they continue their glorious streak and etch their names in the sands of this arena? Brilliance flashed. Nuntius Escheri glanced down below the arena as if he could see across all layers, his pupils dancing with majesty as he came to lock onto a singular figure. Uniquely, this figure seemed to also be staring up at him as the smile of Nuntius Escheri became even deeper, adding the tag of Emperor next to your name? Gazing at everything as if it were beneath you? How about we expand your perspective just a little bit? On how vast these omniverses are, as if they could see each other across the heavy walls of the wheel of existence. Nuntius Escheri smiled and bellowed out, this next one is a returning combatant from this newly discovered Omniverse X999, Prime Citizen Emperor Osmont. On the other side, we have Prime Citizen Zimo from Omniverse X25, WA. A wave of silence was ushered in after the announcement, but it only lasted ever so briefly before, the booms of excitement spread out all around, even the audience could feel it. A bloodbath was coming. Omniverse X25, a very early omniverse to be discovered as a few knowledgeable beings smacked their lips in shock at such a choice. And yet in the next moment, the visage of the winged Prime Citizen Emperor Osmont appeared. Calmly above the golden sands of the arena, opposite him, was a man who seemed advanced in age, and yet also filled with boundless vitality. Adorned in an obsidian robe, he had a head full of dark hair and eyes with pure white pupils. He gave off a sense of eeriness and wonder at the same time as in his hands was a simple white sword. He gazed towards Noah with a sense of apathy and calmness as he voiced out, "I've seen your actions. Your voracious thirst, WAA." He merely began to talk, yet immediately, the surrounding existence became unstable while white points of singularities began to form. You devour every enemy you come across as you take the easy way up. Or so you think. What you misinterpret about existence is that the more you take from others, the less you actually have. I will instill this lesson unto you, Osmont. I am Zimo, a follower of the Tao of Janungagap, or what you may know as primordial chaos. Incandescent brilliance unfurled from this being as he raised his sword calmly. Around him, dense numbers of white singularities that seemed to contain the unfathomable light of beginnings and endings bloomed. Opposite him, Noah's gaze was actually getting brighter and brighter even amidst sensing waves of potent danger, and this was because of one reason and one reason alone. A source of existence that potentially holds high complexity has begun to be analyzed. A possibility came before him, one that he quickly wanted to grasp onto as very quickly. More prompts cascaded down. The enemy target known as Zimo is judged to be at the absolute peak as an accumulation autarch. Somebody who was at the cusp of the stage of power that most protectors of the Imperium were at. It was a heavy level of power to face, as it would be a test of how far his atlas of existence had reached. It would also be a test for something else that was being designed since the first experiment of Fat Monkey. With bright eyes observing the waves of power ahead, he sent his intent out to a far distance. Is the production of the second-generation weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction at a stage for viable usage, his intent asked, and of course, it was directed to the infinite omniverse that had an array of fantastical weavings in the works, in the depths of the Alathian haven of entropy. The manifestation of a woman filled with multicolored radiance handed a small point of singularity the size of a grain of sand carefully to someone opposite her, a humanoid figure adorned in a crimson gold battle dress that was none other than Ruination. Feeling Noah's intent, the manifestation of the infinite omniverse nodded succinctly as she watched the singularity she handed to Ruination vibrate in her hands, a crimson brilliance wrapping around it before the single singularity became 10 singularities instantly. The production of miniature versions of weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction has entered medium scaling. The first series are named Singularities of Unraveling, as they can be deployed to display their effects in a contained aspect of existence, whether this be in terms of a specific distance or targeted towards a specific concept. Their activation only requires a spark of the authority of the laborer. A newer version of the Fat Monkey that didn't have such widespread effects of destruction as the first one that ruined an entire ionic omniverse record. But ones that were more specific and targeted, something that Noah was even bold enough to deploy right now before the eyes of the Commonwealth, as they wouldn't even be able to connect their capabilities to what he had done to the powerful protector in the Wasser ionic omniverse record. Their purpose was a singular one: the instant negation and unraveling of their targeted weavings of existence, making them entirely useless no matter which powerhouse they belonged to. And what better test subject could there be than someone nearing the apogee autarch level, within shining eyes ready for anything to come? Noah's command came down once more: send half of all produced singularities of unraveling over record and analyze the effect of every single one. Chapter 3206 Complexity. An enemy filled with power and waves of confidence appeared before him, someone that after wading through so many dredges of beings who didn't have a sufficiently complex system of existence, he appeared like a shining beacon of light. Zimo, just what were the intricacies behind his system of existence? He had stated that he was a follower of the Tao of Janungagap, or something termed the primordial chaos. You space out at such a time, Osmont. A product of your upbringing and messy constitution of existence. Let me give you an example of the purity of existence in comparison to the messy products of existence you and your people followed the path of. His voice was light as around half of the arena. Dazzling white singularities had filled all space like drops of suspended rain. At such a time, this being raised his sword above his head and then swung down in a slow motion. Yet with this single swing, all the formed white singularities in the surroundings disappeared and became absorbed into the sword. An inescapable sword light with unfathomable white brilliance instantly arriving before Noah. Above him, his innate infinite quintessential bloodline halo of lumen spun with fluorescence. His colorless wings were expanded wide in gushing waves of colorless brilliance, the authority of the laborer of the atlas of existence flowing out endlessly as his hands rose to grasp the sword light thundering down. Boom, a heavy impact unlike any other observed before in prior matches echoed out, existence fracturing as if spider webs were expanding outwards, and the visage of Noah was pushed down from the skies until his feet hit the golden sands of the arena, the white sword light still pressing down and seeking to cut its target. In the distance, Zimo watched on calmly as he began to take steps forward, his voice echoing it. That is an authority of absolute purity. Those who can withstand it can be given praise, but you will find that unlike other authorities, you cannot profane this. You cannot devour it. The Invictus Dominium wings flared out with boundless dominance, the authority of the laborer clashing with the opposing authority as Noah affirmed he could only oppose it and reach an endless tug of war after that. It was formidable and a good area to study and understand, but here was where the most recent research of the infinite omniverse came in, the singularities of unraveling, miniaturized versions of Fat Monkey that had a singular purpose of unraveling existence of its set target. At this moment, Noah set the target to be this unfathomable white sword light, his hand releasing a singularity of unraveling as a spark of the authority of the laborer flowed into it. Brilliance erupted as. It seemed like under the blazing pure white sword light, a flash of darkness had appeared, and this flash of darkness was so heavy and undeniable that it began to scatter apart the white brilliance. The situation reversing so rapidly that the heavy strike that seemed like it would even cut the golden sands of the arena soon was broken apart and broken down to particulates of white light. It was too fast. The figure of Zimo paused in the distance and became stern, surrounded by particles of white light that were blasted with the unraveling light of his weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction. Noah looked like a disruptor of existence itself as he spoke towards Zimo calmly. Anything can be broken down. Even your purest light of authority. As he spoke to Zimo, his existence was picking up the unraveling shreds of white light as truly, he couldn't absorb or devour it. But as the weaver of existence, he could still analyze it as he was coming to shocking conclusions. The so-called authority of the Tao of Jinungagap has the factor of existential undeniability due to mainly being outside the scope of existence, under the guise of purity. It is an amalgamation of existence and an unidentified complex authority theorized to not belong to any possible viable omniverse due to its differences. He found the source of complexity, what made the system of existence this being was using sufficiently different from what he had come across so far. The unidentified complex authority is placed under scrutiny while everything else is discarded. More samples of this unidentified complex authority are required before it can be replicated and understood. The path forward was clear. As the heavy sword light glimmering with purity was dispersed and broken down, Noah rose from the sands of the golden arena as his palm faced the skies, a ball of colorless flames beginning to form on his palm as he smiled towards the stern beings in the distance. And when it comes to purity, I've come to find over the years that those who preach purity the most actually turn out to be the dirtiest of creatures. His words caused the eyes of Zimo to flash with a wild light of power as who could exceed the provocation capabilities of the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor. As he spoke, bundles of colorless balls of fire formed all around him as at their center, a single singularity of unraveling lay, threads of the authority of the laborer surged all around them as they began to spin, the temperature of the surroundings rising to unprecedented levels as these fireballs shot out like a hail of bullets towards Zimo, the follower of the Tao of Jinungagap. For hypocrites like you, I've found that burning by flames is a particularly good way to die. Every word he uttered out was like a sharp needle on the visage of Zimo as his gaze turned utterly cold and apathetic, his sword turning its sharp point downwards as it sunk down and disappeared into nothingness. And instantly later, streams of iridescent white brilliance that looked like celestial rivers of pure white light bloomed all around Zimo, these rivers smashing towards the speeding colorless fireballs as a heavy battle ensued. Chapter 3207 Complexity 2, Colorless Balls of Fire. Pure white rivers of an amalgamation of an existential authority and an unidentified complex authority. The moment of impact was a stunning one as the moment the colorless fireballs smashed onto the seething white rivers of brilliance. These rivers were scattered as they were broken apart. An unseen suction force then flickered from the tendrils of the authority of the laborer within the scattering fireballs as they devoured the scattered pieces of these white rivers. And this process repeated itself. The weavings of the unidentified complex authority are being analyzed, the origin of the unidentified complex authority is being analyzed, the so-called Tao of Jinungagap is being analyzed. What exactly was it? A Tao? It could be looked at as the way of something. This Zimo had said it himself. He was a follower of the Tao of Jinungagap. Naturally, the next question was, who exactly or what exactly is this Jinungagap? What he referred to as primordial chaos, any meaning derived from it was relating to something outside the scope of existence. Something that would have been there even before the myriad of omniverse were. How grand were the implications of such a thing? So Noah wanted to know, amidst the booming impacts of colorless fireballs and countless blooming rivers of pure white brilliance, he bellowed out, "Show me, show me this so-called purity." The formation of the colorless balls of flames around him turned up a whole octave. They formed around Noah and shot out like mere glimmers of brilliance, their barrage dissipating and unraveling all pristine rivers of pure brilliance that were surging around like massive tentacles as in. Between all of this, all scattered authority was devoured. The expression of Zemo became colder and colder as time passed, no longer handing out any words of wisdom as his white eyes radiated pure white light, the illusion of a massive sword forming above that would strike down towards his enemy. But right at this moment, a colorless fireball flittered through the gaps of tendrils of massive white rivers and actually appeared before the visage of Zemo. His hand naturally rose to intercept it as, "Ph." The impact was a soft one, a glow of white brilliance covered his palm, but it was dispersed and unraveled in an instant. Threads of an authority Zemo in no way understood piercing his palm and spreading across his limb. It should have simply been an injury. His cold gaze was ready to treat it as such, and yet in the next instant, his injured hand pulsed. The amalgamation of the two authorities Noah had discovered being utilized by Zemo were naturally disrupted and unraveled. But this time, it was inside the body of Zemo, and such a thing carried drastic consequences that even Noah didn't know would unfold. The moment the closely interlinked and fused authorities of this entity were unraveled, it acted like an infection. From pulsing hand, it spread to his shoulder and then onto his chest. The gaze of Zemo rapidly lost its calmness as shock paved its way in, his whole existence focusing on the unity of his two authorities once more as at such a time. Another colorless fireball made its way through and smashed direction on the abdomen of Zemo. The weavings of an existential authority and an unidentified complex authority were irreversibly disrupted. This disruption now centered on Zemo's body as it spread everywhere. His face became entirely ashen at such a development as he turned his gaze and looked across the arena, locking onto the eyes of Noah, who seemed to be looking at everything unfolding with great interest. BOM, a shocking chain reaction unfolded. The unraveling of the two authorities of Zemo caused a spark of rejection, the unidentified complex authority taking over and erupting out with fervor as it actually sucked in all surrounding weavings of existence. The extremely pure and white authority surrounding Zemo instantly became discolored and turned pure black. The illusionary white sword from above instantly changed and expanded, changing into the form of a structure instead. The body of Zemo folded inwards, everything about him being devoured as an instant later, deeply obsidian tentacles erupted where he used to be. The rivers of pure white light in the surroundings became entirely black, with existence being devoured all around as an utterly terrifying aura blared out. Up above, the visage of Nuntius Eshkari showed an expression of shock as before Noah's eyes. A preliminary analysis was done. The unidentified complex authority has been discerned to be of entirely different origins of existence, not stemming from the weavings of viable omniverse. The unidentified complex authority has been granted the distinction of an outerversal authority. Further analysis shows that this outerversal authority belongs to the outerversal Morphon Ginnungagap. Above, the shrine of the outerversal Morphon Ginnungagap is being formed. Once complete, an outerversal entity will be capable of descending into the bounds of this omniverse. Hung, a booming sound as if sounding a horn of the end echoed out. Where the illusion of a white sword used to be, a massive obsidian shrine was being constructed as all surrounding existence was devoured. Thousands of slick, grotesque, and interminable tentacles swirling underneath it. Where the figure of Zemo used to be, tens of thousands of obsidian tentacles squeezed out and spread all around. Noah looked at all of this with immense fascination as from above, the visage of Nuntius Eshkari bellowed out as his face became exceedingly cold, a profanity of existence. An agent of anti-life, boom, his simian figure instantly erupted with brilliance as he became adorned in majestic armaments that pulsed with grandeur. The moment he voiced out, multiple other figures flashed and appeared in the skies as each of them pulsed with the authority of an apogee autarch. Their gazes were grim as they moved quickly, their faces filled with tremendous urgency, and there was reason for urgency. Because in the next moment, a pulse of obsidian brilliance flashed from the shrine of the outerversal Morphon Ginnungagap. It radiated waves of obsidian light all across the arena, the golden sand below becoming tainted as this blast already towards the stands of the audience rapidly. It already covered Noah's figure that was surrounded by tendrils of the authority of the laborer, everything occurring being analyzed as prompts cascaded out. The declaration of the outerversal Morphon has been utilized. In the surrounding area affected by the declaration, weavings of existence are denied and rejected. Chapter 3208 Profane. A declaration was laid down as a shockingly powerful enemy suddenly appeared. from the follower of the Tao of Janungdagap that was wrapped in the weavings of purity, there was actually a hidden agent of what Nuntius Eshkari referred to as an agent of anti-life. Everything about his existence was concealed and stable, and the only reason everything became unveiled was because of a single man's actions. The unraveling of existence allowed what was hidden behind to unfold, and the grandeur of the outer versal Morphon Janungdagap made its appearance. In the black sands of the arena, Noah's figure was taking everything in as unbelievably, his atlas of existence remained bright. The declaration of the outer versal Morphon stated that weavings of existence and the surroundings were denied and rejected, and yet, the authority of the laborer of existence still swirled with brilliance as at this moment, authority was not being drawn into the first mundi of power. On his atlas, a second circle had begun to buzz with profound radiance. The second mundi of power is setting up the foundations of a complex system of existence. The source of existence of outer versal descent is being reconstructed within the atlas of existence. The system of existence from the entity known as Zimo was broken down to be that of outer versal descent. Something far outside the scope of his omniverse or other omniverse had latched onto him, and his entire existence was made to follow this source. As Noah felt its weavings be constructed, his brilliant mind saw a single paramount issue. The system of outer versal descent requires for one to latch onto the influence of an outer versal morphon. Yes, this system of existence was sufficiently different and complex because it was something that had the equivalent of borrowing power from something far more grandiose, something far more powerful that didn't even stem from the omniverse or any of the myriad of omniverse but something outside, outer versal. If this was the case, then why would the atlas of existence still look at it as a viable source of existence to replicate? Noah had no outer versal morphon he could draw power from, and even if he had the chance to do so, he wouldn't draw power from even the outer versal Morphon Janungdagap that had its shrine budding ahead of him. This was because he could see the state of someone else who drew power from an outer versal entity and what had just occurred when their weavings of existence were rejected to cause a disruption of their perfect equilibrium. It was not a bond of equality, it was more so of an enslavement, and he did not wish to be enslaved under anyone for the sake of power. The atlas of existence was a part of himself as it knew this, so, the system of existence of outer versal descent requires the influence of an outer versal morphon to be viable in elevating your power. The owner of the atlas of existence will not be bound to another for the sake of power, so for the successful construction of the system of existence of outer versal descent, part of yourself will have to be converged into an outer versal seed and sent along the observed pathways that the outer versal morphon Janungdagap utilized to descend, but in reverse. It is an action filled with uncertainties, and a large portion of your authority and likely the authority of the infinite omniverse will be required to increase the chances of success. If successful, there will be a budding version of you as an outer versal morphon, this version of you acting as the source for the system of existence of outer versal descent. A successful result holds unknown results and an unfathomable potential for even more power. Shall we proceed? A prompt burning with crimson gold radiance, a prompt asking for permission to do something that would require a great deal of investment, but the results could be something outside of Noah's wildest dreams, so with quintessence and brilliance overflowing in his eyes, he gave an affirmation. Proceed. Boom, instantly, 80% of all his current reserves of the authority of the laborer were pulled upon. Through his inseparable connection with the infinite omniverse, a heavy tug was felt as the extremity vein began to pulse and seethed with authority, a beam of cylindrical brilliance shooting out and disappearing towards the very peak of Alathian havens. The authority of a young budding omniverse was utilized, all of it flowing towards Noah in a show of unfathomable might. All the grandiose Alathian havens he had constructed and the brilliance of the ascendant existential extremity authorities swirling within them pulsed, streams of authority flowing through them and directly into him. All of it would only further increase the chances of success of an unfathomable action that went forward fully at this moment. The observed pathways utilized by the outer versal morphon Janungdagap is being followed, a collection of your existence filled to the brim with your own authority and the authorities of the infinite omniverse had set off. At this moment, Noah felt like more than half of himself separated from him, taking with it an unbelievable amount of authority as it disappeared into the fissures of nothingness that were spreading all around with the declaration of the outer versal morphon Janungdagap, and then there was only silence, a collection of his existence filled to the brim with boundless waves of authority. An outer versal seed, it was an outlandish idea that was only made possible by the atlas of existence and the assistance of the infinite omniverse, the help of a young omniverse. and the design of something entirely too fantastical for others to even dream of. All of it culminated in a part of himself feeling cut off of all sensation as it traversed on a road it didn't know would lead anywhere, a road that was only stipulated as the pathway that an outerversal morphon took to descend. It was akin to seeing a paved road that right into the cover of trees, not knowing entirely where it led and how it curved for who knew how many miles. It was akin to following such a path of uncertainty as if he veered off track. BZZT, a heavy impact smashed into him as he felt like he hit a patch, his seed being redirected as 10% of the authority of the infinite omniverse protecting him was used up. This journey. Was not bound to be an easy one. Chapter 3209 Profane. 2. He followed a pathway that he didn't know the end of nor the true direction of. Ever so often, BZZT, as if he came upon a fork in the road, he grazed something that rapidly ate up the authority protecting him before he veered forward in another direction. Every time something like this occurred, the heavy waves of authority protecting him were reduced greatly. If he didn't arrive where he should arrive before the authorities protecting him were used up, this whole venture would be deemed a failure, and the other part of himself may not even know it. In the gladiators' arena that was currently tainted with an obsidian hue, at the center of the grandiose 9 thrones, the visage of the viceroy rose up with a stern expression as in front of him. A fin of golden light prevented the expansion of the declaration of the outerversal morphon Janungagap from ever getting close to them, for a vile creature to actually appear when one of my bodies is nearby. His figure began to vibrate with a heavy authority, and yet before it could be expressed, sit down, WAA, the man with levels of power far exceeding everyone else seated beside the viceroy uttered out calmly. The sword of the Commonwealth actually spoke in such a way to the Viceroy of the Commonwealth. Viceroy Gilgamesh did not look towards this being as he kept his eyes locked onto the rapidly spreading tentacles and shrine of the outerversal morphon Janungagap that was becoming ever so real, his voice veiling its anger as it spoke out calmly. What lies before us is an enemy of the Commonwealth. Is it not my job to protect the Commonwealth? One of the foremost enemies of the Commonwealth was right before them. Did they not need to eradicate it right away? Your job is to do what you are told? And for now, you will wait. Let them taste the despair and hopelessness. Let them know the enemy they face and how outclassed they are against it. Let them seek for someone to save them as when you appear, it has to be at their lowest moments. This is how you gain loyalty. The voice of the sword of the Commonwealth was filled with undeniable control and majesty as even the one taking the seat of the viceroy could not deny it. Beside him, the mother of the viceroy sat with sharp eyes, the rest of the entities within the omniversal stage of power doing the same thing. They watched as down below, a hellish landscape was unfolding as an unnatural enemy made itself ever present. Everything was tainted with a revolting obsidian light as on the millions of thrones where citizens of the Commonwealth stood. They felt their very existence shutting down as they couldn't muster an ounce of their authority. They could only stare in shock and horror as from the center of the arena, countless tentacles stretched out and enlarged as if a terrifying creature that would devour everything was coming out, and they knew in the depths of their heart that the moment these tentacles reached them, they would be devoured entirely. The only solace they had was that above the murky sands of the arena, protectors had appeared as their bodies glowed with a golden brilliance, their existence actually still capable of burning brightly amidst a declaration that denied existence itself. But even they didn't seem like they had what it took to stop what was coming entirely, and amidst all of this panic, one man remained immensely close to the unfolding tendrils of unfolding darkness, his wings stretched out as they flapped, his figure moving across the space where existence itself was being devoured as he evaded the erupting tentacles of grotesque brilliance. His eyes were closed as he let the authority of the laborer of the Atlas of existence protect him. Only half of what he used to remain here as the second Mundi of power was pulsing rapidly at this moment, gathering all threads of the system of existence of outerversal descent to ensure stability when something utterly profound succeeded, when, not if, for he could not fail in this endeavor, the cost would be too great. But in the midst of all of this, what he was seeing and sensing at this moment, he sent it across his lineage towards those most powerful. These are the enemies and entities we are coming across in this expanding playing field, along with his words, images, and scenes showing the worms of existence, protectors of the Commonwealth, and even the scene of the monstrosity currently playing out at this very moment were all expressed across his lineage. There are those on the side of existence, those on the side of anti-existence, and those on the side of anti-life. There are enemies as weak as they can be, to those exceeding the stages of the existential dominium realm and stepping into the omniversal realm. All of these things, we are only just beginning to observe them. Be ready. And be prepared for what is to come. WAA. His son heard his words as his eyes shone with sharpness. Sona heard them. the Sanctus Autarch heard them. Many of his people were given information about just what was occurring around them and what was coming in the future, as they seemed to be touching upon a level of power where they had to move with extreme care. They weren't the only ones. The infinite omniverse was receiving feedback and analyzing everything Noah was experiencing even more closely than anyone else. The infinite omniverse, its capabilities and potential were only just beginning to unfold. Its distinction was that of a young omniverse. What did it mean for an omniverse to be sentient? For an omniverse to be capable of moving freely with direction and purpose, what it could do? It felt like it was only touching the tip of a very long iceberg is what it had done with Noah just now. The amount of authority it had access to and utilized to send part of himself to a place they knew nothing about. This was it beginning to explore the daring things it could now do. The weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction was another part. The signature of existence it was sending out was another. And there should be much more. Slowly, its true utilities would be unveiled. But the most critical thing at this moment was to wait and see, wait for the result of their actions and see if the second Monday of power would be successful in gaining a brand new system of existence. Chapter 32:10 A moment in time, inside of the infinite omniverse, within the Alethian haven of dreams. Out of the many Alethian havens out there, it was dreams in Helios that Noah and his people found themselves frequenting the most. Dreams held a certain sense of awe as with a little input of their own imagination, the surroundings would take on this shape and continue to change how they wished. At this moment, in a small portion of the Alethian haven, Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of dreams was sitting on the edge of a golden waterfall. The waters passing by below his feet and thundering down below. When one looked at them, one would notice the concentration of the water within the river extending from the waterfall rapidly increasing while the river itself continued to enlarge and expand. And if one looked closer to the surroundings, everything else was also expanding as the process of existential terraforming continued unabated. It's truly marvelous. Beside Noah on the golden waterfall, the figure of the golden-haired Dr. Hall could be seen, his white coat adorned on his body as he observed this process along with Noah. In the infinite omniverse, there were very few who could genuinely say they were a friend to the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor who lorded over these vast lands. But there were still some who managed to be themselves around him and form a stable friendship even with the complex relationship that made him seem grander than life. For Dr. Hall, his love for understanding the profundities of existence and all the wonders out there made it so that he would frequently come and talk with Noah. Over the days in the desecrated existential Chronos domain and even more days in the Var Elionic Omniverse record, Dr. Hall only found himself more and more around Noah as more wonders unfolded all around them, wonders of possibilities. This was how their interests aligned. Dr. Hall looked above them to an incandescent gold sky as he continued. I sensed the concentrations of all viable forms of energy dip in this place and in all the places my other clones are into inside the infinite omniverse. What is doing now that requires so much energy? Can I assume it is half of all the authority that was collected within the infinite omniverse? He asked because he was curious, and Noah smiled and nodded in a reply. Over half of all the authority of the infinite omniverse. But it was all for my purposes. The images I just showed you all across the lineage, this one deals closer to the new enemies we've just come across. The outerversal morphons. I'm trying to go to the same place they are in, to do something they're currently doing. The words caused Dr. Hall's eyes to widen with golden light, his glasses pushed up as countless thoughts buzzed inside of him, among the many people inside the infinite omniverse. He was spreading his reach out far and wide in regards to health and wellness, with many of his practices in business stretched across the different Alethian havens. Anything new, he loved to understand and see if he could use, but this concept of outerversal morphons just seemed too grand. What will that make you as an individual? If you succeed, would you still be considered a native of this omniverse, or an outerversal entity outside of it? Which distinction trumps the other? What exactly would Noah be? At such a question, even he smiled as he didn't know. Far from the positions of Noah and Dr. Hall, inside the Alethian haven of Helios, the figure of Sona sat on a sandy gold beach. Her body adorned in a yellow gold swimsuit that showed much of her radiant skin and icy green gold hair that drifted below her shoulders. She sat on the beach and stared out into a golden sea burning with flames of Helios, and yet they held a rejuvenating effect for anyone swimming within it, as the figures of Emiliana and other Sanctus princesses were freely swimming inside of it, currently taking what seemed to be a long overdue vacation after fighting wars for so long. On Sona's head, Bubbles was bouncing happily in his blue slime form, while little Calculatin shone with an obsidian gold radiance as its round furry body rested on Sona's lap. Her eyes gazed ahead as she seemed to be thinking of far too many things. You haven't gotten used to it? sitting back and letting Noah do everything? From behind, the blessed figure of Barbados came by, her small but curvaceous visage adorned in a black two-piece. Her beauty only seemed to be getting more refined as she held in her hands 2 skewers of dragon meat grilled in the fires of Helios. Behind them on this beach, the figure of Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of Helios could be seen standing before burning flames of Helios that roasted meat, his son beside him learning the extremity of cooking. To their left and right, numerous figures could be seen as Ericsson's bronze body was sunbathing in his proper beach attire, and Iam and Lilith were seated nearby talking. Even closer to Noah, the figures of Adelaide, Caitlin, Ioan, and all the other queens of the infinite omniverse could be seen seated on golden beach chairs surrounding an extended vertical table that held an overabundance of quintessential fruits of existence and grilled meat from the most exotic fantastical animals. At the head of the table, they all surrounded and happily talked to the figure of Amelia Osmos, their mother-in-law. Apart from them, the figures of Kazuhiko, Emperor Penguin, and many others could be seen doing their own things across this golden beach. All of this was happening in the background and more as Barbados came to sit beside Sona and offered her one of the skewers in her hands. Towards her question, Sona could only shake her head while accepting the skewer and taking a bite. It's not even that. I had these grand plans of an initiative, and even when I think about it now, that doesn't seem to be it. It's just, a sense of frustration was on her face as she didn't seem to be able to put into words what she was feeling. Barbados smiled towards her as she spoke like she understood. Do you feel a sense of disconnect? Like you shouldn't be here doing this? Relaxing while it feels like out there, the whole world, well I guess omniverse now, while it feels like the whole omniverse is burning. The words from Barbados caused Sona to go entirely silent as the necromancer of existence smiled with gorgeous brilliance. What I've come to learn over the months and years is that there is never a time when the outside worlds, cosmos, existential domains, or omniverse aren't burning. But that can't stop us from enjoying the simple joys of life. Should we be serious and worried all the time? Ponder in silence for whatever is to come? I would tell you to put your trust in Noah and just be there for him when he needs you. Until then, enjoy yourself. The fruits of his labor inside this endless infinite omniverse. And of course, don't forget the dual cultivation sessions. She laughed while stating her last sentence, her figure rising as she patted bubbles above Sona's head, turning back to where the party was brightest as she left behind words of advice. No sooner had she left did another figure appear beside Sona, this being none other than the Sanctus Autarch. She was on the more moderate side as she had not gotten used to things fully just yet, and she was adorned in a light green robe while on the beach as she looked somewhat out of place. But when she looked at the Queen Mothers nearby and the Sanctus Princesses and Dragon Knights in the water, she felt a sense of security she hadn't felt in a long time as she came to sit beside Sona. She didn't have to say anything. One old, one young, 2 women sat on the beach inside a grandiose Alathian haven of Helios, their emotions similar as all around them. Entities from different walks of life took a moment to just breathe and relax. In difficult times, moments like these were rare to come, but were oftentimes the most important. Chapter 32:11 Outerversal Morphon Ozymandias. On the same golden beach within a corner of the Alathian haven of Helios, standing in front of the grill of Helios that lashed out tongues of golden flames, Noah was putting the extremity of cooking to full use as he waited for the results of a heavy investment. Until now, all feeling and sensation had been cut off from the other part of him traversing across an unknown path that the Outerversal Morphon Janungagap had taken, so he didn't know whether it was still on its way, or already entirely destroyed, but he didn't place too much emphasis on it as he continued to take care of things he could control. Being present with this ascendant existential extremity clone of Helios with his family in the midst of all of this was something he could do. To his right, his son could be seen with blue swimming trunks, his built figure showing the toned muscles that all the men had on this golden beach. In his hands, 2 chalices containing the squired juices of quintessential fruits of existence could be seen. 2 golden plates in front of him as he came to grab finished pieces of the dragon cutlets his father was grilling. Rare, medium, or well done? His father asked him with a nudge as Henry smiled while bringing the floating plates forward. Rare for me, well done for her. If she sees any red on the meat, it'll stay on the plate. And she's too shy to ever send anything back to you. As Henry spoke, he was looking towards an area of the beach where a young woman could be seen sitting on a blue beach chair, her figure adorned in a white sundress as her blue hair calmly waved in the wind. A young woman from Atlantis. Last time, Noah had told Henry to be honest regarding who he was, as this young woman he had a relationship with didn't know about his illustrious identity as the son of the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor. He had taken the next step and revealed all of this as it would have overwhelmed any common woman. But this young woman with a royal mermaid lineage from Atlantis held a stronger soul than most as she was slowly introduced to the family. Noah smiled as he placed pieces of meat radiating golden oils on the plate they were put on, potent life force brimming within them as he filled the plate of well-done dragon cutlets a bit more. We'll have a more private affair soon. A small banquet. Bring her and introduce her to everyone officially there. He spoke calm words to his son of Foundation Autarch, and this being actually nodded with nervousness as he walked towards a young woman on the beach with vibrant plates in tow. It was a simple glimpse into the slightly normal side of entities with power that could distort destinies and existence itself. Noah reflected on this scene and the many still playing out across this golden beach of Helios as this was it, part of the happiness that he was protecting. This was why in the face of any larger-than-life enemies or mysteries, in the face of the Commonwealth, concepts of anti-life and anti-existence, and now even the concept of outerversal morphons. He didn't falter in the face of any of this as he kept on moving forward, until the day came when he had seen all the wonders and scales of power, until the day came when he could sit back and not have to worry about an apocalypse, or a being stronger than him by many levels appearing and dictating how his life would be from there onward. If and when such a time ever came, he would sit back and enjoy retirement as a farmer. But until then, the brilliance and fable of the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor would continue to spread out far and wide, his tendrils of influence seeking to now stretch across omniverse as he prepared for the integration and slow dissemination of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth that was on full display of its attitude and standards at this moment as in the Wheel of Weavings, in the gladiator's arena, where a shrine of an outerversal morphon was becoming ever so real. Its declaration caused a sense of powerlessness on all weavings of existence as obsidian tendrils erupted out to devour anything they came across. It was an unexpected situation, yes, but there were many powerful entities of the Commonwealth here. Noah remembered the 9 thrones, holding entities who very likely exceeded the existential dominium realm and were within the bounds of the omniversal realm, yet they did not make a move. Was it to inspire a sense of fear? Show others how hopeless they were against these powerful enemies? Noah cut through breaking weavings of existence as he dodged thousands of sleek obsidian tentacles that only increased in number, his gaze going towards the distant seats of the audience as their tentacles were about to reach as those who couldn't even muster up a semblance of their authority would perish en masse. Would the Commonwealth truly go as far as allowing for deaths of their citizens before stepping in? Just as this thought flowed from Noah, a brilliant golden light shone from above and began to constrict the undeniable obsidian declaration that was spreading out. When Noah saw this golden light, his eyes couldn't help but constricted as it wasn't like any familiar light of authority he had come across. It was encompassing. It was solid and without any gaps. What it sought to accomplish would be achieved with surety. It was omniversal. It pressed down from all directions as the expanding declaration of an outerversal morphon actually began to shrink. Not an outerversal morphon but the infinitesimally small glimpse of the power of an outerversal morphon that had begun to seep out of the shell that used to be Zimo. But at the center of the golden light pressing down on the declaration of the outerversal morphon Janungagap, the image of a grandiose simian showed itself with unfathomable glory, his visage amplified and expressed to all, almost as if it was a show. Chapter 32:12 Outerversal Morphon Ozymandias 2. A show. This was how Noah could best describe it, as a titanic illusory image of none other than the Viceroy of the Commonwealth was displayed far above, his hand pressing down radiating the golden light that was stopping the advancement of the declaration of the outerversal morphon Janungagap. Golden brilliance enveloped everything around the gladiator's arena as the obsidian domain became constricted and smaller. It was being pushed back towards the center of the arena where the shrine of the outerversal morphon was enlarging with grandiosity. The thrones of the audiences finally being taken out of what seemed an endless age of darkness where they were all about to be massacred in. The citizens of the Commonwealth that visited Omniverse X999 raised their hands up to the visage of brilliance that saved them, towards their viceroy. Feats of his brilliance here would undoubtedly be spread to the other omniverse that the Commonwealth oversaw his brilliance that was going against the influence of an outerversal entity personally, profane. His appearance bellowed out towards the obsidian declaration as it wriggled as if it were an animal. The seething golden brilliance converged together above as it shockingly took on the form of a wheel, a golden wheel of interminable brilliance as it looked like a collection of many small circles contained in one massive circle, their center point showing another illusory image of the viceroy seated in a meditative position as, at this moment, this will begin to slowly spin, a slow spin, yet the moment this spinning of the wheel began, an unimaginably heavy pressure thundered down that reduced the size of the declaration of the outerversal morphon Janungagap by half. At the center of the arena, the rising shrine of the outerversal morphon Janungagap that was gradually becoming more real cracked and became more illusory. And the wheel continued to spin, as if it were grinding down something, as if with every turn the wheel made, an inviolable weaving of power came down. When it completed a full turn, crack, the illusory shrine of the outerversal morphon Janungagap was cracked as the declaration that had turned the golden sands dark was fully constricted mere miles around the shrine. The tentacles that were spreading out with shocking fervor and devouring everything screeched as if they had met their natural enemy before they began to shrivel and fade away into nothingness. The singularity that was spitting out the emergence of the weavings of the outerversal morphon Janungagap shrieked upwards towards the wheel. From it, a massive obsidian pupil opened along with an overlap of thousands of massive tentacles. The pupil seemed to be etching its gaze with the entity, stopping its entry, locking its gaze above as the apathetic expression of Viceroy Gilgamesh looked down, and under him, the golden wheel turned once more. As it was about to complete the turn, it seemed to be meeting resistance, but this small point of resistance faded away the moment that Viceroy Gilgamesh pressed his foot down. The rings within his wheels pulsing at the turn was completed. RIP, the sound of something being ripped apart echoed out as gloriously. The shrine of the outerversal morphon Janungagap was ripped apart as it folded into itself, as if everything about it was being compressed and erased. The myriad of obsidian tentacles that were spreading out were compressed into a fading singularity as in an instant. All sources even emanating traces of the authority of the outerversal morphon Janungagap was eradicated. Above, the image of the Viceroy was the only thing that remained, unfettered, brilliant, omniversal. The golden wool he had called out only turned twice before the enemy was eradicated. The royal existential omniversal simians in the thrones of the audience instantly dropping to their knees while they raised their hands towards their Viceroy, they raised their hands to him as they wanted to express their fervor, their loyalty, their awe and respect to the Viceroy of the Commonwealth. Down below on the golden sands, Noah gazed up at the massive intricate golden wheel that Viceroy Gilgamesh recovered with a wave of his hand, his gaze looking imperious as he looked over the masses, his voice echoing out, "This is who we are fighting against, WAA, we do what we do day in and day out to ensure that existence is protected. That life is protected. The glory of the Commonwealth will continue to spread to all corners of known and unknown omniverse as we ensure that none will fall to our enemies." A heartfelt speech, one that the citizens of the Commonwealth heard and resonated with their hearts, their hands lifted up as they bellowed out an affirmation, OH, glory to the Commonwealth, long live the Commonwealth, long live the Viceroy, long live, an abundance of shouts of valor and honor. Noah observed it all on the sands of the arena as the visage of Nuntius Eshkari floated down to stand before him. Other protectors floated in the space above as they looked respectfully towards the figure of the Viceroy, and only when he began to disappear did they begin to move. Nuntius Eshkari's expression was solemn as he spoke while walking toward Noah, his brilliant monkey tail behind him pulsing with golden arcs of light. Prime Citizen Emperor Osmont, you were able to unveil an agent of anti-life today and prevent them from entering deeper ranks of the Commonwealth. This already distinguishes you as someone who does the job of a protector. Thus, it is deemed for your status to be elevated to become a true protector of the Commonwealth. There was supposed to be an evaluation of the gladiators as they battled each other in the arena for a chance to become protectors of the Commonwealth, something that came to be because a protector was greatly hurt in an Ionic Omniverse record, and now, another incident occurred where someone who was part of the Commonwealth actually turned out to be an agent of anti-life. And Noah incidentally revealed this, and as a result, the position of a protector was now being offered to him. Cause in effect, Noah looked at the visage of Nuntius Eshkari looking at him with stern brilliance as his eyes curved into a devilish smile. Chapter 32:13 Outerversal Morphon Ozymandias 3. The royal existential omniversal simian Nuntius Eshkari gazed towards Noah with a stern gaze, his body still simmering with golden brilliance. Opposite him, Noah gave a light nod while retreating all waves of authority unto himself. If it is deemed so, then I will take on the role of a protector of the Commonwealth. His voice held no grandiose authority as he replied, but Nuntius Eshkari nodded with solemnness as he came beside him and raised his hand while amplifying his voice towards the rousing arena that still had their hands raised in the air. From the ranks of this recently discovered omniverse, the first entity who shall join the ranks of new protectors after this grand celebration of omniversal discovery is none other than Prime Citizen Emperor Osmont, WAA, a moment to show utter awe and wonder, as the one to unveil an agent of anti-life among us. His actions are those of a role model to follow as from this day forth. From the ashes of prime citizen Emperor Osmont. Comes the rise of Protector Osmont. A brethren of the royal existential omniversal simians, a defender of the Commonwealth, a protector of the Commonwealth, a grandiose title as with the simple motion of raising Noah's hand in the air, Nuntius Eshkari actually dared to discern Noah's body as a form of assurance that he didn't have any threads of anti-life within him. Noah felt the intrusive authority of this apogee autarch as of course, it wasn't able to discover anything about the atlas of existence nor the authority of the laborer, and instead, a new authority stemming from a uniquely different source of existence has sought to analyze your weavings. He instead gained a glimpse of another wonder as he looked towards Nuntius Eshkari and smiled. He was having a hard time finding a sufficiently different system of existence these past days, and yet in the span of minutes, he came across two. This apogee autarch saw Noah's gaze but didn't care, his intent coming out only for Noah to hear at this moment. That was a preliminary test to ensure that your existence is pure. I will transport you to an area where you will be received and proceed as a protector. From here onward. We will be colleagues. A burst of golden brilliance came with his words and wrapped around Noah's body, his voice now echoing out to everyone as the newly ordained protector disappeared. As the fruits of the Commonwealth, we will not fear and let this incident interrupt our rituals, so how about we continue to showcase the strength of the Commonwealth with more battles on this arena? The crowd cheered for more blood as the threat to their lives that had just been taken care of had all but been forgotten. Below the arena, the throne where prime citizen Emperor Osmont used to be was all but empty. In the distance, seated on his throne, the Imperium Autarch and the Ionic Eutera locked gazes with each other as out of the three of them one had managed to make the jump and become a protector. Who else would follow? Across weavings of things not capable of being fully understood at this moment, part of Noah's existence was traversing across an unknown road that he didn't know the end of nor the direction through it. No vision, no feeling, nothing. He would occasionally smash into an obstruction before he was steered forward as the authority protecting him lessened more and more. The authority of a young omniverse that had been expanding itself constantly with the process of existential terraforming. Bzzzt, his body felt like it grazed past a high-frequency oscillation of something that ripped apart existence itself as another portion of authority was shaved away. Within him, his authorities were burning with everything they had. The ascendant existential extremity authority of the protagonist steers any possible weavings to ensure your survival and success as befitting a protagonist. The ascendant existential extremity authority of quintessence states there can only be a single quintessential result. The ascendant existential extremity authority of entropy feels like the path being traveled is one that leads to the most basal and earliest form of chaos. Entropy seeks the freedom of utmost chaos. No direction, no expectation, no reaction. Let the path being formed be the one of true and unfettered entropy, freedom of chaos. The moment this prompt came, Noah felt an inkling of a sensation that this might be the answer. He felt his existence visibly relax, and he went with the flow. No sooner did he do so, his existence once more smashed into an interference that felt like a wall on the road he was on, and as per precious times, he would direct himself away from this interference to return to the road itself. But this time, he didn't take any action, he just went with the flow. Bzzzt, the authority of the infinite omniverse protecting him rapidly decreased as it went towards critical levels. But she still did nothing. Boom, and so, the interference smashed into him fully without any sense of protection as everything about him disappeared. He was bounced around, he still couldn't feel or sense anything as the interference he ran into exponentially increased, the authority protecting him falling into dangerous levels as very soon, his outerversal seed that had yet to sprout would be unveiled and decimated. And yet. He still did nothing. Entropy burns with exhilaration. A flash of a prompt, and thereafter, the last defenses of Noah's existence were shredded apart by an interference as it seemed like the only path thereafter was erasure. From all around, a prickling sensation surrounded him as they would decimate him right away. And he still did nothing, and so, the interference smashed into him fully without any sense of protection as everything about him disappeared. Failure. Or so it should be, as every part of Noah seemingly flashed out of existence instantly, his consciousness fading entirely, and yet another instant later, as if his consciousness was waking up from a long slumber. It could have truly been an instant, or it could have been millions of years. He couldn't say for sure. The only thing he could say with surety was the sensation he currently felt. The most apt description he had for it was like he was being born. Chapter 32:14 Outerversal Morphonos Amandias. 4. He was being born. He was being born. But who was he exactly? This question came quickly and rapidly, but it didn't have a full answer as a sense of distortion and cloudiness permeated all around. within the depths of his beings, he could feel small voices trying to rise up. Each one tried to overcome another in an effort to reach him, but they were too faint. Their reach in this place was so small. But these tiny voices didn't give up, as they acted like jolts of electricity that were constantly trying to unearth something. First was the question of what. He seemed to make out himself as if he was a budding singularity. A mass of extremely dense energies constantly twisting, contracting, and expanding. A mass full of power that he couldn't yet understand, but this mass was coming to fruition. Where exactly? When? He thought of looking at his surroundings, but realized there was only darkness, the absolute lack of light. Apart from himself, he couldn't see anything. More and more of himself was budding and becoming more concentrated, the power contained within himself feeling tremendously full and significant as it told him he could do anything. So he wanted to answer the first question he had: who he was. The small voices he could barely hear within him rose in a cacophony of noises. He was, Huum, his existence fully formed. Interminable waves of crimson obsidian radiance flashed out. His identity unveiled itself. He was Ozymandias. I am. The outer versal morphon Ozymandias, a deep and guttural voice that seemed like it was echoing out of the very depths of countless endings. It was a voice that seemed to know innately that it was an outer versal morphon, that this was its first identity. The name that came after that seemed to be from a long distant memory, as the voice that uttered it out held a hint of melancholy, one filled with resonance and distinctions of unfathomable origins, one that seemed to be trying to remember. What exactly was he trying to remember? In the midst of this question, another voice shockingly echoed out, as it was filled with depth and ancientness. What you are is loud, young one. Another voice. Was he not alone? He tried to look around, but he could see nothing apart from the lack of light around him. You cannot even see, and yet are raucous enough to have already developed an ego? Take things a step at a time, young one. The ancient voice came out again. This time, it felt kinder and filled with understanding as Ozymandias asked cautiously, how do I see? Something that was simplicity itself, and yet seemingly impossible at the same time. To see in this place, you must properly outline your form. Your outer verse. Only when you have substance can you begin to see. Ozymandias heard these words as he looked within the depths of himself and pondered. The small voices that had been trying to rise up, making a cacophony of noises at this moment as he repeated, form, substance. Ozymandias heard these words as he looked within the depths of himself and pondered. The small voices that had been trying to rise up, making a cacophony of noises at this moment as he repeated, a form, Huum. A blast of a unique authority erupted with him at the center. He knew this authority. He was born with it. It was a type of innate, undeveloped, and young authority. It was his outer versal morphon authority. It erupted out as it released humming, droning sounds, wrapping around his body as it began to form into something else, and the form that was coming to fruition. He could see it. A base trunk formed first, as it seemed to be made from trillions of tentacles stacked on top of each other. These tentacles glimmered with a stellar purple-blue hue, each one made from millions of budding singularities, as it looked entirely otherworldly. Moments later, for limbs exploded out, the amalgamation of tentacles forming what Ozymandias knew to be hands and feet. Then, another trillion tentacles erupted from behind as they were covered by a crimson obsidian light. These tentacles forming into wings of utter horror, as at their center a pupil opened for each, an eye on the center of each wing. The eyes held rings of 9 pupils uniquely connected to each other as they gave off heart-throbbing unease and power. They blinked, BZZT, and trillions more tentacles bloomed behind that formed into halos. Rings of tentacles came together, burning with crimson obsidian stellar radiance as they formed into 9 halos that successively became larger the further away they were from him. A stellar purple-blue body, crimson obsidian wings, 9 halos of crimson obsidian radiance, and his head. Only had 2 glowing singularities on his face, nothing else. These singularities blinked as within them, threads of countless tentacles throbbed. Countless tendrils of weavings, but when they all came together and he could see his exemplary form, he also became capable of seeing around him, an expanse of shimmering obsidian darkness stretching out endlessly. And in the middle of all of this, can you see now, young one? The deep and ancient voice that had been talking with him this whole time. He saw it, he saw him, someone. Something that was horrifically millions of times larger than he was. In front of it, he seemed like a mere speck of dust. It was round, carrying the features of an eye, with trillions of titanic tentacles wriggling in all directions on the rims of this eye. It pulsed with deep stellar purple radiance, as its pupil was a massive triangular collection of brilliant purple light with a circular singularity at its center. The massive pupil seemed to smile as it looked at Ozymandias. Are you out of words now? Young one, Ozymandias looked at this massive entity in awe as his own deep voice echoed out, "Who are you?" His ego had formed as he had spoken about who he was, but what about this entity before him that was millions of times larger in size alone? The mere vibrations of his voice caused the surrounding shimmering obsidian darkness to vibrate as his triangular pupil pulsed. I am the outerversal Morphon Phulax. The Observer of Old and Young, Chapter 32:15 Outerversal Morphon Ozymandias. The outerversal Morphon Phulax, a being with a circular form, a massive eye millions of times bigger than Ozymandias, with countless tentacles stretching all around its rims as its pupil was triangular in nature. At this moment, within the center of the triangular pupil where a blazing singularity lay, Ozymandias naturally felt its gaze locked onto him, and he had many questions. As if this creature knew this to be the case, its deep voice echoed out again, "You have just come to be, so many things must be confusing for you. You know who you are innately, but you don't know anything else. What is it that you wish to know?" The voice was immaculately heavy as it seemed tinged with amusement. It could say many things, but it purposefully chose its words to urge Ozymandias himself the freedom of what he wanted to know, and Ozymandias looked within the depths of himself, his stellar purple-blue body and crimson obsidian wings. The 9 halos of crimson obsidian radiance behind his wings and his head that only had 2 glowing singularities, and the barely discernible voices he could almost hear. With all of this, what exactly would be the first thing he wanted to ask? A tremendous need filled him and burned within his very being, this need transforming into a question that he blurted out an instant later. "What is my purpose?" A question that caused the outerversal Morphon Phulax to squint its triangular pupil into a smile came out, and his reply was just as heavy, "You have no purpose. You have just been born in the megalos beyond as your existence has no meaning. Over the cycles, I have seen young ones like you appear again and again as the first thing all of you innately seek. Is your purpose. I will tell you now that as an outerversal Morphon, you can choose your own purpose and this will in turn shape your existence." He could choose his own purpose, but what could he possibly want when he had just been born? Inside of him, the buzzing voices were only becoming louder and louder as they continued to try and tell him something to no avail. His purpose? How could he possibly find his purpose? A way to help you, young one, is for you to expand your perspective. A way for outerversal Morphons to expand their perspectives is none other than going fishing. What, fishing? Outerversal Morphon Ozymandias repeated this word that represented an action that didn't entirely feel like the norm. But why was it not the norm? For something that was just born, why would there be any prejudices on what was the norm or not the norm within him? As his thoughts were rising, outerversal Morphon Phulax replied with brilliance, "Yes, fishing. It is a way for outerversal Morphons to be connected to all things within the megalos beyond and outside of it. It is our innate capability to take a part of ourselves and stretch it like an endless string across the megalos beyond, and we then wait for something to bite. The instant something bites, we gain access. We gain information, and we gain control over the source of existence we have managed to fish. Those that take the bait and dangle on the strings we cast out are known as our delegatus. If you go fishing and are able to catch any delegatus, your vision will be expanded. You will see what is out there in the megalos beyond, and this can aid in informing you of your purpose." The words were unique ones to hear as Ozymandias mulled them over, but within the center point of the 9 halos floating behind his wings, a thin tentacle began to form and extend behind him through the other 9 rings gloriously, almost as if forming into an endless fishing line. The observer of old and young saw this scene as the millions of tentacles around it pulsed, its ancient voice echoing out, "Try and find your first delegatus. They will link you to your first source of existence as the more you gain, the stronger you become. One day, you may even grow to be as big as me. It may take eons before you get even one, so do not be too hasty. Cast out your line, O young Ozymandias, words of encouragement that although felt like words that could never be denied. The pupils on the wings of Ozymandias pulsed as the string forming in the center of his halos rapidly lengthened as he moved with intuition, the string beginning to fall down behind him as a line was cast. At this time, moments after being born, the outerversal Morphon Ozymandias cast out a line of connection across the megalos beyond as he sought for something to bite on. The observer of old and young nodded at this scene as he was about to pull away when suddenly its tendrils wriggled as its massive pupil turned towards a certain direction. There, the expanse of shimmering stellar obsidian darkness flickered and distorted before an equally massive visage of another outerversal Morphon appeared. It was a titanic worm-like outerversal Morphon whose entire cylindrical body was filled with countless wriggling tentacles coming together. its end showing an opening that unfurled to reveal millions of spiked teeth set in circular directions. At the center of all of these teeth was a fair face with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth present as such a face currently looked towards the observers of old and young with a smile. This being wasn't alone beside her. Someone who was thousands of times smaller than her floated serenity, her form being discernible as it glowed with pure white brilliance in the midst of all this darkness. Being humanoid in nature, the form seemed to be an amalgamation of pure white illusory tentacles that even stretched out to form white wings behind her back, her face merely showing a form of beauty and grace as only 2 dark singularities blinked in the center of all this brilliance. Yet the moment she appeared, everything was illuminated with unfathomable clarity. Chapter 32:16 Outerversal Morphon Ozymandias. 6. Esteemed Fulax, I have come to show you something quite literally brilliant. From the worm-like outerversal morphon with millions of jagged teeth and a fair face at the very center, a sweet voice echoed out that drew near. Oh, it is a surprise to see you after all these cycles, Tabitha. Your appearance is due to the young light morphon here? As rare as they are, it shouldn't be the only reason for your appearance here. The deep voice of outerversal morphon Fulax echoed out in reply as outerversal morphon Tabitha and the one referred to as a young light morphon drew nearer. Not just that, esteemed Fulax. This one was born not too long ago as I guided them in the ritual of Alea. And within 1/100th of a megachronos, she had actually managed to bind her first delegatus, words that caused even the observer of old and young to look up in surprise. 1/100th of the megachronos, a unit of time within the megalos beyond that represented a fairly short period of time. For a rare morphon to bind their first delegatus within such a short period of time. This was definitely something worthy of note, as this outerversal morphon was worth being looked at, and -o? Outerversal morphon Tabitha was about to continue, but the young light morphon tugged on the sides of its wriggling skin made out of countless tentacles. When outerversal morphon Tabitha turned her gaze, she saw that the young light morphon was pointing towards a small dot in front of outerversal morphon Fulax, a small dot that, in comparison to the observer of old and young, was akin to a grain of sand based on their sheer size, with even Tabitha and the young light morphon only being somewhat bigger in comparison, but one could almost miss this entity based on his size. And yet the young light morphon had discovered something that outerversal morphon Tabitha and the observer of old and young had missed. The visage of outerversal morphon Ozymandias was there, a string falling out from the center of 9 halos behind him and stretching down endlessly across the megalos beyond below them. But right now, it was shining with gorgeous purple-blue radiance and pulsing back and forth. It was a sign. I didn't know you also had another young morphon here carrying out their first Alea. Huum. The tendrils of outerversal morphon Fulax buzzed as a terrifying pressure instantly descended to cover everything, a pressure that stifled the words of the worm-like outerversal morphon Tabitha, a pressure that focused on the visage of Ozymandias as truly, his string that he had cast out across the megalos beyond. Was taut and heavy. It was shining with brilliance, as this was a sign that he had managed to locate a delegatus and was undergoing the process of binding at this very moment. But it has not even been 1/1,000,000th of a megachronos since he was born. The deep voice of outerversal morphon Fulax echoed out with ancient shock and wonder. His words caused the outerversal morphon Tabitha and young light morphon to freeze, as at this moment all eyes were on Ozymandias. The moment a line was cast out across the megalos beyond Alea. The process of an outerversal morphon casting out a part of themselves across the weavings of countless weavings, across the megalos beyond, outerversal morphon Ozymandias had the words of the observer of old and young ringing out in his mind, as he knew it could take an uncountable passage of time before he would be able to find anything. But he was patient, and yet, the moment he cast out his line, he came to realize that it seemed to be shooting straight toward a certain direction, as if it already had a predetermined pathway it was honing into. Outerversal morphon Ozymandias was puzzled by this, but it allowed things to unfold as they were. The voices within his depths were getting ever louder, ever clearer, but they still seemed too far away. He utilized the innate capabilities of an outerversal morphon to cross the megalos beyond, his weavings crossing pathways he never knew existed. As moments later, pH, should akin to a shell being pierced echoed out, he instantly knew he was out of the megalos beyond and in a different space. But he couldn't freely move in this different space unless he had an anchor, unless he had something belonging to this space contain a part of him as he acclimated over time. Even as these thoughts buzzed within Ozymandias, he was surprised to find that his cast line continued shooting out with purpose and direction as if it knew exactly where to go. It arrived at a certain omniverse. It then arrived within an omniverse. Inside this omniverse, the line then crossed glorious Alethian havens. and weavings of unfathomable brilliance before arriving above a certain someone. A multicolored throne connected to countless threads of multicolored lines floated behind him, his figure standing up at this moment as if he had been waiting. His head was raised high as the cast outline of outer-versal Morphon Ozymandias. Smashed straight into him with quintessential radiance. The line became taut and straight as if it could never be broken. Purple-blue stellar brilliance gushed and began to travel up this line, carrying with it interminable waves of knowledge and memories. Across uncountable weavings, the voices within the depths of outer-versal Morphon Ozymandias became gloriously clear. He knew these voices. Voices of entropy and mana dynamics, voices of tyranny and of the protagonist, the voice of quintessence, they all arose with clarity at this moment as the cogs of countless wheels began to turn. Radiance stretching out for uncountable distances as a man found himself, the weavings of outer-versal descent burn with interminable brilliance. Voice began to resume their normal workings within outer-versal Morphon Ozymandias as at this moment, he recognized himself deeply. He was outer-versal Morphon Ozymandias. He was also Noah Osmont. Chapter 32:17 Outer-versal Descent. One's identity was always a critical factor in who they were, and identity was always warped into the very psyche of a being, their core. At this moment, the core of outer-versal Morphon Ozymandias was jolted awake and remembered everything about his identity, but at the same time, he still retained what he knew himself as. The outer-versal Morphon Ozymandias in the distant megalos beyond would remain Ozymandias, even though he knew he was Noah, and at this moment, the initial purpose for carrying out this grand experiment that cost the infinite omniverse over half of its authority was achieved in full effect, within the depths of the infinite omniverse. Noah's figure was anchored in place by a string of purple-blue brilliance that shot straight into his atlas of existence, the second Mundi of power spinning. With mad fervor as the source for its power was located, the only source of existence for the second Mundi of power has been identified and locked in. No other possible source of existence can be assimilated into the second Mundi of power regardless of any similarity or uniqueness. Two prompts flashed as they let it be known that due to how complex and complete the source of existence of the outer-versal descent was, nothing else could ever be added into the second Mundi of power. This was how tremendous this power was, as from the extended string that led to the megalos beyond, a flood of interminable power of an outer-versal Morphon flowed out and filled the second Mundi of power. The system of existence of outer-versal descent has been successfully established. A constant source of existence generating across an unknown continuum from outer-versal Morphon Ozymandias to you, a complex and simple idea at the same time, but simply, Noah's atlas of existence began to rotate all 9 mundus of existence. Its core beginning to gush out the authority of the laborer with extremely pure concentration and power. It was a direct correlation to the waves of outer-versal authority of Ozymandias flowing into the second Mundi of power, and this correlation caused Noah's overall authority to rise immensely in the stage of an accumulation autarch. He was surging towards becoming a genuine apogee autarch, the level of most protectors of the Commonwealth. At the same time this process began, the manifestation of the infinite omniverse appeared beside Noah. Her hair shone with all the colors of Alathian havens of this omniverse, her body wrapped by a veil of all ascendant existential extremity authorities as she locked her gaze onto the unseen string connecting to Noah. The string, the line leading up across immeasurable distances towards the megalos beyond. What exactly was the megalos beyond? Where was it in comparison to the infinite omniverse? To other omniverse, why were the outer-versal Morphons considered enemies of the Commonwealth? What exactly was the answer to the question that outer-versal Morphon Fulax had posed to Ozymandias? The infinite omniverse sought to know, Noah sought to know. Their connection pulsed with resonance as Noah's voice echoed out while he closed his eyes to feel all the subtle changes. Do it, words of affirmation, and a moment later, the manifestation of the infinite omniverse raised her hand and grasped the taut line leading towards the megalos beyond. Everything trembled. Thereafter, gushing waves of outer-versal authority began to surge into the infinite omniverse. They wanted answers. So they charged ahead and took actions that may just provide them. Within the Wheel of Weavings, another body of Nuntius Eshkari greeted Noah's winged figure that was teleported into a unique domain, a domain that had a massive golden portal at its center, a white walkway connected to the Wheel of Weavings leading to this portal. As this walkway stemmed from the white walls of the Wheel of Weavings, this was the very center of the Wheel of Weavings. The surrounding space stretched out for light years as massive vessels floated in the surroundings. And the auras of multiple autarchical existences surrounded this space as their gazes covered every single spot. The distinction of a protector is a unique one. Its appointment will not be completed in a newly discovered omniverse with a lot of things still under construction. For your actions and honor, you will be given advanced privilege to head towards the Omniverse X9, or more commonly known as the Omniverse of the Protectors. The other body of Nuntius Eshkari emanated such an intent as he beckoned Noah towards an ovoid golden vessel that burned with white flames. His simian visage turned around as it neared the rectangular opening guarded by 2 Foundation autarchs, and he welcomed Noah in. In the Omniverse of the Protectors, you will undergo your official appointment to join us as our brethren. This wayward omniversal vessel is already marked with the coordinates, as after passing across the omniversal portal, it will take you on the pathway directly to this destination. Any questions at all for me before your departure? A calm smile on his glorious monkey-like visage, and Noah only shook his head while reciprocating this smile and stepping into the wayward omniversal vessel, his words echoing out, "No. We shall see each other again soon, brother Nuntius Eshkari." A flash of brilliance, and Nuntius Eshkari nodded as the massive doors of unknown materials of this vessel closed, the white flames around it beginning to vibrate as it moved. "Sooner than you know, brother Osmond. Sooner than you know." With a glimmer of white flames, the wayward omniversal vessel began to move towards the golden portal. Inside of it, 2 gorgeous female Foundation autarchs walked side by side to Noah as they went towards the depths of this vessel. The trip to the Omniverse of the Protectors will take a few hours minimum, or over a day depending on any possible dangers we come across. We have many things for the unofficial Protector to enjoy within this vessel, and of course, don't be afraid to ask anything of us. Anything at all. Chapter 32:18 Outerversal Descent. 2. Their fur was covered with white and black brilliance as they spoke. The curves of their figures magnified as they smiled towards him, as existences whose very souls had achieved autarky. Their beauty was at the peak of any others in existence. Noah looked at them with interest as he spread his will across this vessel and replied, "Let's see the refreshments and food before anything else. And you can tell me more about the Omniverse of the Protectors. We are going to, of course, this way." He was led deeper into the vessel that was on its way to leave his natal Omniverse, a heavy and profound step forward for him. At the same time all of this was occurring, another body of his in the infinite Omniverse was accepting the entry of terrifying waves of outerversal authority. But nobody over here sensed anything. It was a time for many changes and entry into new places, the megalos beyond, and now, a journey towards another Omniverse. All of it was surreal as Noah felt like he was just getting started, and this feeling was all the more surreal when the memories of outerversal Morphon Ozymandias flowed into him, memories of the observer of old and young outerversal Morphon Fulax. How powerful was this being whose size was millions of times larger than him? If size was truly a comparison to power, then as far as he had currently come, there was still a long way to go, and when it came to power, Noah was very closely experiencing a very unique weaving of power at this time. He kept it isolated to the body within the infinite Omniverse, the coursing power of an outerversal Morphon, as well as the distinctions that came with its workings, the fact that with the system of existence of outerversal descent, he had become a delegatus of another version of himself within the megalos beyond. But what did this truly signify? The answers lay in the source itself. Where the version of himself that was the outerversal Morphon Ozymandias was born, the answers lay in the source itself. Where the version of himself that was the outerversal Morphon Ozymandias was born, within the megalos beyond, a titanic eye gazed at the taut pulsing line stemming from outerversal Morphon Ozymandias, glowing purple and blue silently as its own millions of tendrils floated serenely with grace and majesty. A successful search, selection, and binding of a delegatus outside of the megalos beyond in the span of less than a millionth of a megachronos. Something like this may not hold any meaning for others or carry tremendous significance to those with a different type of knowledge. The question was the manner in which the newly born outerversal Morphon achieved this feat. The weavings of the observer of old and young spread out as it stopped the voice of outerversal Morphon Tabitha and the silent gaze of the young light Morphon. It wanted to observe, surrounded by stellar obsidian radiance. The eyes of the wings of the outerversal Morphon Ozymandias pulsed as they reveled in the feedback of authority across the singular fishing line he had cast, which connected to another part of himself. Even though outerversal authority was flowing down into it, the size and power of Ozymandias here actually scaled upwards as well. Even though he was giving outerversal authority away, there was an overall net benefit to the existence of Ozymandias itself. It was a unique feedback in reality as it caused him to question, what was an outerversal Morphon? How could their power be defined? When Ozymandias looked at this closely, the first thing he noted was the high threshold of power for these beings. At birth, they already exceeded the power of any average autarch. At birth, they didn't have to go through any of the tedious initial steps on the path of power, nor spend eons or millions of years to get here. This begged the question of just how many there were across this megalos beyond, and in terms of their power. Could it truly be augmented and increased the more delegatus they obtained? When such daring truth regarding outer versal morphons danced in his mind, Ozymandias didn't sit still. The 9 halos behind him began to spin as at their very center. One thin tentacle after another began to form into a string into fishing lines that exited the center of the last halo and were cast down. Across the megalos beyond, they streaked down with beauty and horror as they seemed like tentacles seeking to latch onto the very weavings of existence themselves, and no sooner had they been cast down across the megalos beyond. They began to shine with brilliant purple-blue hue one after another, meaning every cast tentacle, every cast fishing line, each one had found a delegatus almost as quickly as they were cast. Of course, every single one went directly towards the infinite omniverse as after he himself was branded as his own delegatus. Noah wanted to test the extent of power and uniqueness of this outer versal authority as he directed the lines of connection to those who were already connected to him. Through his lineage, finding them from the megalos beyond was the easiest thing. He knew where every single one had their main bodies within the infinite omniverse as he started his tests with the enders of existence. Hyperion was the first as his draconic elephantine eyes blazed with complex brilliance, feeling this new power from the depths of his lineage as he didn't reject it. The lines of connection then proceeded towards other enders of existence as their legions were vast. After them, there were legions of illusory weavings and records of entities from eons past, each was moving about freely before moments later. A line of connection came down and changed everything, within the megalos beyond. Ozymandias now had thousands of taut lines cast down from the center of his halos, his body being encased in brilliance as he began to enlarge rapidly. As he did this, the tentacles of the observer of old and young buzzed. The worm-like visage of outer versal morphon Tabitha began to tremble as her voice was barely heard. The sign. The sign. When the day comes that a newly born morphon will bind existence the moment they seek it. Oh great Fulax, the sign. One particular outer versal morphon was going mad as she watched the nice simultaneous casting and binding of delegatus with Noah's actions. Chapter 32:19. A sign. A sign. These were the ravings of a powerful outer versal morphon as she observed the casting of lines and instant luminosity thereafter that indicated an extremely rapid process of Alea, an extremely rapid process of weighting one's weavings across the megalos beyond into other parts of existence and somehow being able to locate and bind a delegatus right away. How else could this be explained? In the vast knowledge of the outer versal morphon Tabitha, there was a shred of ancient words that many morphons that had lived over the cycles knew. It was so shocking to the outer versal morphon that she only gazed on in shock while repeating herself, the sign. When a newly born morphon will bind existence freely the moment they deemed it. The sign. She recalled what it all meant as she seemed to be in a trance, and the entity she was looking at, the one causing her to repeat her words like a broken record, he also seemed to be in a trance as more and more tentacles transformed into endless strings that were cast down. Moments later, these strings shone with a glorious luster as the size of outer versal morphon Ozymandias only increased exponentially. How could such a phenomenon be explained by the outer versal morphons? Were they supposed to suddenly think that somehow, the outer versal morphon Ozymandias before them was actually a part of an existence who ruled over an entire young omniverse, his lineage spread out to quintillions upon quintillions of beings that he was connected to all across the Alethian havens of this omniverse? Were they supposed to make a jump and think that somehow, such a being had reverse-engineered a pathway into the megalos beyond after watching the entry of outer versal morphon Janungagap, and this was what led to the current reality? Such thoughts would be utterly outlandish to make any jump towards, as of course the first and only thought in their minds was something they knew for many cycles now. Legends spread across the outer versal morphon, as outer versal morphon Tabitha repeated herself again and again. The young light morphon glowed brightly as she weaved her authority to interrupt while asking, "Great Mother Tabitha, what does such a sign mean? What did this sign mean?" The words woke outer versal morphon Tabitha out of her reverie as her worm-like figure buzzed while she echoed out, "A sign. That for better or worse, the megalos beyond is about to change." It has been said that when such a sign presents itself, it means the instrument of the final destruction or the final expansion of the megalos beyond across all of existence will have been born. Heavy words filled with oddities echoed out as the young light morphon squinted her singularities while asking carefully, "So do I see the instrument that will bring about destruction or expansion?" Her words were straightforward, but the visage of outer versal morphon Tabitha was not as straightforward as her many jagged teeth swirled with twists and turns. Many morphon across the cycles disagreed and argued about this as it was never explicitly stated. It is unknown as the origin of the instrument was never clarified. But what is clear is this sign that is unfolding right before us. Words that didn't make things any easier to understand echoed out as the young light morphon watched the ongoing scene carefully. She then came across a critical issue that she turned to outer versal morphon Tabitha and asked innocently, "Great Mother Tabitha, who spoke of these signs initially?" Why were they not asked to clarify? A simple question, but it was one that caused the worm-like visage of Tabitha to vibrate as she uttered out as if she were in a trance, "That ancient being. Has disappeared since then." They dash, hush now, the booming and thick voice of the observer of old and young echoed out as outer versal morphon Tabitha became quiet. The tendrils of his millions of tentacles had inadvertently covered everything around them, and they only came to a realization now as they realized everything around them was covered by the wriggling tentacles of the outer versal morphon Fulax as if they were endlessly twisting snakes. "You have spoken out a great deal and likely alerted others." Alas, that is how it was always meant to be. His deep voice held power in misery, weakness, and contentment, and even more in between as it was truly complex, but it was solid and without any doubts as it continued. "Let the child finish what he is doing. We will see then." The child, the outer versal morphon Ozymandias, who continued to cast out strings across the megalos beyond at this moment, all these strings crossing thin gaps left open by the observer of old and young as they stretched out across existence, in another area across the vastness of the megalos beyond. An entity of approximate size to the observer of old and young had millions of lines cast down to the megalos beyond. Her gaze filled with ancient brilliance as she had 3 crimson eyes shaped like 9-pointed stars. These eyes were attached to a massive visage that had the upper half of a humanoid entity, and a lower half that seemed to be a long trunk extending into countless roots across the megalos beyond. These roots pulsed at this moment as some of them captured in distinct weavings that could only be picked up by those with unique dispositions and power across the megalos beyond. The sign. Bind existence the moment they seek it. The sign, words that should have in no way reached such a vast distance did so, the weavings of terrifying authorities that were always keeping a lookout for anything to do with certain subjects picked it up. It was so terrifying that it could be something occurring in infinitely far distance within the megalos beyond, and yet if certain authorities were set up to pick something relating to a specific issue, so long as something related to it arose, those who set up these authorities would know. At this moment, heavy words spread that caused the countless roots of this massive outer versal morphon to flutter. Her 3 eyes burned with brilliance and began to spin. It wasn't entirely clear what she was about to do, but what thing was abundantly clear: certain words were uttered, and these certain words had begun to, ever so slowly, permeate across the megalos beyond. Chapter 32:20. A sign. 2. Across the megalos beyond, regions of unfathomable distance and power waited across, myriads of tentacles seethed with ever-confounding brilliance. In yet another region of such a place, a mass of obsidian tentacles by the millions seethed as they were very familiar. They were the tentacles of none other than the banished outer versal morphon Janungagap, who had one of his most prized delegatus lost due to a sudden unraveling of his existence that caused his power to leak out as he sought to use the opportunity to do something bold, something only possible with a few of his delegatus that he had raised to a high level of power. But it was all for naught. His delegatus was wasted while his entry was stopped before making significant gains. At times like these, it wanted significant gains. The sign, its countless massive tentacles wriggled and arose. There were so many that the form of outer versal morphon Janungagap could not be entirely made out, but these tentacles picked up something from a far distance within the megalos beyond as they began to buzz with activity. The sign, what they spoke out in the distant past cycles, weavings of possibilities. When outer versal morphon Janungagap remembered the words of that being, everyone idolized the being that disappeared to never be found many cycles ago. His tentacles began to crackle with obsidian brilliance. That entity was many things. A liar was not one of them. If from what they mentioned cycles ago would come was actually appearing now, it cannot be allowed. His voice dripped of brutality and ancientness as this mentality of his was made many cycles ago, a possible instrument for the destruction or expansion of the megalos beyond. Even if it was only a possibility, why take the risk when it came to the megalos beyond? And if it turned out he wasn't the instrument, or the words of that person never came to be, then it was just that. The countless tentacles began to move. Signs. There were many more things that person said, some that only a select few, in addition to outer versal morphon Janungagap, knew they could not be allowed to come to fruition. So, the erasure of any possible instruments is paramount. A daring declaration was made. and one of the oldest outerversal morphons within the megalos beyond began to move. How could the sensation be described? With every string he cast, with every fishing line he threw out that came to connect with the people that he was already connected to, he felt like he was giving a part of himself away, and yet this part was given back, plus a whole lot more, the weavings of outerversal descent and the workings of this system of existence are slowly being discerned. The input of existence from an outerversal morphon and onto any selected existence is cycled before the outerversal authority naturally multiplies and is returned in an amplified form back to the outerversal morphon. A unique point in the workings of the outerversal morphon, they didn't actually lose anything in this process, and they gained even more from it. Arriving at such a point, Noah came to a critical decision. In the infinite omniverse, his voice echoed out, how is the continuity of existential terraforming? The size and breadth of existence of the Alethian havens have so far more than tripled, with the process slowed down while seas of mana act as an anchor to stabilize everything. Once a determined stable safety factor has been ascertained, terraforming will resume again fully. He was answered succinctly as there was one last thing to confirm: any negative effects to the outerversal authority flowing into the infinite omniverse? The manifestation of the infinite omniverse had grasped onto the thread that came all the way from the megalos beyond as waves of outerversal authority had gushed out from it and into the infinite omniverse itself. But what did this do? A view of it would be much more astute. Part of his consciousness was taken elsewhere. He saw a portion of the vibrant halcyon sands of the dream Alethian haven, but in one area, these sands shone with a vibrant stellar obsidian hue reminiscent to the stellar obsidian brilliance of the megalos beyond. Preliminary tests show a high rate of conversion of the surrounding existence along with a rapid addition to the overall landmass of the infinite omniverse. And no negative effects have been discovered so far. It may actually be feasible, so Noah nodded and made up his mind as his voice echoed out again. Analyze all possible contingencies and prepare to receive a direct link from Ozymandias to the infinite omniverse, a shocking step. How was the infinite omniverse to grow and advance? Existential terraforming was one of them, even with its instability that was solved by using Noah as an anchor, but thereafter, was it going to devour and assimilate other omniverse? As of this moment, the answer was no. What was happening instead was the introduction to the megalos beyond as for the expansion of the infinite omniverse. The possibility of its expansion containing a semblance of the vastness of the megalos beyond came to be. And this possibility only came to be because of Noah's entry into the megalos beyond. What would its full effects be? What would the infinite omniverse become in the future if its constructs had weavings of the megalos beyond within it? Nobody could say for sure, but since its master gave the command, I will prepare everything, master, the infinite omniverse followed and started the weavings of a grandiose project, far from the infinite omniverse, tracing up the countless lines of connections that were dropping from the megalos beyond. The weavings of outerversal morphon Ozymandias felt all changes with pristine details. He also felt the many changes to his own body and surroundings of the area he was in within the megalos beyond, along with the ravings of the one known as outerversal morphon Tabitha. Chapter 32:21 Purpose. I, within the brilliance of the megalos beyond, a massive eye with a triangular pupil stretched out millions of tentacles to cover everything in this area. Enclosed within was a titanic worm-like outerversal morphon, a young light morphon, and the recently born outerversal morphon Ozymandias, whose body was enlarging at a rapid pace. The ravings of outerversal morphon Tabitha were also heard by outerversal morphon Ozymandias amidst his brilliance, ravings of the sign. So after thousands of tentacles were cast down across the megalos beyond from him as he successfully bound many enders of existence as delegates, he took a pause. He waited for the computations and analysis from the infinite omniverse on what would happen if he carried out a grand ordeal and observed his own changes as well as those receiving tendrils of outerversal authority within the infinite omniverse. His singularities that took the place of his eyes on his head blinked as he gazed around as if he were waking from a reverie, the eyes on the wings behind his back being even more brilliant. As he gazed around, so did those who had been watching him this whole time further scrutinize him. The voice of the observer of old and young was the first one to ring out towards him as he came to, "What is your purpose, young one?" His purpose. The observer of old and young had told him before that after performing Aliyah multiple times and expanding his knowledge of existence, his purpose would gradually form. So he had seen, thousands of lines were cast down as he bound multiple delegatus and attained their memories, hopes, dreams, and livelihoods for as long as they had lived. How did this inform his purpose? Outerversal Morphon Ozymandias gazed deeply into the burning triangular pupil, weavings of tendrils of outerversal authority seething around him as he spoke with surety. My purpose, the megalos beyond. Thousands of lines were cast down as he bound multiple delegatus and attained their memories, hopes, dreams, and livelihoods for as long as they had lived. Boom! How did this inform his purpose? The surrounding stellar obsidian space shook with brilliance. Off to the side, the worm-like body of outerversal Morphon Tabitha shook even more as she began raving again. The sign. The sign. Reality pulsed and distorted after a simple sentence was uttered. Noah spoke of it daringly as truly. After entering this megalos beyond, he wanted to see how much more expansive it was compared to the vast array of omniverse, and with the aid of the infinite omniverse, he may even be capable of taking the breadth and power of this megalos beyond. It was all to fulfill his own greed. His own overarching need for power that others would never come close to matching. But how would it be interpreted by these entities who seemed to already have preset prophecies that they were associating with him when he had nothing to do with them? The massive visage of the observer of old and young seemingly let out a sigh before its thick voice reverberated out. A clear purpose. One that is exactly the same as that entity many cycles ago. The reason for the ravings of outerversal Morphon Tabitha. She had begun again as her beliefs were only confirmed further when Ozymandias revealed his purpose that actually turned out to be the same as that entity all those cycles ago. The tendrils of outerversal Morphon Fulax wrapped around and protected everything currently to ensure the weavings of words were picked up and stretched out across the megalos beyond. His ancient voice leaking out again as his gaze remained on Ozymandias. I observe the old and young, Ozymandias. I have personally seen the births of millions of outerversal morphons over the cycles as most times I end things with observance. Other times, I do more than this. When I come across those with a unique purpose, I aid them. You have a unique purpose and are currently surrounded by lore that will make it very difficult for you to live past even a single cycle. Whether this lore relates to you truly or not cannot be said with surety, but it has now been linked to you regardless. Not much can be kept secret within the megalos beyond, much less something that relates to this that many sensitive beings already set up securities to hear about at any time it is mentioned across the megalos beyond. So, young one, will you take my aid as we ascertain certain lore and fables from many cycles ago? The aid of outerversal Morphon Fulax, a terrifying entity that is still millions of times larger than Ozymandias, with a level of power unknown and its stature across the megalos beyond. So of course, the wings of Ozymandias pulsed with brilliance as he nodded with contemplation. A choice was made. Outerversal Morphon Fulax gazed at Noah with scrutiny before tendrils of obsidian lightning flashed across its body, its massive size beginning to shrink. Take on the smallest and weakest form you can take. What we are about to do requires a level of stealth to ensure it goes smoothly. The smallest and weakest form, the massive body of the observer of old and young, which was larger than even domains of existence, shrank down tremendously as countless tentacles retreated into a small singularity, this singularity taking on a humanoid form, the smallest, the weakest possible form. It wasn't known what the observer of old and young based this on, but he transformed into the image of an old man with tan skin that shone with a bronze luster. Messy dark and white hair covered his head as he seemed hunched over, his hand thrusting out to weave millions of tentacles into a walking stick that he grasped and hit the pointed end on the space below him. Boom! A circular obsidian wave of light shot out that began to cover all of the surrounding space, twisting and disrupting everything as if all their tracks were being covered. Ozymandias himself looked at this scene as his body became smaller, the visible threads of thousands that sank across the megalos beyond disappearing as his authority allowed them to be visible or entirely invisible. Chapter 32:22 Purpose 2. The wings and 9 halos of crimson obsidian brilliance behind him retracted into his body. Purple and blue stellar brilliance flashed as he became shrouded in a purple robe that seemed to be made out of stars, his facial features becoming more defined as he gained more than just singularities for eyes. His skin still gave off an otherworldly feeling as it held a paint as if he was forged from millions of shattered cosmos, with his image almost melding with the obsidian stellar brilliance. All around the megalos beyond. Behind him, the figures of a shrewd woman adorned in a black dress and a pointed hat appeared, her fair face filled with wrinkles that would remind one of the segmentation of worms as her eyes his immeasurable brilliance. Beside her, a young woman with white light radiating in her surroundings floated, her visage adorned with a white dress as she held a profound sense of beauty and eyes that seemed filled with insatiable curiosity. With the visage of an old man with a cane leading at the front, Ozymandias in the middle, and Teo outerversal morphons in humanoid forms following from behind. Let us go. There are many we must make contact with and gather the support of if you are to last even a single cycle in these megalos beyond. Whether you have any connection to the one mentioned in long-forgotten fables or not will be ascertained in time. The old man took a step forward, and their surroundings instantly distorted as the stellar obsidian space below twisted and formed into a disk that carried all of them. From behind, the wrinkly visage of the old woman stared at Ozymandias as if she were looking at an object of taboo, her voice coming out in hushed tones as she asked, "Great Fulax, where do you have in mind? To even go across the megalos beyond, where and who would they go to?" The observer of old and young remained placid as the stellar obsidian disk below them began to move, his voice steady and filled with depth as he replied. The clan that entity stemmed from. They should have records more comprehensive than anyone else, and if there even stands a chance that the time their predecessor talked about has come, they will not hesitate to throw their weight behind the sign. In the corner of his eyes, he gazed at Ozymandias as he sighed internally, something so recently born and now, it would be thrust into the center of fables that it may have nothing to do with, poor thing. This was the thought of outerversal morphon Fulax as he went forward. Their figures warping across the megalos beyond and heading towards a specific destination, even though Fulax felt empathic at the woes and dangers to come to this young one. He still went forward regardless, as this was his job. He was the observer of old and young, and he embarked on a journey that even he didn't know what ending it could have. Far from the distant megalos beyond, a vessel tore across the weavings of existence and non-existence with tumultuous storms capable of shredding even a Foundation autarch raging outside of it. But inside, calmness and wonder were all that could be found. Within, the figure of Noah was seated on a large white throne, a curved transparent circular screen showing him the deadly storms of existence and non-existence raging outside as the vessel powered on, made from the materials found on a unique omniverse and the carapace of the worms of existence. This vessel can cross unfettered from one omniverse and into the next with ease. You'll come across the forgers of the Commonwealth who design constructs like this and the Wheel of Weaving sooner rather than later. Besides Noah, two female simians gazed towards him with glazed eyes as none of their seductive efforts had succeeded, with Noah only asking for more information regarding the Commonwealth and nothing else, as his devilish apathy only made a challenge for these simians seem more enticing. But their efforts were bound to end in failure, as in the next moment, the vessel began to pulse and radiated waves of authority while the scene of storms around them faded, an encompassing multicolored radiance pulsing out from all around as a major jump was made. The flow of weavings rapidly changed, and Noah's own weavings alerted him first even before the surrounding reality constructed itself all around. The weavings of another omniverse have been discovered, space twisted, and re-established itself, as if lights had been turned on. Stellar rays of verdant brilliance stretched out as far as the eyes could see. In the surroundings, the allure of an endless void filled with vibrant stellar green roots appeared, these roots stretching out for light years. The vessel floated silently as it went towards a construct seemingly made from nature, a construct that looked like a flower with incandescent verdant petals the size of domains of existence shining with glory. Other vessels could be seen floating around this space, along with auras of many terracosm and paracosm entities. In the far distance, the massive construct of another Wheel of Weavings could be seen, its structure taking on the same verdant hue of the surroundings as it seemed different in color but exactly the same in structure like the Wheel of Weavings within Noah's natal omniverse. Apart from it, other constructs were stretching out in between the ever-present verdant roots that seemingly filled all of this omniverse. The vessel went towards the center of one of the nearby verdant petals of the massive flower the size of an existential domain, approaching a flat space where other vessels were stationed. At the very front of this area, three apogee autarchs floated with their hands behind their backs as they gazed towards the vessel that Noah was flying in with. "We welcome you to the omniverse of the Protectors. The omniverse where the sharpest swords of the Commonwealth are forged." Omniverse X9, the female simians beside him spoke in synchrony as Noah appeared in another omniverse for the first time. Chapter 3223, Protector Osmont. Within the omniverse of the Protectors, coming out of a vessel with two Foundation autarchs in tow, Noah's will cover the few light years nearby as the fantastical structures and number of auras truly distinguished themselves, with one piece of important information presenting itself at this moment with clarity. And that was the glimpse of the power of the Commonwealth. They were within the omniverse of the Protectors, and the one thing Noah observed after arriving here was the sheer number of powerful entities at the autarchical level of existence. His expression remained calm as he counted just the ones he could feel the auras of within the areas where one's will wasn't restricted, and he counted 1344. 1344 autarchs. Some were within the verdant Wheel of Weavings, others stretched out in some of the many unique constructs stretched out in the surroundings, and others were within this massive blooming flower with verdant petals. This was a terrifying number that showed a glimpse of the power of the Commonwealth. And the surroundings of this place only added to the intrigue. He didn't know how much existential terraforming had occurred, but the richness and potency of the surrounding existence was so great that just by being in this space, one could feel their existence soothed. Ahead of him, 3 royal existential omniversal simians stood with their hands behind their backs, their bodies emanating the powerful aura of apogee autarchs as the one in the center, a simian with pure white fur all around, was the one to speak out. Prime Citizen Osmont. Who shall now take the steps to become Protector Osmont. Welcome to the omniverse of the Protectors, a smile on the simian facial features that seemed to hold a trace of seriousness. With a flicker of his hands, a white portal bloomed behind them. The apogee autarchs proceeded to step into this portal, Noah following along as the 2 simian females that had been escorting him this whole time bowed while staying behind. His existence passed through the white portal fearlessly as he felt himself pulled towards the depths of this flower-like construct, reality reconstructing itself around him rapidly as he appeared in a much smaller domain. He gazed up to see cloudy skies as drops of rain drizzled on his face, each drop carrying with it tremendous vitality and life force as it seemed to contain the pure nectar of existence itself. His existence passed through the white portal fearlessly as he felt himself pulled towards the depths of this flower-like construct, reality reconstructing itself around him rapidly as he appeared in a much smaller domain. He gazed up to see cloudy skies as drops of rain drizzled on his face, each drop carrying with it tremendous vitality and life force as it seemed to contain the pure nectar of existence itself, akin to the fruits of existence that could bloom within his omniverse. This rain itself seemed to be highly concentrated weavings of existence that were so pure that one could absorb them on their skin as they fell. Around him, the drops of rain fell on lush grasslands, with colorful trees budding with unique fruits stretched out around small rising mountains. The white portal placed him on a path filled with cobblestones that ascended towards a small mountain which everything was centered on. And one could see a small dilapidated house made from straws and mud. The 3 apogee autarchs were already standing in front of this dilapidated cottage, their bodies bent in a bowing motion towards an old man who sat in front of a chessboard. The old man gave a nod of recognition to them before he raised his head and smiled towards Noah's figure in the distance. When Noah saw this being, his eyes shone with somberness as he came across an entity not within the bounds of the existential Dominium realm. The uniqueness and pressure of this being placing him in the omniversal realm. Noah took a step to appear before this entity as unlike the apogee autarchs, he merely gave a nod of recognition. An action that the apogee autarchs became stern at, but the old man only smiled and waved his hands as he invited Noah to sit on the mat opposite him, a new protector. A special one at that, as you were capable of unveiling an agent of anti-life. How are you able to do that, by the way? His voice vibrated with power. He seemed disconnected from the surrounding reality as uniquely. This old man's disposition was entirely human without an ounce of the simian fur. Noah looked at this being and replied calmly, I made the same discovery as everyone else today. My authority attacked with the intent of disrupting and causing dissonance in the weavings of existence of my enemy. This so-called agent of anti-life reacted so badly to my attack that it seemingly caused dissonance between him and whatever he was connected to. Noah described the process of utilizing the miniaturized fat monkey smoothly as the old man in front of him nodded while stroking his beard. His fair skin glinted with brilliance, his dark and white hair messy as the simple white robes he wore made him look like a hermit from eons past. That simple thing you just described is precisely the type of talent needed at a time like this. Tell me, Osmont, what do you know on the subject of anti-life? Or anti-existence? The old man asked simply while moving a chess piece, and in their immediate surroundings. Illusory screens flashed into existence that displayed fantastical scenes. Noah looked at these scenes while shaking his head in a reply, not much aside from what I saw today. He lied easily as there was no mention of how at this moment, he could be considered someone belonging to the camp of anti-life more than anyone else. The old man nodded at this as he began to explain the scenes playing out around them. Existence is vast. Vaster than any of us can ever imagine. We don't know the number of omniverse out there, we don't know the possible number of existences whether living or dead. There is a lot we do not know, but we do know about them routinely destroying weavings of existence en masse. We know of those who seek to destroy life in totality, and those who simply wish to deny existence in totality. As he spoke, the illusory screens showing titanic worms of existence and outerversal morphons became larger and even clearer. Chapter 32-24 Protector Osmont. 2. The rain came down heavily, each drop passing through the illusory screens as everything nearby was filled with boundless weavings of existence. One screen showed a massive segmented worm with wide-open jaws that were devouring the surrounding omniverse, a dozen royal existential omniversal simians surrounding it and unleashing waves of brilliant attacks. Another screen showed millions of crimson tentacles wrapping around clusters of domains of existence. An aura of decay spreading as a group of draconians were caught within its grasp, their life quickly fading away as they were turned into mindless entities moments later that attacked their own people. They made designations for anti-life and anti-existence, but for me it's really all the same. The old man at the omniversal realm continued as the scenes shown on the illusory screens became all that more graphic. One scene in particular showed an entity that seemed like this old man before him, adorned in a multicolored armor, with dozens of stacked circles radiating pure white lightning rotating around him as he released heavy blasts of power against an outline of a titanic outerversal morphon. The white lightning joined together to form multiple wheels that spun with interminable glory, grinding down thousands of tentacles with ferocity and valor. The area around them was laid to waste as Noah actually saw the surroundings gain a tint of the stellar obsidian hue of the megalos beyond. Countless tentacles surged out in anger and defiance as they continued to be burnt by white lightning, the multicolored armament on this being's body seemingly supporting him amidst the deteriorating existence as he actually managed to push back this outerversal morphon. The worms of existence are destructive and a tremendous threat, but at least their minds only have the thought of destruction, as with many sacrifices over the eons. It is easy to face them. But these monstrosities of anti-life, their purpose does not seem to simply be destruction. They're more complex. Their reach goes far as across the omniverse. They have already stained an unknown number of entities as their agents. They offer strength and power, and many accept it without fully knowing the results that will come from it. They don't just destroy, as they alter entire omniverse to their will, and do things that most of us cannot analyze or understand. Outerversal morphons, they call themselves. Outerversal. A term that if anyone tells you they can truly define, they don't know anything. To this day, I do not understand them. But, if there are more protectors capable of identifying agents of such beings. The old man moved his gaze from the chessboard before him and locked on Noah. All the things he had talked about were actually things that Noah knew very well, especially the idea of altering entire omniverse to their wills. The old man moved his gaze from the chessboard before him and locked on Noah. All the things he had talked about were actually things that Noah knew very well, especially the idea of altering entire omniverse to their wills, what he was trying to do right now. As he looked at the possibility of binding his infinite omniverse under his identity of outerversal morphon, Ozymandias would undoubtedly have grand consequences in the future to come, but he simply took in all the waves of information he received as he asked with inquisitiveness before this being continued his monologue. Who are you? A humanoid entity that royal existential omniversal simians bowed down to, someone who the newest recruits of the Protectors were taken to once arriving at the omniverse of the Protectors. This old man smiled at Noah's question as he shook his head. Just an old man that has been fighting for too long. You can call me Eudemus. You can call me the Old Protector. Some kids even play around and call me the Shield of the Commonwealth. But all I am is someone who has seen too many eons of battle and wishes to bring them to an end. Too many omniverses have been destroyed, and too many lives have ended. And there is no victory in sight, as truly, it had to end. Whether through peace, whether through annihilation, whatever way possible. Will you help me achieve that? If you can replicate what you did on that arena and begin sniffing out agents of anti-life across the myriad omniverse, you will make great contributions to existence itself. And of course, you can ask for anything your heart desires. The Shield of the Commonwealth, the entity standing atop the myriad protectors of the Commonwealth, was actually not a royal existential omniversal simian, and he sought to add another protector under his banner to further his aim of ending an endless war, but the words he uttered were very crucial as they could provide vastly different results. Whether through peace or annihilation. He wanted things to end. Noah looked at this being and gave a light nod of affirmation. I will fight on behalf of existence. HUUM. His words caused an eruption of power as they could mean any myriad of things depending on who listened to them. He would fight on behalf of existence. Not on behalf of the Commonwealth. Not on behalf of anybody else, but on the side of existence. They could easily be taken the wrong way, but the Shield of the Commonwealth smiled as he waved his hands to reveal a floating sword between him and Noah. Good. You can now officially be deemed a protector of the Commonwealth, and to show you what awaits in store should you perform in an exemplary manner. This is a piece of a shattered omniverse that was forged into a sword. An omniversal armament. Familiarize yourself with it, as it should help you bridge the power of most protectors, and then you can get ready to be deployed to omniverse rife with war and decimation. Maybe, just maybe, you could be a breath of change in this eon to come. Protector Osmont, an omniversal armament, the shield of the Commonwealth, Eudemus, offered such a wonderful as the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor was officially deemed a protector of the Commonwealth. A unique armament has been discovered. Within Noah's mind, prompts had already begun to rise as his hand reached out to grasp the multicolored sword. His distinctions as the weaver moved rapidly as they sought to understand everything quickly. Chapter 32:25 Odessos, the grave of the great Beyonder. Kusanagi, omniversal cleaver, a product made from a carefully preserved portion of a shattered omniverse. It holds potent weavings of existence within it and the rank of an average omniversal armament forged by a blacksmith whose weavings resonate and emanate that of an omniverse itself. With a small input of existential authority, Kusanagi will release 10 times the output while adding in trace amounts of omniversal authority. With the input of omniversal authority, the true form of Kusanagi can be revealed, its edge sharp enough to cleave small parts of an omniverse. By merely holding it, your circulation, generation, and regeneration of existential authority increases by 1000%. With every existence put to rest with Kusanagi, you will accumulate omniversal rage points that can be released as an instantaneous blast of omniversal rage all around you. The more points accumulated before the release, the more potent the release will be. A daring weapon. Noah grasped it in his hands as instantly his atlas of existence buzzed with activity. Tendrils of multicolored brilliance surged from the sword and onto his hands. His atlas of existence that now had 2 mundus of power covered with brilliance spinning just a little bit faster. This weapon alone and the entity who made it were both extremely distinguished as they harnessed the power of an omniverse into an extremely small tool. The omniversal weapon, Kusanagi, has been fully analyzed. After being broken down, it is possible to mass-produce sword-type omniversal armaments like it from the infinite omniverse. Further analysis leads to the assertion that as of this moment, omniversal armaments can begin their design and planning for future production within the infinite omniverse. Others had omniversal armaments, yes, but he had a genuine omniverse under his belt, as he could even attack an enemy with the terrifying weight and breadth of this omniverse. It was one of his strongest possible attacks that came at a great cost, but it gave him confidence against any apogee autarch, and also made him surge with a challenging light against any omniversal realm entities he would come to meet as enemies. Would they be able to withstand being smashed with the breadth of the entire infinite omniverse? The first weapon under design and planning in the infinite omniverse is one suited to you, making it easier and less costly to release the breadth of the infinite omniverse onto your enemies. After analysis, the modification of ruination into an innate omniversal armament has been deemed as the most opportune sequence to handle the load of the infinite omniverse in your own authority. The voice of the infinite omniverse rang out in Noah's mind as many things began to be planned the moment he first came across an omniversal armament. Eudemus smiled while nodding to the 3 apogee autarchs beside him. Take Protector Osmond to meet those within the newly established Equestris protectors. After some acclimating, be ready for deployment at any time. The last set of words were spoken to Noah as he rose. The drops of rain smashed onto the chessboard and cottage atop this small mountain as the concentration of existence became all that much more potent. But he nodded towards the shield of the Commonwealth and followed the 3 apogee autarchs that he found were looking at the weapon he was given with a sharp light. Within moments, they disappeared into the same light portal they came from, as only an old man was left in this unique domain. The rain that fell on him was instantly absorbed into his skin as he had a shrewd smile, his eyes radiating a piercing light as he looked where Noah had disappeared from. Another one that I cannot see the future of. Interesting. A few words. After they were uttered, everything faded to oblivion. Within Noah's natal omniverse, inside the wheel of weavings where the golden sands of the gladiators' arena were seeing even more blood. Unbelievable. The omniversal Ankira of this omniverse is standing toe-to-toe with a past champion from this very same arena. He is single-handedly taking back the glory after the successive losses his compatriots faced. As the matches within the gladiators' arena continued, more powerful autarchs came out as Piety, Lilith, and Kazuhiko were among the few who were already knocked out. But one being continued to blaze with brilliance, Imperium, the omniversal Ankira of this omniverse. His golden hair flowed freely in the skies as he stood opposite an apogee autarch, his eyes burning with golden flames. The stronger this omniverse became, the more existential terraforming that continued. The more powerful he became. What about this was not understood? Behind the Imperium Autarch, multiple autarchical omniversal authorities floated grandly as he echoed out coldly, come, causality, space, and even time were freely distorted at an existential level, a heavy battle blooming. Within the megalos beyond, standing atop an obsidian disk, Ozymandias followed the lead of the observer of old and young. While the figures of a young light Morphon and outer versal Morphon Tabitha who continued to spare glances towards him every now and then, but his dazzling face was that of extreme focus as the potent power of an outer versal Morphon coursed through him. This whole time, he sought to quantify the power of outer versal Morphons, what outer versal authority actually signified. He knew that an outer versal entity at birth held the terrifying power of an autarch, but this was too vague and not entirely accurate. The physiology was too different. The weavings of existence were too distinct. As an outer versal Morphon, he understood this unique type of power the most as after acclimating with it and thoroughly breaking it down. The power of an outer versal Morphon has been quantified and broken down. The basis of power of an outer versal Morphon consists of megalos regnum and outer versal physiology. The basis of power of these terrifying beings waiting across the megalos beyond was broken down into two parts, megalos regnum and outer versal physiology, two parts that made the power of outer versal Morphons whole. Chapter 32:26 Odessos, the grave of the great Beyonder. 2. Megalos regnum, a comprehensive quantification relating to the influence, reign, and achievements within the bounds of the megalos beyond. It is broken into numerical levels to distinguish how far one has advanced their megalos regnum, and how much further they have to go until the next demarcation of regnum, outer versal physiology, a comprehensive quantification closely related to the number of delegatus a Morphon has bound, along with a relation to the influence, reign, and achievements outside the bounds of the megalos beyond. It is broken down into numerical levels to distinguish how far one has advanced their outer versal physiology, and how much further they have to go until they elevate to the next level and undergo outer versal evolvera. These were the two aspects that showed the power of an outer versal Morphon, and Noah was currently just starting out as a newly born Morphon. His will gazed at the quantification of this strength that could be displayed in his mind whenever he wished. Megalos regnum echelon 1, 10/100. Outer versal physiology echelon 1, 95 out of 100. A visualization of where he was currently at, of the two sources of power that made an outer versal Morphon. Ozymandias was much more advanced with his outer versal physiology, nearly reaching the next echelon of power due to the sheer number of delegatus he bound. Along with other factors he was still getting clarification on, the source of power of megalos regnum was much lower, with him just entering the megalos beyond as he didn't truly have any sort of reign or influence. The only reason for the increased value of 10 was due to how events had unfolded with outer versal Morphon Fulax and Tabitha, with him gaining their favor as they looked at what he was able to do as a sign. But he now quantified and clearly knew the distinction of power of outer versal Morphons. He now knew how to elevate it. All that was left was for him to do what he did best, to send past these levels of power with speed that would make others question their own existence. We are here. And we luckily did not have any unforeseen forces stop us along the way. Up front, the voice of outer versal Morphon Fulax echoed out as the obsidian disk they were on that was rapidly distorting space slowed down, eventually coming to a stop near an area that shone with a distinct brilliance. Unlike the stellar obsidian hue covering the vast stretches of the megalos beyond, the area ahead of them had a translucent crimson barrier stretching out in all directions. The barrier felt impenetrable even by the strongest outer versal Morphon, or at the very least Ozymandias felt that his current self could not pierce through this barrier freely if he wished. Nothing could be seen beyond it. But the moment they came near, the observer of old and young radiated his aura outwards. An instant later, a portion of the barrier fluctuated as a circular singularity bloomed into an opening, and a titanic figure of an entity with an elongated body and a stellar obsidian crimson head sticking out at the very top appeared. On the head, no facial characteristics apart from two eyes that blazed with white light could be seen, this elongated being showing two limbs that closely resembled arms, with their lower body extending out and almost melding with the glory of the megalos beyond around them. On one of the limbs resembling a hand, this entity grasped a glowing crystal ball that seemed to be swirling with unfathomable waves of existence within. Their weavings came out in the form of an intent. "O great Fulax, this is a most welcome surprise. Please, come in." The observer of old and young seemed to hold a great status as they were invited into the opening of the stellar crimson translucent barrier. Fulax gave a light nod as the disk they were on moved once more, with Ozymandias gazing at everything with sharp eyes as it was all under observation and analysis. He had quantified and broken down the power of outer-versal morphons into two aspects as he knew them about himself, but now, he was analyzing and seeking to break down this quantification for the outer-versal morphons around him. Outer-versal morphon Fulax and Tabitha were far too powerful for him to get an accurate grasp. But the young light morphon behind him was already nearing the last stages of analysis as he would see her progression within the first echelon of outer-versal physiology in Megalos regnum soon enough, and now, they arrived at a place where even more samples revealed themselves for him. He was bound to greatly increase his knowledge of outer-versal morphons and the Megalos beyond, as after passing through the translucent crimson barrier, it felt like a brand new reality unfolded before his eyes. We welcome you back to Odessos, the grave of the great beyonder, O great Fulax, waves of radiance unfolded, the translucent barrier behind them closed as ahead, the fantastical brilliance of massive stellar crimson pillars floating in space could be seen stretching out for light years. Actually, even this was false, as they weren't simply floating, with Ozymandias noticing a small incremental movement of these massive pillars that seemed to be following the pull of an endlessly humongous organ that held many openings. On top of the rotating pillars, the aura of outer-versal morphons similar to the one who had invited them in could be felt, each shone with differing stellar hues for their bodies, with their round heads only burning with two singularities for eyes as many of them turned towards their newly arriving figures. But what was more astonishing was that Ozymandias could feel even more auras of outer-versal morphons within the depths of the obsidian crimson organ surrounded by these massive pillars of brilliance. They had arrived in Odessos, the grave of the great beyonder. Please, if you will follow me into the heart of misery. The lady has heard of your arrival and welcomes you into the heart of misery. With steady steps, Ozymandias plunged into a domain he knew very little about as a fantastical new reality unfolded around him. Chapter 32:27 Odessos, the grave of the great beyonder. 3. Odessos, the grave of the great beyonder, inside the heart of misery, in an area that shone with a radiant crimson brilliance, with the surroundings feeling like the interior of a pulsating artery or vein of something that was alive and well. The lining of the surroundings was sleek and oddly slippery. But there was one central area that had budding rose petals on the floor. On these budding rose petals, two unique outer-versal morphons could be seen. The skin of the larger one shone with a deep stellar crimson hue as if she were carved from another part of the Megalos beyond, her form being a cluster of pulsing tentacles that formed into two masses of circles connected by a singularity in between, while the skin of the smaller one shone with the exact glow of the obsidian stellar brilliance of the Megalos beyond, as she at times would nearly meld with the surroundings. It was only due to the two blinding white singularities that represented her eyes on her head that one could make out her outline. She held limbs and a form leaning more towards humanoid in nature, much of it covered with an obsidian garment as nothing within could be seen. But there were two tentacles sprouting from the top of her head and cascading past her shoulders that gave her a unique distinction. The older entity spoke out with her intent as in her own way. She seemed to be gazing at the younger outer-versal morphon with care. Out of all those born across the past cycles, you have the greatest purity and likeness to the great beyonder. Your purpose. Your weavings. The connection of your physiology to the Megalos beyond itself. All of it points to a greater purpose that I have been telling you to be ready for this whole time. The older voice spoke out with care, and the outer-versal morphon with the likeness of a humanoid form blinked with her singularities while nodding respectfully. Yes, great mother. The singularities lit up her face as even though she held no nose or mouth, her beauty was unfathomable to one's eyes. That time may be coming. Whispers of a sign have begun to spread as along with them. The observer of old and young is making his way here. There are no coincidences. Watch carefully, and if you feel anything, let me know. Oh Aspasia, this unique entity nodded her head as moments later, an area far ahead of them twisted before an opening was made on the sleek surface, the smooth muscular lining retracting as the figures of outer-versal morphon Fulax, Tabitha, a young light morphon, and Ozymandias made their entry while led by a native outer-versal morphon of this grave of the great beyonder. As soon as he did his task of bringing them where they should be, this morphon bowed while leaving. The observer of old and young went forward freely with his hands behind his back, still in the form of an old man, as he nodded towards the older outer-versal morphon, who took on the form of two circles connected by a singularity, almost adopting an infinity symbol. It has been some time, great mother. As he spoke, Fulax gave a quizzical gaze towards the visage of Aspasia beside this being. Far too long, great Fulax. What brings you to our little abode? What could make the great Fulax move? Was it as she expected? Was it due to, I moved because of whispers? Because of the appearance of the one who can bind existence instantly the moment they begin? Aliyae, WAA, words that caused the Great Mother to tremble were uttered out as her tentacles expanded and contracted, a fervent light flashing on her as she asked, "These whispers. Have you seen the one in question yourself? Do you know where dash?" Her intent came to a stop as the observer of old and young raised his hand and pointed towards the brilliant stellar visage of Ozymandias. "I've brought the one in question to you. I figured the devout followers of the great Beyonder may be able to confirm things and shed some clarity more than anyone else." The Great Mother was covered with a grander fervent light as she instantly warped to appear before Ozymandias, his stellar brilliance, the purple-blue radiance on some parts of his skin, the crimson-black stellar hue on others. His white singularities for eyes. The more she looked at him, the more mysterious he seemed, as even with the profound pressure the Great Mother emanated, the singularities of this being didn't even flicker, there wasn't even an ounce of fear. Could it truly be? Her many tentacles pulsed. "Hello, young one. Can you show me?" she voiced out towards Ozymandias. Ozymandias, who looked at this being and all the other outerversal morphon he came across as he continued to compile more data and information that would soon make an omniversal quantification of power more complete. He could feel her expectations, her belief on something she had held onto for who knew how many cycles. He had no problem playing on this misunderstanding. With a light nod, his white singularities blinked and closed momentarily as behind him, 9 halos of tentacles flashed and began to swirl. Within their very center, hundreds of threads of tentacles began to form. Tentacles turned into fine threads as to the ever-increasing shock of those watching. Ozymandias cast these hundreds of threads behind him, these threads crossing the sleek surface below them as if it didn't even exist and stretched down far towards the megalos beyond. It was an astonishing scene, as commonly a single fishing line would be cast before an outerversal morphon bound a delegatus, with some even failing. While most took a long span of time, but Ozymandias released hundreds of fine tentacles all at once, and not even a moment after they were cast, they began to glow with a glorious purple-blue glow one after another night simultaneously, as of the few hundred strings, not a single one was dull. The visage of the Great Mother stumbled backwards in utter shock and elation. Chapter 32:28 Odessos, the grave of the Great Beyonder. 4. The observer of old and young became even more stern while outerversal morphon Tabitha began to whisper under her breath, "The sign. Simultaneous casting and binding of existence." No outerversal morphon could do this as when one who could do it appeared. The Great Beyonder had left behind many terrifying words when such a sign came. Amidst the shock of others, Ozymandias didn't stop. Hundreds more tentacles formed into fine lines that were cast across the megalos beyond and straight towards his infinite omniverse, more and more enders of existence becoming bound to him even further as delegatus. He didn't stop because he could see the visible progress of his outerversal physiology. At this moment, the process was tremendously close to elevating to the next echelon. It was outerversal physiology echelon 1, 99/100. It was almost there. The glow of purple-blue brilliance only intensified from him as the Great Mother stumbled back with even greater elation at the scene. Her tentacles pulsing and beginning to radiate crazed laughter. After all this time. After all those cycles. Oh Great Beyonder. Are you watching this? Her words radiated ancient frustration and longing, with Ozymandias shining with even grander brilliance before her as within moments, thousands of lines were cast down as they glowed with glory. Until, boom, the space above Ozymandias cracked. From the crack, the weavings of the megalos beyond could be seen as their stellar obsidian brilliance turned into a malleable river at this moment. No way. Outerversal morphon Tabitha cursed under her breath at the scene. He was just born, she screamed out the stern reality in shock as this being that was just born was actually undergoing his first outerversal sanctification. Your outerversal physiology has reached the maximum value and is currently undergoing an evolution of its echelon. The resource for the evolution of one's echelon seems to be the weavings of the megalos beyond themselves. The value of your megalos regnum has increased by 2. The value of your megalos regnum has increased by 3. Many prompts flashed within the mind of Ozymandias as above him, it felt like the megalos beyond itself was filling up his existence as if it were a vessel. The rivers of liquefied megalos beyond acted like a catalyst, like a fuel that burned and elevated the very physiology and authority of the outerversal morphon that was Ozymandias. His body was compressed to become more compact, and at the same time, he knew that the maximum size he could take was increasing rapidly. What he could do as an outer-versal morphon was being expanded, a large part of the obsidian stellar brilliance cascading into and flowed towards the center of his chest, something heavy blooming in such a place, akin to an engine being born. His form became even more regal as after the sanctification by the weavings of rivers of megalos beyond, his skin now fully carried a stellar obsidian tint, his white singularities being the only thing contrasting this brilliant darkness. By the time he blinked, the details of his physiology had changed in his mind. Outerversal Physiology Echelon 2, 1/10,000, Outerversal Organs. Your outerversal physiology has attained a budding outerversal heart. With it, you begin to generate tremendous levels of pure outerversal authority that course across your existence, and the excess forms an innate outerversal veil that masks and defends you against your enemies. The stronger your outerversal physiology becomes, the more outerversal organs will be formed, and the stronger already existing outerversal organs become, an elevation of an echelon in terms of his outerversal physiology. Due to elevation, he naturally unlocked the feature of outerversal organs as the level of power he wielded was steadily rising. And this was only the beginning. He had yet to bind the infinite omniverse, as he was only waiting for all calculations to show absolutely no chance of errors or possible mistakes before he proceeded with it. The only setback was the value needed before the next echelon of outerversal physiology could elevate, 10,000. Reaching the cap of 100 of the first echelon had taken tens of thousands of bound delegatus, and he innately sensed that accumulating this value the higher up he went would be more arduous, with the contribution of delegatus aiding to its increase slowly reducing the higher up it went. But he wasn't too worried about this. There were quintillions of beings in his infinite omniverse. By the time he bound all of them, just where would he be in terms of his physiology? Astonishing. As his transformation came to an end, the Great Mother came close to him as a dozen tentacles erupted from her that came inches away from his skin, but never fully touching him, as if she didn't dare to. In the distance, the observer of old and young raised his brows as he voiced out calmly, "Well, is he truly the sign? And can it be inferred that he is the instrument of the final destruction or expansion of the megalos beyond?" His words poured cold water over the austere surroundings as the Great Mother's tentacles became stern. She looked with dissatisfaction towards outerversal morphon Fulax before she voiced out. The words the Great Beyonder left before disappearing were many, and they all favored expansion and never before seen brilliance of the megalos beyond. And he is undoubtedly the sign that was promised all those cycles ago. As for whether he is the instrument itself, the Great Mother stopped, her tentacles turned behind her. On the crimson-red petals at the center of this domain, where a humanoid outerversal morphon with magisterial beauty had remained silent and calm this whole time, little Aspasia here will be able to confirm for us. She holds the purest form of inheritance of the Great Beyonder, and carries their will inside her body. She will be able to BOM. An immeasurably heavy explosion carried by intense vibrations echoed out. The gaze of the Great Mother became stern while the observer of old and young sighed. Moments later, the smooth muscular linings of this domain once more opened as the outerversal morphon who had led the party of Ozymandias here came in and spoke with a bow to Great Mother. "A few heretical morphons have gathered outside Beyonder's boundary. They seek forceful entry to confirm whether we know anything regarding the sign." There were those who believed in the words of the Great Beyonder with hope and valor, and there were those who believed in them, but they were not filled with hope, based on what was at stake. They interpreted the words of the Beyonder in a different way, the instrument that would bring destruction or expansion. They could erase it before it began budding, as this would keep the state of the megalos beyond as it was. The followers of the Great Beyonder referred to them as the heretical morphons, chapter 3229a following, heretical morphons. The Great Mother released her intent with a hum, as one could innately feel like her tentacles forming the body of an infinity symbol were smiling on all angles. Ever since Ozymandias ascertained the weavings of the sign, her entire demeanor had changed as a reverential look of utmost belief took over her entire existence. Any efforts they make will be obsolete. Once the sign appears, everything that comes after cannot be stopped. The future that the Great Beyonder painted will undoubtedly unfold in a glorious direction. She spoke with such confidence and valor that the outerversal morphon who was acting as the messenger paused and blinked before he continued. "But Great Mother, dozens of heretical morphons have already gathered. Some of them with the distinctions of great, just like you. They will struggle endlessly, but what is meant to pass?" The Great Mother spoke reverentially as tendrils left her body to caress the obsidian radiance radiating from Ozymandias. "Child, there are many things that are coming. If I can give you any advice, it is that you must trust yourself absolutely. You should still be forming your purpose as you are told that you are a sign, and even possibly the instrument that the great Beyonder spoke of. Can you humor an old thing like me and trust in the possibility of this? Can you shed light on who you are? She asked earnestly. Ozymandias looked at this entity who seemed to have found something she had been looking for all her life, sighing internally as he knew that he wasn't some promised chosen or instrument, but it seemed his path of power could be streamlined if he took on this identity. After all, part of the power of an outerversal morphon was the megalos regnum. The influence and achievements within the megalos beyond. If he rose to become some grand instrument that terrifying entities looked for or feared, this would naturally aid in his influence and achievements, so he looked at the Great Mother and spoke out calmly with his intent. I am Ozymandias, and my purpose is the megalos beyond itself. In this, I have no doubt. Simple words. And yet, the Great Mother vibrated with euphoria as her intent echoed out. His purpose was the megalos beyond itself. Did this not conform with the instrument that would expand the megalos beyond in a way nobody could even imagine? The weavings of the Great Mother became even more potent as she began to direct things commandingly. Little Aspasia, we will leave you to ascertain with surety the distinction of Ozymandias. Since he is for sure the sign, from this day forth, he shall be distinguished as the dream of the Beyonder, the young master of the grave of the great Beyonder. Boom, a grandiose distinction. The moment it came, Noah's body radiated with obsidian luminescence as many prompts arose. You have gained the distinction of the dream of the Beyonder. Your influence within a concentrated area of the megalos beyond has risen greatly. The value of your megalos regnum has increased by 80. The value of your megalos regnum has increased by 200. The value of your megalos regnum has increased by 950. The value of your megalos regnum has exceeded the limits of the first echelon. Limitations were broken. Above, space was cut open once more as incandescent rivers of the megalos beyond gushed onto Ozymandias. Megalos regnum echelon 2, 360/10000, megalos willpower. He stepped on another echelon as something new was unlocked. Before he could look over it, the Great Mother spoke once more as one could see her silent smile as the brighter waves of incandescence around Ozymandias. Great Fulax, will you come with me to stretch your muscles a little? I assume you will want to continue observing the growth of the dream of the Beyonder. Whether he is truly what I wholly believe he is, or the impossible chance that I am wrong. Off to the side, the powerful observer of old and young shook his head with a sigh as he took a step and disappeared, only leaving behind his voice as he pulled outerversal morphon Tabitha along. Let us go. I can already sense some old friends who shouldn't have been all that riled up about this. The Great Fulax went out first. The Great Mother beamed at this scene as her tentacles nodded towards the graceful and impeccable visage of Aspasia. Behind them, I leave it to you, little Aspasia. Channel everything you feel with your existence, and see if we can get your affirmation regarding young Master Ozymandias as well. With a flicker of obsidian brilliance. She also disappeared along with the outerversal morphon that brought over the news. Inside this domain where the linings pulsed as if they were inside a living organ, only Ozymandias, the young light morphon, and Aspasia were left behind. The young light morphon looked at the unfolding scene with great curiosity as on the next moment, the silent Aspasia began floating with her astonishing figure that seemed full of mysteries and grandeur towards Ozymandias. Hello, her intent was akin to a fresh breeze. Ozymandias gazed at the similar white singularities that were her eyes as he replied, hello. A single word of exchange is soon enough. Aspasia was floating beside him, her obsidian garment that covered her stellar visage radiating a terrifying authority that seemed connected with the megalos beyond itself as she uttered out calmly. With your permission, I must connect with your outerversal and megalos weavings fully. As she spoke, her obsidian robe unclasped and revealed an astonishing figure of stellar brilliance underneath. Ozymandias raising his brows as the two tentacles stemming off of her head and past her shoulders moved like limbs towards him. Her blessed chest and curved waist were the least of things to focus on in front of these dazzling tentacles. Off to the side, the light morphon was ever so curious as she observed this unfolding scene. Chapter 32, 30 Echelons. Away from the megalos beyond, within the infinite omniverse, in front of Noah's humanoid figure near the multicolored throne. Dazzling blue and gold prompts were flashing as he achieved a full quantification that covered the new knowledge gained from the megalos beyond. The levels of power of all existences under the scope of the stretches of omniverse have been quantified into an ever-evolving scale. Existential authority is broken into the quantification under the umbrella of a system of existence. The quantification of the Weaver of Extremity is as follows. Atlas of Existence Echelon 1, 8, 385 out of 10,000. Laborer, Conceptual System of Existence Echelon 3, 650, 234/1000000, Dominium Organs, Omniversal Control, Outerversal Descent System of Existence Echelon 1, 43/5,000. His Atlas of Existence remained the firmest foundation. Its values somewhat unique compared to others as the many systems of existence he had incorporated fell under it. It had its own echelon, but its strength and values rose in large part due to his conceptual system of existence with his terrifying extremes that were all rising towards the ascendant existential extremity authority stage or climbing up phases of ascendancy. The ever-expanding infinite omniverse and the authorities it bound, the ever-radiant quintessence and infinity, all of it had a part to play as when the values of the conceptual system of existence and the outerversal descent system of existence increased, so would the status of his Atlas of Existence, for outerversal descent. He had only established the initial connection as Noah could feel the outerversal authority of Ozymandias, but he didn't allow the full effects to course through the connection just yet. Looking at the small value under outerversal descent, the time seemed as ripe as any to see what power delegatus were afforded after they agreed to be bound by outerversal morphons, so Noah closed his eyes. He felt the purple-blue radiance of the unbreakable connection between him and Ozymandias. He felt the advancements Ozymandias had made, as well as the vast seas of outerversal authorities he held in his reserves, and he then spoke calmly, "Let it flow, from the weavings of Ozymandias who was in the depths of the grave of the great Beyonder." Stellar obsidian authority was focused on a singular line and directed to flow across it with freedom and fervor. It didn't take the passage of an instant before a change could be seen above Noah within the infinite omniverse, his body becoming shrouded with gorgeous stellar radiance. Your status as a delegatus of outerversal morphon Ozymandias is increasing. The value of your outerversal descent system of existence has increased by 140. The value of your outerversal descent system of existence has increased by 200, ever so steadily. The different parts that contributed to Noah's power rose higher. The outerversal authority coiled in his second mundi of power within his Atlas of Existence. The authority of the laborer becoming more potent in response. Alongside it, the synchronization of entirely different weavings of existence of Noah Osmont and outerversal morphon Ozymandias has begun. Two parts of a single whole. Your records, influence, and achievements will slowly assimilate to ensure stability in a field unventured by others. The value of your conceptual system of existence has increased by 300. The value of your Atlas of Existence has increased by 85, as the weavings of outerversal authority came down. Noah felt many parts of himself affected with this, even including some extremity authorities within his conceptual system of existence that held some inclination towards the weavings and physiology of outerversal morphons. Something like the simple weavings of a terror from a distant past universe. The existential extremity authority of Cthulhu has attained the distinction of ascendancy. The existential extremity authority of reality has attained the distinction of ascendancy. The existential extremity authority of dimensions has attained the distinction of ascendancy. The ascendant existential extremity authority of relativity has stepped onto the third phase of ascendancy. The ascendant existential extremity authority of entropy has stepped onto the third phase of ascendancy. The ascendant existential extremity authorities of manodynamics, the protagonist, tyranny, and have stepped onto the third phase of ascendancy. Multiple weavings of authorities under him advanced as he fully accepted the outerversal authority from his other self, the megalos beyond. The vast omniverse. The wheel of existence. His voice echoed out grandly as he opened his eyes. His hands reached up to nothingness, and yet he felt like there was something he could grasp right there. Just how can I get my hands completely around you all? WAA. The megalos beyond. The myriad of omniverse. The wheel of existence. The existential omniversal lumen emperor dared to wonder how he could take all of this for himself. His Invictus Dominium wings spread out with colorless brilliance as the halo spinning above him made him look ethereal. Like he knew exactly where he was going, and yet lost at the same time. Would I be able to rest after that? Will there be nobody who could threaten my safety or the safety of my people? If he rose across the echelons he just quantified, if he took the identity of an instrument he had nothing to do within the megalos beyond, if he took the identity of a protector of the omniverse under the Commonwealth and dismantled this behemoth entirely, would he reach a point where he could sit back and not worry? Not feeling like an ant in a small box as a huge foot hung above, and it could crush everything he worked for any time it wished, and he had no power to stop it? He didn't know. His hand came down as his figure continued to be bathed with waves of stellar obsidian radiance. beside him, the visage of the manifestation of the infinite omniverse came forward, her multicolored hands formed from threads of countless authorities taking Noah's downcast hand as her intent weaved out, "Whatever is to come, I will always be right beside you, Master." The unflinching and absolute loyalty of the connection established from a small blue planet, Noah gazed down from whatever distant thing he couldn't see as he looked at the manifestation of the infinite omniverse, and let out a content smile. Chapter 32-31 Echelons 2. From the brilliant infinite omniverse, within the omniverse of the protectors, after crossing the rainy isolated domain where the shield of the Commonwealth resided, Noah's traversal across the portal led him into a far bigger domain, a domain with endless blue skies and verdant grasslands that extended all around for light years, with the concentration of existence being extremely profound as a single thing stood in the midst of all this while surrounded by floating vessels filled with powerful auras. The tower, stretching out towards the skies and shining with white and green brilliance, it seemed to be a few light years in stature, the obelisk of the protectors. Beside him, the voice of one of the two autarchical existences rang out. Turning to gaze at them, Noah's piercing eyes finally made a breakthrough in analysis after this whole time as a Protector Regalis, Unknown System of Existence Echelon 3, 755-835/1000000, at #hashtag, the apogee autarch that had spoken beside him had such an array of quantifications rise up above him only for Noah to see, the other protector beside him showing similar values as Noah became more adept at analyzing and grasping the weavings of those around him, if they weren't too far advanced. That is, the two protectors beside him introduced the massive tower ahead of them as they walked on a white path constructed from crystals pulsing with existence. The serene reality of undulating verdant landscapes all around them passing by, the focus was only on the pristine white and green tower rising up to the skies. This is the obelisk of the protectors. A living, breathing construct with 1,000 floors that are filled with miniature existential domains. There are 1 million restaurants stretched throughout some lower and upper floors, entire miniature existential domains dedicated to various professions of alchemy, blacksmithing, formations, runeworkings, and more. An existential library with records of all known omniverse oddities, an arena where you can sign up for friendly matches with other protectors, lounges, and amusement areas to rest your existence and partake on the various nectars of existence from the myriad omniverse. Noah whistled at the number of things being introduced within this single massive tower, the protector introducing it seeming to take great pride as they neared one of its many entrances in a few steps. Powerful auras of entities at the terracosm, paracosm, and autarchical stage moved in the surroundings busily, some going towards the vessels floating in the skies as others left the vessels to enter the obelisk of the protectors. A majority of the entities seen were royal existential omniversal simians, with others ranging in terms of races and forms as the next in line were those with pure human forms. But undoubtedly, any weaker entities or even weaker autarchs all bowed their heads respectfully whenever an apogee autarch appeared or passed by such a being bearing the distinction of a protector. As they neared the obelisk, an entrance that was a massive pulsing white portal stretching out for over 1,000 miles stood before them. In addition to all that, the obelisk of the protectors is also equipped with suites for lodging clustered in the miniature existential domains in the middle and top floors. You can use this card to lead you towards your own designated personal miniature existential domain that nobody else has access to in other unrestricted areas inside the obelisk. And this one will take you directly to the miniature existential domain where your team is currently stationed. 1 purple card and 1 gold card were given to him, Noah nodding with a smile as he went towards the massive tower shining with verdant and white brilliance. Thanks for the tour. He waved his hands towards the two protectors behind him as his body buzzed and split into two, one taking the purple card and the other taking the gold card as they both disappeared into the blinding white portal. The two protectors looked at each other and shook their heads at this eccentric new addition to their forces as the one who had been speaking this whole time continued, "I give him a week. Paired with those guys and the possible ability to sniff out agents of anti-life. A lot of unknowns will be gunning for him, a heavy prediction." The other simian only smiled and shook his head as he took a golden card of his own and disappeared into the obelisk of the protectors. Inside the obelisk of the protectors, there were many miniature existential domains connected all around it, but one could only go where they were given access to. Noah's body, holding a golden card, was wrapped up in a light of teleportation that took him to a specific miniature existential domain that would hold the team of protectors he was to work with, the Equestris protectors. His other body went to see what intricacies this obelisk of the protectors held one of its first stops. Being the aforementioned existential library, holding the gold card that pulsed with a unique signature of existence, Noah warped inside of a miniature existential domain that seemed to be among many overlapping networks of domains within the obelisk. The new space unfolding before his eyes with wonder. All around, sparkling white dwarf stars rotated in the skies above and below. At the center of this space, multiple auras honed in on Noah the moment he arrived. All of these auras were anchored around thrones with gorgeous purple-gold galaxies rotating below them, and they were currently surrounding a massive illusory image of an outer-versal morphon along with lines of words that talked about its weaknesses, strengths, and abilities. They seemed to be in the middle of a meeting as the auras were 5 in number, 4 blazing with a similar brilliance while the fifth dot seemed like an object everything gravitated against, hair-dazzling red. Adorned in a multicolored robe that shone with the same brilliance of an omniversal armament like the sword that Noah currently held in his hands, fair skin that pulsed with life and valor, it was an entity at the omniversal stage who turned towards Noah's direction among many others, her voice echoing out at this moment. The newest member of this little group that old man Eudemus mentioned has arrived early. Osmont, is it? Come on over, and let's have an introduction. Chapter 32 Echelons. 3. Her voice radiated undeniable waves of power as just from looking at her from a distance, her weavings barely made themselves clear. Protector at $%, unknown system of existence echelon 5, 1. 355 675 100 000 at percent carat hashtag, at hashtag carat hashtag, at hashtag carat dollar, at hashtag $%. Someone multiple echelons of power higher than most others, outside the scope of the existential dominium realm. She resided in the omniversal realm. Noah floated past the compressed background of stellar bodies and galaxies as he went towards the central area of this miniature existential domain. He came near the thrones where the 5 protectors were as apart from the omniversal entity. There was one other woman who seemed extremely similar to her, and 3 royal existential omniversal simians with elegant or burly figures. This is the newbie involved in the recent accident of a morphon being forced by him to actually appear in the presence of one of the bodies of the viceroy? Records of him do not do his presence justice. Records. Noah raised his brows at a burly simian who sat lazily on a throne with an interested expression. Seeing his gaze, the simian smiled while waving his hands to show an illusory screen that played a grandiose video. The video depicted the fantastical visage of the viceroy pressing down an interminable wheel that ground down an outer-versal morphon while saving the lives of his people in the gladiators arena of the newest discovered omniverse. This is who we are fighting against. The voice of the viceroy Noah very distinctly remembered played out once more. We do what we do day in and day out to ensure that existence is protected. That life is protected. The glory of the Commonwealth will continue to spread to all corners of known and unknown omniverse as we ensure that none will fall to our enemies. WAA, the scenes of what occurred not too long ago were displayed on the screen, along with the figures of rising audience members who raised their hands towards the viceroy. Ever so briefly, Noah's figure was shown for a fraction of a second as the one who uncovered the identity of this agent of anti-life before the voice of the viceroy thundered out again, "Long live the Commonwealth." An explosion of magisterial brilliance finished off the video before its illusory screen flickered out of existence, the simian who had conjured it speaking out. This record has already been spread to all the stretches of the Commonwealth. You've made it in one of the disseminated videos of our dear great leader even before becoming a protector, a rite of passage. A record of propaganda. Noah didn't even get a chance to reply before the aura of the omniversal entity blazed. Enough of that. Osmont, this lazy thing that can't read the room is Protector Actaeon, and this is Protector Orpheus and Protector Ajax, the 3 powerful royal simians who seemed to be on the cusp of breaking their shackles and entering the omniversal realm nodded towards Noah. The omniversal entity then pointed to herself and the other woman who looked just like her on the nearby throne, a woman who was sitting on her throne while dangling her legs in the air freely as she had the same red hair on her head and was adorned in a simple white battle robe. To my left is Protector Lucretia. And I am the Command Protector of the Equestris Protectors, Protector Valeria. Command Protector Valeria. The woman emanated profound beauty and valor as she stared without blinking at Noah after she introduced everyone. Noah smiled as he spoke out in turn. Protector Osmont. I'm here to learn and observe exactly what it is we fight against. Osmont, eh? With her legs still dangling in the air freely, Protector Lucretia twisted her body slightly to look at Noah as she continued. As he spoke, he looked at the massive illusory display of an outer-versal morphon that looked like an octahedron that shot out endless tentacles towards a group of protectors in a domain where existence looked decimated and destroyed. Osmont, eh? With her legs still dangling in the air freely, Protector Lucretia twisted her body slightly to look at Noah as she continued, I heard you are able to sniff out agents of anti-life. How exactly do you do this? Do you just sniff them out or does there need to be a fight? She seemed to hold immeasurable curiosity as her red eyes and hair shone with a stellar brilliance. Noah looked at her with sharp eyes as he smiled while walking towards an empty throne already put in place amidst these powerful entities. My authority has to come in contact with their existence. Oh. Hearing this, the curiosity and interest in the eyes of Protector Lucretia faded, her gaze going back to the image of the outer versal morphon portrayed above them. Command Protector Valeria gave her a side eye as she gazed towards Noah and spoke out, don't pay too much heed to her wither and simply focus on your assigned tasks. Having just come from a newly discovered omniverse, you likely do not know much about what protectors truly do across the omniverse. Such information will be critical in understanding before we set off for our next incursion. As she spoke, she waved her hands to minimize the image of the outer versal morphon and added a terrifying worm of existence beside it, outer versal morphon and worms of existence. We designate the former as anti-life and the latter as anti-existence, with these two forces having decimated or occupied more omniverse than those that the Commonwealth has discovered and brought under their protection. Boom, heavy information echoed out that caused Noah's eyes to constrict. He didn't know their reach was so extensive. The other part of himself had just arrived in the megalos beyond as he didn't discover the structure and weavings of how these terrifying morphons worked fully. With a stern gaze, Command Protector Valeria continued by declassifying important information and sharing it with the new protector freely. We are on the side of life. On the side of existence. The worms of existence. I truly hate this name for them, as their existence is anti-existence. With the omniverse they have devoured, becoming nests filled with weavings of antimatter. Then, there are the outer versal morphons. The omniverse they conquer and transform are made into domains of dark matter, antimatter. Dark matter, Chapter 32-33 Matter. The worms of existence are truly worms of anti-existence, decimate and devour omniverse as eventually, they turn into nests full onto antimatter. Meanwhile, outer versal morphons transform omniverse into domains filled with dark matter. Was this what the megalos beyond was made of, immense and endless weavings of dark matter? Noah's existence churned as it felt like countless networks were connecting as many pieces came together. In front of him, the stellar crimson hair of Command Protector Valeria radiated continued wonder as the illusory scene above them showed the outer versal morphon and worm of anti-existence disappearing. In their place, two singularities could be seen, one white and one black. Let's take a step back and go towards the origin of all things. What happens when matter and antimatter meet? The singularities of black and white gravitated around each other, a heavy pull sucking one towards the other as when they came in contact. Boom! Whenever matter and antimatter meet, there is a complete annihilation of both types, with their masses all being converted to energy into photons. A scatter of light was all that could be seen. Some theorists of the Commonwealth call this rationality, continuum, pertinency, or relativity. The idea is that all forms of early energy were equal to mass and the product of the speed of light on that set domain. Thus, whenever matter and antimatter meet, their mass annihilates each other, as all that is left are photons. Just light and nothing else. Endless eons of light. Endless cycles of light. In between their thrones, the two singularities of matter and antimatter exploded into incandescent brilliance of light. At this moment, even the visage of Protector Lucretia, who was dangling her legs seeking to portray her boredom, couldn't help but focus with interest, and Command Protector Valeria continued without batting an eye as above them, countless white and black singularities bloomed. Earliest theories state that there is no matter without antimatter. That for countless eons, particles of matter and antimatter constantly clashed and annihilated each other. There was only the mixture of matter and antimatter destroying each other and birthing an endless existence of only photons. Only light. But then, something happened. Out of trillions of computations and clashes of matter and antimatter, a particle of matter did not find a counterpart antimatter. It did not turn into pure energy, countless white and black singularities clashed and disappeared into light, and yet one white particle remained floating, no counterpart to smash into it. Matter that did not turn into pure energy like all the endless cycles of transformations before it. It acted like a spark. It was a change. This single particle of matter is theorized to make all of this. Command Protector Valeria waved her hands around her surroundings, all of it, everything around them, all the omniverse, all of them, from a single particle of matter. Her face was illustrious, as if she had peered into the secrets of existence and was revealing them freely. Of course, if there was a single particle of matter that wasn't able to find a counterpart antimatter, then it means there was a lone particle of antimatter out there. Antimatter that could have given birth to who knows what. This is who we refer to as worms of existence. Worms of anti-existence. Entities that nullify most of the weavings of existence from us from our matter, entities that make us work extra hard to manipulate our own weavings of existence to ensure that when we and them meet, it is not just annihilation. Because from their end, they have managed to do something that makes it so a lot of our weavings of existence are ineffective against them, and only when we start touching upon higher stages of existence can we manipulate things to stand against them. She waved her hands as everything faded. Noah silently stared at her as his mind buzzed, especially the ascendant existential extremity authorities that were used as the backbone of the infinite omniverse, especially mana dynamics, entropy, but more so than all of them, relativity. It was currently dancing with profound radiance, as if it was saying, "My origins are grand. What I represent is unfathomable." Within him, the weavings of the ascendant existential extremity authority of relativity began to burn with heavy brilliance. Of course, all of this is just theory. Command Protector Valeria continued in her multicolored omniversal armament. Her beauty was something unheard of as her fair face glinted with immense power, charm, and intellect as she looked around the protectors who would be moving under her, and continued while her gaze locked back onto Noah. You may then ask, what? About the outer versal morphons? Their association with dark matter? How do they fit into all of this? The worms of anti-existence were related to antimatter, the outer versal morphons to dark matter. But how did they fit into these aforementioned earlier theories? The answer was, we don't know. The face of Command Protector Valeria was calm as she uttered such a cold fact. They truly didn't know. That is why, even though their threat levels vary, we understand dark matter much less than antimatter, as outer versal morphons are a terrifying enigma. Dark matter does not interact normally with matter. An unknown force with unknown effects. It is invisible to us for the most part, and we only understand it by understanding its effects on us in Omniverse. We don't know how outer versal morphons latch onto and control our own people. How they share their power and taint things in such destructive ways. But we are getting close to a breakthrough. What breakthrough? Noah was thoroughly listening for more, but Command Protector Valeria seemed to have come to a wall as she didn't say any more about this. The protectors in the surrounding thrones looked at each other with smiles and interest as if they knew something, and Noah took the silence in stride as after getting here, Command Protector Valeria turned towards another direction entirely as she asked lightly, putting all of this together, Protector Osmond, what do you know about the three-body problem? The three-body problem. Noah heard this term for the first time inside the obelisk of the Protectors, chapter 32-34 Matter. 2. The three-body problem is a term that old man Eudemus has mentioned recently, and it talks about three objects, three bodies orbiting each other. Around Command Protector Valeria, weavings of nearby existence began to gather around her as she seemed like a teller of glorious truth. Above them, three pulsing singularities appeared as they began to rotate and gravitate around each other. The very nature of their orbiting is full of chaos, and nothing can truly predict the three bodies rotating around each other. This unpredictable nature makes it so that small, minuscule changes to any initial conditions can lead to unfathomably drastic differences over time. This is how old man Eudemus is looking at us. The worms of existence, and the outer versal morphons, three bodies with unpredictable trajectories, and not a single possible solution in sight. If we do seek a solution though, we could try it by brute force and simplify the three-body problem by eliminating one of the bodies or both the other two bodies. It is much simpler to solve a two-body problem or a one-body problem. The utter annihilation of any bodies would truly make things so much simpler. A heavy silence hung in the air. Well, at least that is what I proposed to old man Eudemus when he mentioned this idea, but he then looked at me like a fool while shooing me away. But this is the crux of the issues plaguing us today. Command Protector Valeria finished her introductory presentation as on the other throne, Protector Lucretia clapped while smiling. Alright sis, you've scared the new guy entirely with how massive of a problem we all face. Why don't we now go back to the mission at hand? The new guy can catch up on what we plan to do next. Protector Lucretia spoke freely as her sister, Command Protector Valeria, gazed at her with sharp eyes that seemed to radiate a silent warning. Lucretia said nothing else as she harumphed, but in the next moment, Command Protector Valeria waved her hands as the rotating scene of three stellar bodies faded, and the image of a terrifying outer-versal morphon that was there before Noah had arrived returned. Noah gazed at it with calm eyes as he thought of everything he had just attained. A more comprehensive source of information regarding the wonders and oddities out there unfolded. With Noah having grasped everything wonderfully as in the corner of his eyes, he stared at the red-haired woman with her legs dangling in the air with a bored expression. Yes, this was a very interesting group of protectors to find himself in. An omniversal entity in the lead, and, when he looked at Protector Lucretia, Unknown System of Existence Echelon 4, 5766, 685/10000000, at %, at $, at $, Outerversal Descent System of Existence Echelon 5, 38. 558-822/50000000. Yes, the one that seemed similar to the Omniversal Realm Command Protector Valeria, the sister, had another identity. Noah had already seen through this entity being a delegatus of terrifying stature. She was already an echelon higher than Noah in terms of her unknown system of existence, and her echelon as a delegatus of an unknown outerversal morphon was actually as powerful as her sister. From the perspective of matter of these omniverse, she was just below the Omniversal Realm in power, but in the perspective of dark matter of the megalos beyond, she could already be considered of the Omniversal Realm in power, just like Command Protector Valeria. Noah smiled at such a finding as he kept it entirely to himself and listened on. The target we are going to be coming across next is one sitting at the top of an omniverse halfway turned into a domain full of dark matter. A half-tainted omniverse. Transformed agents of anti-life fill it to the brim, as at the forefront is this outerversal morphon that has descended from a powerful half-omniversal entity who had controlled this omniverse since eons ago. The identity of our target has been analyzed to be Outerversal Morphon Savitar, WAA. On the illusory screen, a massive purple skull could be seen, thousands of equally titanic arms protruding from behind this skull as they grasped entire existential domains and threw them in its jaws. On the sockets of this skull, purple flames burned brightly as around it, swaths of stellar obsidian brilliance already covered everything. It was the taint of the megalos beyond as far as Noah could see. Command Protector Valeria continued. This form of outerversal morphon savitar has been seen in 19 other tainted omniverse. It is powerful, but a weak body like this one is susceptible and possible to eradicate. The issue for all of you to acclimate to is the speed of the transformed agents of anti-life within this half-tainted omniverse and the speed of outerversal morphon savitar himself. In a blink, your entire existence could have been eradicated before you even do a thing. The main objective of the mission will be achieved when this body of outerversal morphon savitar is destroyed, as by getting past it, we will get the chance to destroy the dark matter core that has been eating away and transforming that half-tainted omniverse. A normal omniverse has no such core, as it is made up of rulings that govern its weavings, but outerversal morphons taint and pull everything within an omniverse into a single dark matter core. This needs to be destroyed. On the illusory screen, a radiant obsidian stellar singularity that was pulsing with irregularities was shown above them. Noah looked at it as he asked lightly, "And what happens once a dark matter core is destroyed?" First, erase the outerversal morphon savitar and his forces, then, the dark matter core. But what did this accomplish? Command Protector Valeria looked at him calmly before she replied, "The half-tainted omniverse will be destroyed soon after. We will have prevented the formation of a fully tainted omniverse that greatly enhances the power of Savitar and allows him and other outerversal morphons just like him to elevate themselves greatly in power. The destruction of an omniverse, granted, it was a half-tainted omniverse that an outerversal morphon had already conquered. But wondrously, this would be the objective of Noah's first mission within the Equestris Protectors. Chapter 32-35 Fabled. The next target of the Equestris Protectors was a body of the outerversal morphon savitar that reigned over a half-tainted omniverse, and after this target was defeated, they would be able to destroy the dark matter core that began forming the moment the omniverse was first tainted, destroy the dark matter core, and the half-tainted omniverse itself would follow. Noah repeated these words to himself as he looked at the calm figures of the 5 protectors around him and asked, "Why just destroy this dark matter core? Why not study it, since we are looking for the solution for the 3-body problem for understanding dark matter, antimatter, and matter itself?" He asked as he received raised eyebrows from Protector Lucretia, who was a hidden delegatus of an unknown outerversal morphon, and Command Protector Valeria replied while shaking her head, "We've tried many times to study the dark matter cores we come across. An omniversal protector even tried absorbing into his own fabled omniverse, and the only thing that happened was everything within it becoming tainted, his fabled omniverse acting as an anchor that the dark matter core resided in, as from it came the descent of an outerversal morphon that went on to decimate a dozen omniverse before he was pushed back. Terrifying words echoed out from Command Protector Valeria as Noah gained another burst of history and information. She was about to continue, but he stopped her with an interjection. Fabled omniverse, the omniversal realm. He wanted to peer more information on the stage of power of these beings, and Command Protector Valeria humored him as she smiled wryly for the first time and replied, "I guess you wouldn't readily know or have access to this information yet." To combat the weavings of dark matter and antimatter over the eons, the Commonwealth looked at the best ways to purify existence to reach a terrifying pinnacle that could not be easily nullified or negated against them. The answer was the construction of one's existence into the smallest unit of matter. A quark, a quark. Something that could possibly be traced back to the theories of matter and antimatter colliding. That everything was composed of quarks or clusters of quarks, and from them everything came to be. So the Commonwealth devised a way to purify one's existence into a quark, and from this single quark birth an extremely pure form of existence. Something containing everything about you, your records, your power, your personality, and all else, but purified to an unfathomable level, as at the end, you can establish your fabled omniverse. As she spoke, around her body, Command Protector Valeria began to emanate a heavy pressure as a crimson illusory circle of unfathomable weavings began to circle around her. The moment she did so, all weavings of existence in the surroundings began to distort and twist into different directions. The thrones they say on trembled and began to move as if pulled by an undeniable gravitational force. Noah felt his atlas of existence erupt with colorless brilliance as it was barely able to resist being affected, his eyes looking towards Command Protector Valeria with blazing brilliance. Before this realm of power, nothing else matters. Her eyes were currently aflame with crimson brilliance. They didn't seem like the eyes of any normal life form, but akin to a being that had crossed over some unexpected and unfathomable stage. From a single quark blooms countless others of immeasurable purity. Everything about you being gathered to form a fabled omniverse. This fabled omniverse transforms your existence in a way that makes it capable and extremely efficient in withstanding dark matter and antimatter. Almost as if you have taken yourself back to a time before any omniverse, when only quarks smashed into each other endlessly. This is the level you should all be seeking to obtain, as only when you arrive here can you truly enact any sort of significant change on the larger weavings of existence. On the wheel of existence, WAA, she finished her words as the circular brilliance she released was retracted into her body, everything around them calming down as everybody had their own unique expressions. The three royal existential omniversal simians on their own thrones looked towards Command Protector Valeria with looks of hidden respect and adoration. Protector Lucretia looked towards her sister with a gaze that briefly showed mixed emotions, while Noah looked at her as if he had found a piece of a treasure he wanted to dissect. Her red hair danced wildly as she continued. A fabled omniverse is one of the purest and most stable forms of power, and yet when one took in a dark matter core, it became tainted. So as strong as we have become, devouring or assimilating dark matter or antimatter into ourselves has never worked. Only destruction or annihilation provides any leeway. Destruction was the only path. Noah smiled at this as entropy continued to seethe among the many extremes within Noah that were currently surging. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he turned towards Protector Lucretia while voicing out, "Isn't an agent of anti-life someone that has successfully assimilated dark matter into them?" With the level of their existence being raised much higher, he asked such a question while looking at Protector Lucretia, whose identity as a delegatus was unknown by those around her. Her brows seemed to rise questioningly towards him as if asking him, "Why the hell are you directing such a question to me?" Her defiant beauty was a sight to see as Nka smiled while turning to Command Protector Valeria, who was always replying sternly. Tainted existences is what they are, nothing more. As you saw yourself, a small flicker of your power unraveled their impure dominium and caused the agent of anti-life to reveal the weak traces of its outerversal morphon. Dark matter, antimatter. These two will never mix or assimilate with matter. This is not the answer to our existence, nor the answer to the three-body problem. Chapter 32-36 Fabled 2. Her gaze was stern. Noah nodded at this point as he stopped asking questions. Command Protector Valeria looked at him carefully before she voiced out, "As a protector, you gain weavings of contribution whenever you do anything on behalf of the Commonwealth. If you perform well in the takedown of one of the bodies of outerversal morphon Savitar, you should be able to gain the method of compressing everything about you into a quark before you can forge your own fabled omniverse. After your existence is nurtured and elevated to a high enough level, along with exemplary records and with a strong foundation, a powerful fabled omniverse may appear within the Commonwealth. And we need as many omniversal entities as we can, since others are either too lazy or not talented enough. Her last words were directed to her sister and the simian protectors, who laughed dryly while looking at each other. Noah merely nodded at Command Protector Valeria as he replied, "Very well. When do we set off towards this half-tainted omniverse, the multicolored omniversal armament?" As his hands trembled with excitement, the brows of all protectors rose as Protector Lucretia scoffed and spoke out, "This newbie actually has no fear of what outerversal morphons are capable of. If only you knew the number of protectors just like you that die to them." The nature of the job of the protectors was a tough one. Unlike what the masses of the Commonwealth believed, they were not invincible instruments and shields to protect them, as when they did go against the truly terrifying enemies aligned with dark matter and antimatter, their casualties were high. Thus, more seeds were sought from artificial weavings like the gladiator's arena, to bring out any unsharpened gems to light and have them be forged to become swords of the Commonwealth. Command Protector Valeria looked at her sister with sharp eyes. As she rebuked her words, for some people, it is not that they have no fear, but their existence can already feel the urge against enemies that will not hesitate to decimate all of us. For our mission, all parameters have been cleared, as within the next day, we will set off towards the half-tainted omniverse where one of the bodies of outerversal morphon Savitar resides. Her last words were stated as she shifted her gaze from Protector Lucretia and towards Noah. The parameters were set, the pathway was clear. The first true clash against an outerversal morphon within these vast omniverse. Its stage was set, as who knew just what weavings would unfold? Within the same obelisk of the protectors where Noah was with the Equestris protectors, on another floor, another body of his appeared past a white portal into a fantastical expansion that shone with gold and white hues of light. It was a miniature existential domain within the obelisk of the protectors, and yet it seemed to stretch out endlessly, as all around one could see the radiant floating books, scrolls, and scriptures of different varieties floating serenely as if they were stellar bodies. This was the existential library that contained the vast array of knowledge of the Commonwealth over the eons. Knowledge of systems of existence, among many others, of the variable omniverse out there in different types of existences that could be found. Of course, Noah didn't think that any of this knowledge that a protector like him could easily have access to was the core of what the Commonwealth knew, but its gains should still be significant. He didn't expect to find any intricacies regarding the Wheel of Existence here, but at the very least, he could supplement eons' worth of knowledge into his own library in the infinite omniverse. He floated towards the dazzling books and scrolls all around him as like a tide. His will went towards each of them to absorb whatever knowledge they held. Around him, uniquely dressed royal existential omniversal simians and other forms of existence only glanced towards his direction briefly after his entrance. Before each of them went back to whatever they were doing, it was only a single pair of eyes within the far depths of the existential library that remained focused on him after he entered. And they belonged to a robed royal existential omniversal simian who crossed her legs while reading a thick crimson-covered book with the title, Morphology of Outerversal Morphons. That pure gold fur lined up her entire body, her gaze becoming locked onto Noah silently as around her, a faint illusion of a fabled omniverse shone. She tapped her fingers silently on the book she was reading as her gaze never left a certain area for even a second. Away from this vibrant existential library, there was another vast library that held records of countless weavings of existence, skills, and other oddities within. Inside the infinite omniverse, Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of entropy walked through grandiose golden bookshelves that held books radiating glory. The floor he stepped on shone with golden brilliance as everything around him burned with majesty, and his voice emanated out calmly as his hands held a book with the title of Relativity. Dedicate a major percentage of your weavings to the understanding and analysis of matter, dark matter, antimatter, and the three-body problem. Yes, Master, he spoke out to nobody, and yet a voice of affirmation rang out in his mind as he continued, anything to do with the theories of the weavings of existence itself. Atoms, quarks, string theory. Expanded all under the banner of the research into the Wheel of Existence. Let's see if our inclination towards matter and antimatter will lead towards any results that the Commonwealth has not come across. He had a part of himself on what could be considered the side of matter, his body here, the infinite omniverse. He soon wanted to change as he paused with caution some more before establishing a connection between the infinite omniverse and outerversal morphon Ozymandias. It would be a connection between matter and dark matter. What would he be able to learn from it if he actually went through with it? There were many unknowns as he proceeded with care. Chapter 32-37 Origins I, as his ascendant existential extremity clone of entropy crossed the golden halls of an endless library. In front of his eyes, numbers had continued to rise as inadvertently his body pulsed with a wave of colorless radiance as from the surroundings weavings of space. Threads of countless weavings of existential extremity authorities made themselves prevalent to him. You have stepped into the fourth echelon of the conceptual system of existence. The fourth echelon, the stage where most of the powerful apogee autarchs stayed. For Noah, it was the elevation of his first mundi of power that currently released repetitive hums. His source of existence where all weavings of existential extremity authorities and other similar assimilated systems were being elevated by a large margin. The level of access into omniversal authorities has reached a critical level. The breadth of your existence has resonated with multiple autarchical omniversal authorities. Your existence is one that is loved by extremes. All around him, his body felt the millions of threads of existential extremity authorities that made multiple autarchical omniversal authorities. How within these autarchical omniversal authorities, there were clusters of greater omniversal authorities that made them, and smaller clusters that composed these very same omniversal authorities. Asia led to a grander form of an autarchical omniversal authority. Pompeii led to a grander form of another autarchical omniversal authority, but at the end of the day, they stood for the same thing, just more grandiose in quality at the autarchical omniversal authority stage. And now, after taking his conceptual system of existence based on these very same extremes, he became an existence that was loved those very same weavings of concepts. Was this not the privilege of the omniversal Ankara, the entity who held free reign over multiple autarchical omniversal authorities? Noah felt like he had reached such a precipice, and that at the same time, he could do much more. Your existence has locked onto the weavings of autarchical omniversal authorities that are inherently capable of augmenting your power. Through Asia, the component of efficiency has been selected and expanded upon, with the weavings of your existence being taken towards absolute efficiency. Absolute efficiency, 100% efficiency, something he could only change by decimal points before, and yet now he was capable of rushing towards its absolute extreme as his existence reached a whole new level. But it wasn't just this. The weavings of the flow of the spacetime continuum can be further augmented and modified within the infinite omniverse. Your distinction as the weaver of existence and extremity begin to exceed established parameters. The weavings of Invictus Maximus get ever closer. He felt the influx of far too many things at this moment actually, but he slowed it all down as he breathed. His colorless wings across all of his clones vibrated. The clone in this library, the clone near the multicolored throne of authorities, the clone near the production lines of weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction, the clone overseeing the possible glimpse of the carving of the infinite omniverse to make omniversal weapons, the clones that were dual cultivating with Adelaide, Barbados, Sona, and others as the resonance of existence was tested. The clones stretched out across the infinite omniverse carrying out a myriad of tasks, as well as the clones in a distant omniverse of the protectors. He felt all of them as they were him, and at this moment, his ascendant existential extremity clone of entropy raised his hand and asked lightly, "What am I?" A question filled with simplicity, but Noah's intent while asking it was very methodical, as if he wanted to understand, truly, what he was, and to understand what he was in his entirety, he had to begin by, break it all down. He had to break down exactly what made him as at this moment, multiple of his clones began to be broken down. The ascendant existential extremity clone of entropy that had its hands raised observed his skin, muscles, and bones begin to break down into stellar particles. Were he to break himself down completely, what would be the smallest thing he could observe regarding his own composition? Would he gain a better understanding of the matter that made him? And how drastically different it was compared to dark matter that made his identity as an outerversal morphon, he didn't yet know, but he had to see. He had to see if he could track down his origins, and coincidentally, as multiple parts of himself in the infinite omniverse did this, his identity as an outerversal morphon in the megalos beyond was undergoing its own experience, where it was connected to a unique outerversal morphon who was deeply inclined to the great beyonder that spoke of signs and instruments, away from the infinite omniverse, within the megalos beyond. In the very heart of the grave of the great beyonder, an entity known as Aspasia was currently connected with outerversal morphon Ozymandias. Her job was to confirm whether he was the instrument spoken of from long-lost fables, so this being sought to deeply entrench herself and see whether this had any merit. As she did this, Ozymandias was gaining a better grasp of outerversal morphons as a whole as while connected. He saw the millions of threads of obsidian brilliance stretching out from outer versal morphon Aspasia and towards the vast stretches of the megalos beyond below, millions of connections. As he observed them, he wondered about the unique capability of morphons to cast out minuscule parts of themselves across the megalos beyond and towards entities of other states of matter. Why did their power work in such a way? Why did dash? Oh, his thoughts stopped as they came to a realization. The obsidian threads that only Aspasia should be able to see did not just extend down across the megalos beyond, with his will following some stretching out horizontally all around them, and when he traversed across these threads, his gaze went past the organ they were in and quickly came to observe an endpoint within the grave of the great beyonder where this thread connected to a fairly weak outer versal morphon, chapter 32-38. Origins 2, a thread connecting to another outer versal morphon. Their body was smaller than most as they had the form of a rotund creature with stellar fur and limbs, and it wasn't the only one connected to Aspasia as when Noah observed other lines extending from her. They stretched out towards the vast stretches of the megalos beyond itself, of course. An outer versal morphon could also bind those within the megalos beyond, just like they could reach out to weavings of matter, they could also connect to the weavings of dark matter similar to them, but the former seemed to be much easier. Noah had a pondering expression as he wanted to know more, so he sensed the resonance of the existence he was connected to and delved even deeper. It was an action that caused a strong reaction, the visage of Aspasia below him radiating a blinding brilliance of obsidian light that caused half of his consciousness to be taken somewhere else entirely. And when this consciousness opened its eyes, it found itself waking up above a calm obsidian body of water that stretched out with no end. His reflection could be seen on it as he rose, his bare body shining with obsidian radiance reflecting back along with his powerful wings and 9 halos spinning behind him. Even though it shone with stellar radiance, the muscular humanoid form could still be seen on its curves as his eyes, which were vibrant singularities, looked ahead of him to see the bare figure of Aspasia that seemed to be trembling slightly as she acclimated. Her stellar obsidian skin outlines a unique blessed chest different in its finer details than what Ozymandias was normally exposed to. With her slender waist pulsing with stellar radiance as in the next moment, she waved her hands to cause a stellar obsidian robe to wrap around her figure. She looked towards Ozymandias with a sense of modesty while breathing out calmly. You went a bit overboard there, but at least it brought us to this space. To the Nexus of Megalos Records, WAA, the Nexus of Megalos Records. Ozymandias looked around them while he asked lightly, apart from the obsidian body of water stretching out with no end, there was only a similar hue of obsidian stellar space above them akin to the megalos beyond itself as it didn't seem all that different. Aspasia nodded lightly while gazing at Ozymandias' blessed visage and the tool he had used to allow them to achieve this profound state of resonance they were currently in her hand rising and tapping towards him as an obsidian robe came to adorn his body as well. Yes. It is more so a nexus between you and I, but the Nexus of Megalos Records exists for all outer versal morphons out there with a high level of power. It is a place to obtain knowledge and spread knowledge. Currently, we are in a nexus that most closely resonates with something at the depths of my being. Something relating to the great beyonder. It is here that I will be able to rely on his weavings to come to any confirmation about who you are. I see. Ozymandias scratched his stellar chin as he wondered, was he about to get exposed here? He could already do everything that these entities believed as he passed this Aspasia before him. Everything would be set in stone. He looked at her figure as he asked, just who was the great beyonder, a name that rose ever since his entry into the megalos beyond, a name with tremendous influence as its words were believed with damn near certainty. Aspasia looked at him with analytical eyes as she waved her hands above and caused the stellar space to change the outline of a blurry figure appearing as his sheer outline alone caused the space above to tremble. The great beyonder is one of the oldest outer versal morphons known, Aspasia spoke in the present tense, and she nodded in affirmation as she continued, is. He has disappeared for many cycles now, but he is not dead. We may be in a place called the grave of the great beyonder. But this is simply a distinction and a place to honor him that outer versal morphons converge in. There are other places like this stretched out across the megalos beyond. Think of them like shrines of the great beyonder as we await his return. If he chooses to return, an entity surrounded by tremendous mystery, Noah thought about his standing deeply as he probed. From the weavings I've heard, he disappeared after he made the revelations that put us where we are now. About signs and an instrument that would either expand or annihilate the megalos beyond. Why would he not disappear? A question seeking to get to the crux of the beliefs of the outer versal morphons. and Aspasia took it in strides as she began to walk on the calm black sea towards him while replying. Heretical Morphons like to believe that he paid a great cost to see the possible end or expansion of the megalos beyond. That his weavings unraveled and he spread out across the megalos beyond, with some areas converging clusters of his weavings, as these became known as the graves of the great beyonder. She arrived in front of him as her radiant obsidian skin pulsed with pure glory, her palm rising in front of him as Ozymandias raised his own hand to reflect his stellar palm. We believe something else entirely. We believe the great beyonder achieved a level of existence that exceeded all of us so much that we cannot even perceive him anymore unless he wishes for us to. A different level of dimensionality entirely. To him, time moves differently. Space moves differently. For him to have been capable of seeing the possible expansion or destruction of the megalos beyond, he had to have transcended any common concepts we understand and seen things we cannot see. We very much believe that the great beyonder is right here. Boom, chapter 32-39 Origins 3, a heavy assertion. Aspasia, someone that the Great Mother stated that she had a unique connection to the great beyonder. She stated that without a shadow of a doubt, the great beyonder was alive and well, that he had transcended what they commonly knew and understood to reach an entirely different dimension of existence. Her palm was stretched out. His own palm came forward as at this moment, waves began to pulse between them as their palms got closer and closer to each other. The great beyonder could be watching all of this right now, and we wouldn't be able to know. He could be watching our bodies out there, or even be capable of somehow seeing into this nexus of megalos records that only you and I are in. This was a terrifying level of power, if it was true. Ozymandias looked at Aspasia closely as he spoke inquisitively. You speak with great confidence in this. What gives you such confidence, Huum? Their palms touched after bursts of singularities clashed between them, waves of resonance spreading as the singularities of Aspasia smiled. The sign and the possible instrument that the great beyonder spoke of. Actually showing skepticism about the great beyonder. How interesting. Let us see whether you are this instrument. Outerversal Morphon Ozymandias, waves of outerversal authority pulsed between them. Aspasia seemed to be looking for a specific frequency of something, and Ozymandias was gazing at the very depths of what made himself. Just like his counterpart of Noah Osmond was breaking down weavings of matter, Ozymandias sought to understand the component of the dark matter that made him matter. Across the myriad of omniverse, everything was made up of matter. Matter could be broken down into the smaller components known as atoms. Trillions upon quintillions and quintillions of atoms, endless particles that were too many to even count. At this moment, Noah broke himself down entirely as after his body flickered into a stellar mass of cells, these cells further separated. All of it required careful and effortful usage of existential extremity authority. The colorless authority of the laborer was coursing through him and everything within him as he found that innately, all the matter that made him sought to be in what? It considered a natural form, a natural state, and that was his humanoid body. If he wasn't actively continuing to apply the pressure and authority, the countless particles he had broken himself down into would come together in fantastical weavings to reform back into himself. Your weavings have naturally triggered a state of profound epiphany and understanding. As the weaver, he was coming to learn many things about himself, especially when he watched the weavings of his atlas of existence be broken down, and different colored musings showed themselves for all 9 different mundus of power. He applied even greater authority as rapidly. It seemed like a cloud of stellar multicolored brilliance was only expanding and being magnified around the golden halls of an extensive library. Cells broke down rapidly and became atoms. It may have seemed like something simple, but who could say they could easily break down their very existence into countless smaller compartments and observe them all freely? When Noah broke himself down to countless atoms, he went even further to break this down as he began to feel the weavings of many ascendant existential extremity authorities buzzing. Strong nuclear force. Weak nuclear force. Entropy. Manodynamics. Relativity. Electromagnetism. Gravitation. Many concepts seemed to swirl heavily as he peered deeply into the weavings of his atoms, his going even deeper as he seamlessly broke his atoms down into proton, neutrons, and electrons. When he arrived here, he felt a strain. His existence became an endless field of dense multicolored particles as from them he began to sense faint waves. Waves, strings. Among these silent waves, other particles flowed here and there as they didn't seem as significant. But even they played a role. Everything seemed to be moving and tugged with weavings of existential waves of light. But as he looked at the smallest breakdown of atoms at his quintessential protons, neutrons, and electrons, he found that they still seemed too big. His penetrative gaze could see they were made of something even smaller. This was quarks, HUUM. the moment his intent buzzed out their identity, he saw his protons and neutrons break apart to become blinding singularities. That were quarks, but only his neutrons and protons, his electrons. They broke into different singularities that did not seem at all like quarks, they moved differently, they spun differently. They were tugged by different forces within his existence. As the more he looked at them, he could feel his distinction as the weaver analyzed them as quickly. A word rose in his mind: leptons, quarks, and leptons. This was what he came across as the smallest fundamental parts of himself. His authority of the laborer buzzing at it felt a great strain trying to go any further. He had learned of quarks and how the Commonwealth had those who had reached a terrifying level of existence. Condense everything they had into a single quark that they would bloom into countless others to form a fabled omniverse, but Command Protector Valeria didn't speak of anything to do with leptons. These were also small, minuscule particles that made him, their interactions, how they behaved, all of it was what made what he did possible: lifting a single finger, activating mana, utilizing existential extremity authority. Around the interactions and weavings of his quarks and leptons, he could see thread strings of existential extremity authorities flowing through them, and this whole time, even though his authority was stopping at the countless particles that made him wanted to resume their normal interactions, to return to the glorious humanoid form, with Noah theorizing that no matter how he disrupted them, they would always return to be him. These were his origins. At this moment, he remembered the one thing Command Protector Valeria mentioned regarding matter, antimatter, dark matter, and the three-body problem. Across the interactions of these three states, their unpredictability and interactions meant that even a small, insignificant change to initial conditions at this level could lead to unfathomable and unpredictable massive changes later on. He looked across his broken-down existence as he saw the colorful quarks and leptons that made up his conceptual system of existence. He saw that the assimilated systems he had taken in, whether it be from the Facine Queen, the Satyrus Nymph, or the sun-winged Leprechauness, they all were still made up of quarks and leptons. They were seamlessly assimilated, but he could still recognize them, his systems. Their systems, ultimately, they were all made up of matter. Chapter 3240 Origins 4, Matter, the components that made all different weavings of existence. In his state of profundity and epiphany, he was coming to realize that the different weavings of existence, the different systems of existence that entities utilized, were simply made up of different interactions of matter. A difference in the makeup, weaving, or interaction of quarks and leptons that made an existence. There were other particles he couldn't yet readily see, but quarks and leptons made up the vast majority, if they were too similar. His atlas of existence distinguished it as so. Their interactions were grouped to be similar to his conceptual system of existence, and so they were assimilated into it. They could be assimilated smoothly because of these similarities, and this only acted to further strengthen the weavings and interactions of the system placed in his first Mundi of power. If they were sufficiently different, their interactions and makeup would also explain this. They wouldn't be able to assimilate smoothly due to their interactions and makeup being too different, and so they would be designated to have their own placement in another Mundi of power. The outerversal descent system of existence was like this. Its makeup was entirely different. He looked at what made up the weavings of the outerversal descent system of existence. It was starkly different. He couldn't clearly make out the configuration of their smallest particles, nor whether they were made up of quarks or leptons entirely. It seemed to be a mixture filled with uncertainty, a stable interaction of what he knew to be matter, and the wonders of oddities known as dark matter. The moment he saw this, he became certain. And his will vibrated from the cloud of quarks and leptons as it buzzed out. We shall proceed with the connection between Ozymandias and the infinite omniverse, WAA, yes. After observing the interaction of his own weavings of matter and how the connection between him and Ozymandias interacted with each other, he was convinced that he had done his due diligence along with all the computations that the infinite omniverse itself made, and there should be no adverse effects from him pulling the weavings of the megalos beyond into the infinite omniverse. Yes, master. And so, his will was carried out. He didn't worry about what could be or what may come. He only got ready to observe how fantastical the interactions of matter and dark matter would be on an omniversal scale. Far from here, within the megalos beyond itself, where Ozymandias was connected to Aspasia, with part of their consciousness meeting in the nexus of megalos records, here, Ozymandias could feel the weavings and interactions that seemed to be of even greater complexity than those of matter. With his eyes constantly seeking to analyze and understand, at this moment, Aspasia was looking for something to tie him to an instrument that an ancient being spoke about cycles ago. He was unsure whether what he had already done was enough to give her the thing she was looking for, so at this moment he moved to fabricate it. She was looking for something, so he would give her something, HUUM. from the interminable visage of Ozymandias, a massive tentacle larger than any he had released. Before erupted between his spinning halos and was cast down, it was cast across the organ they were in and through the grave of the great beyonder, going across the megalos beyond as it already had a purpose and direction. It wasn't seeking a delegatus of simple standing or nature with its target not even being an entity in the common scope of understanding. Its target was an omniverse, and not just any omniverse, but the infinite omniverse that held the oddity and wonder and endless expansion. He didn't know what the full result of his actions would be, but within the scope of a fraction of an instant, boom! The obsidian fishing line of Ozymandias flowed across endless weavings, through the connection of Noah Osmont, and into the heart of his unbreakable connection with the infinite omniverse. Another unbreakable bond is being forged, a connection spanning across different scopes of existence is being stabilized. His existence trembled, his atlas of existence spun with glory, the infinite omniverse buzzed. The visage of Ozymandias shook as the entity he was connected to suddenly felt the eruption of something she had never sensed before. What was this? She didn't know, nobody else would know but the person responsible for carrying out a heavy action at this moment. Stability has been achieved. Noah felt every part of himself trembling as the interactions that made up everything around him seemed to be actively moving faster and faster. He was still being taken towards absolute efficiency as everything about his existence was rising, and with the completion of this grand achievement, a stable pathway between the megalos beyond and the infinite omniverse has been established. A pathway for matter and dark matter has been formed. It seemed like a massive road that nobody could see. Its structure seemed unbreakable as it radiated stellar obsidian radiance, and the moment it was fully stabilized, all of the surroundings of Ozymandias began to tremble. The grave of the great beyonder they were in began to buzz as from all around. The structure and weavings of the megalos beyond twisted as they began to curve and draw towards Ozymandias, as if they knew that the undertaking that was about to occur would need an endless infusion of authority, outside of the barrier of the grave of the great beyonder. A heavy standoff was taking place between powerful outerversal morphons, some with the distinction of great in their names. From among them, the eyes of the observer of old and young were the brightest as his senses covered everything. He was the first to notice the oddity as far above the grave of the great beyonder. He observed the megalos beyond to distort. From this distortion, waves of stellar obsidian radiance then exploded outwards as the gorgeous hue of the megalos beyond began to form small points of dewdrops, within the megalos beyond. These dewdrops began with the grave of the great beyonder at the center, but gradually began to spread outwards. It was rain in the fantastical space of the megalos beyond. Seeing such a thing, the observer of old and young sighed as around him. The Great Mother also noticed it and began to tremble with fanaticism. It was another sign that the great beyonder had spoken of. Chapter 32:41 Origins v. Across the megalos beyond, there was only an endless obsidian radiance with stretches of domains scattered across it. In the megalos beyond, there was no rain. Rain was a concept known and understood, with some entities even utilizing attacks in the form of rain or something similar. But what was occurring at this very moment above the grave of the great beyonder was a natural rain that seemed to be coming from the surrounding megalos beyond itself. The rain bounced on the crimson barrier covering the grave of the great beyonder and seemed to stretch outwards, with the bodies of the dozens of outerversal morphons outside this domain soon coming to feel the droplets. Pa! The tentacles of the Great Mother rose as she felt the rain and trembled. It was extremely pure condensed drops of the very makeup of the megalos beyond itself. When they fell on her tentacles, they broke and scattered into dazzling obsidian waves that visibly made their surroundings brighter. A shine of obsidian radiance became even more potent as it seemed that with the grave of the great beyonder as the center, the concentration of atmospheric authority and the very weavings of the megalos beyond in this area were enriched. Why was this? What could possibly cause this? Rain shall cover the megalos beyond as it will cheer at the arrival of the instrument. The Great Mother weaved her intent outwards as her mind was all but made up. Her intent traversed outwards towards the hierarchical morphons who faced them as at the forefront. There was a massive outerversal morphon whose entire body was shrouded by a cyclical robe that covered and hid everything in darkness, with a single limb releasing from this cylindrical darkness that formed a purple hand which had an eye and a mouth with thousands of jagged teeth on its palm. This mouth in the center of the palm opened and released guttural sounds in response to the intent of the Great Mother. Rain shall cover the megalos beyond as it will weep at the arrival of the instrument. The sentence it said was almost exactly the same as what the Great Mother had said. But a single word was changed. He uttered weep, and she uttered cheer. And yet, neither were wrong, as both of these sentences were said back to back by the great Beyonder all those cycles ago. The mouth on the poem spoke out again as the titanic body of darkness it was connected to began to vibrate. It is weeping, O Great Mother. Weeping in dismay at even the possibility of destruction to come. Why risk it? This second sign only confirms things as we must get through, Great Mother. Whether we have your permission or not, WAA, around and behind this terrifying outer versal morphon that bore the distinction of great, others also moved. The Great Mother looked at them in distaste as she got out of her reverie and bellowed out while beginning to make preparations. Humph, the megalos beyond is cheering and expectant for what's to come. Can you not sense how much more vibrant everything is? Can you not imagine the wonders to come? Because if you seek to stop it will have to be over my corpse, O great enslaver. Her words only caused the tension in the surroundings to burn ever brighter. Her tentacles began to spin and cycle around her as she began to give off waves of ancient power that few would understand the true terror of. After her words were said, there was no going back. A deep sigh escaped from the observer of old and young as he began to transform out of the form of an old man and into a terrific outer versal morphon. Others did the same around him as dozens of morphons of different forms with coiling tentacles lined up behind the Great Mother in solidarity. The great enslaver looked at this scene and spoke deeply. No great outer versal morphon has fallen over the last cycles. If you protect the instrument, you will start fulfilling another sign yourself. Another sign, the great Beyonder stated. Great ones will fall like the drops of rain, so what? Who knows which among us will live in the future to come? The ones following the will of the great Beyonder, or heretics, she spoke daringly and without fear, and in response, millions of tendrils began to buzz opposite her as another deep voice not belonging to the great enslaver echoed out. We also follow the will of the great Beyonder, O Great Mother, but we seem to see it differently. A voice that made the confident tentacles around the Great Mother to pause slightly as they developed some solemnity. She didn't think even he would come this fast, but what had to be done, had to be done. With her mind made up, she initiated the safeguard she had put into place since many cycles ago around the grave of the great Beyonder. As thereafter, her power exploded out. As it did, she couldn't help but feel a tremendous sense of achievement and euphoria. She wondered, would she be able to initiate the third sign today? Would a great one fall here? As unlikely as it was due to their sheer power, she was expectant. She had thought great ones falling would come much later. But who knew how the intricacies of the great Beyonder worked? All she did know was that she had come across the instrument brought forth by the observer of old and young, as by now, seeing the sign of the rain, Aspasia must have confirmed everything. I will see you all again soon enough. She had a single thought that revealed a glimpse of what she planned to do, with their surroundings now filled with drops of rain that scattered to cause the megalos beyond to shine with ever-increasing obsidian radiance. A massive pop that ushered in the start of a bloody war ensued. Pop, a booming sound that stretched deeply into the protected grave of the great Beyonder behind them. A sound that was felt by two connected beings, one of them being the entity responsible for ushering this change and releasing unseen and unknown waves of interactions even he didn't fully grasp as he established a stable channel of matter in dark matter, Chapter 3242 Origin 6, across an extremely stable pathway. It felt like endless stellar obsidian seas were surging from all around and crossing this single path while heading towards a distant construct, and yet no matter how much was drawn in, the surroundings didn't show any strain as Ozymandias realized the moment the connection was established. Waves of interactions he couldn't yet understand erupted and caused some sort of a reaction. A reaction with the countless particles of dark matter permeating all around this space. The dark matter seemed to feed off of this connection in an unfathomable way, the concentration of authority and atmosphere of the megalos beyond itself rapidly increasing with this region of the organ they were in as the center and only continuing this expansion outwards. Within the nexus of Megalos records where a part of himself and Aspasia was, their touching palms vibrated as Aspasia was currently looking behind Noah as if she could see the blinding and massive obsidian pathway that was formed not towards an entity, but something else entirely. You. Her voice was filled with a sense of incredulity and confusion as she looked at him. Her eyes squinted closely as if she wanted to follow the endless massive connection stretching out behind him, but Ozymandias looked at her ever closer as he asked calmly, "Is something the matter?" As if he had just done the most natural thing in the world. Aspasia looked at him wordlessly as if she were gathering her thoughts before she asked, almost as if she was whispering so that nobody else could hear. But there should be nobody else here. What did you connect to just now? She wondered. She sought an answer, and yet she only saw the singularities of this mysterious being before her curve into a smile as he replied, something big. I need to focus and understand it clearly. Do you mind? He spoke while his stellar obsidian turned its eyes right ahead of him, only their palms had been touching, but unconsciously, Aspasia came to realize at this moment that her whole body was glued to him, as if she wanted to enter the depths of his existence to understand exactly what had just happened. As she realized this, Aspasia stepped back, naturally unclasping their palms as she felt the weavings of her own existence. Did you manage to confirm what you wanted to? Confirm, his voice was ever present as it followed her. Her blank gaze blinked and brightened up as she looked at him, and then sensed the changes occurring around them as well as her intricate connection to the grave of the great Beyonder that was currently getting drops of rain on it. She felt the heavy inflow of rivers of what seemed like the megalos beyond itself, not just outer-versal authority or something like it. She felt it flow towards him, and yet at the same time, nothing was lost. Around them, the waves of megalos beyond seemed to be getting richer. The weavings of dark matter seemed to be getting more potent. Why was this? She wanted to understand this unreal phenomenon as it was all connected to the entity before her, and when she looked closely, she could almost see the weavings of something new from the massive connection she only caught a glimpse of, but now, they were no longer connected, and she couldn't observe it anymore. So towards his question. Yes, I've confirmed what I wanted to confirm, she answered succinctly as his singularities blazed, and his figure sat in a meditative position even in this nexus of megalos records as cracks formed even in this ethereal space as obsidian brilliance began to flow towards him, his figure becoming encased by it, and yet this nexus of megalos records did not lose anything. It even seemed to be gaining more as imperceptible waves radiated from him and made everything richer. Aspasia gazed at this scene with an inquisitive gaze. She was not able to find exactly what she was looking for that would confirm this entity was the instrument that the Great Beyonder spoke of. But the sign outside of the grave of the Great Beyonder right now gave him tremendous authenticity. That was now 2 signs, and the most recent one came directly as a result of his actions, so he could be considered the one that the Great Beyonder spoke of. If the Great Mother asked her, this was what she would say, but herself she wanted to also look at this being and understand him more. So she also sat in a meditative position in the nexus of megalos records and watched him. Outside, their bodies were still connected as he pierced into the very depths of her existence. This was still a connection she could exploit to learn about this being as at this moment, within the core of the organ they were in. Seas of the megalos beyond were constantly sinking into his body and flowing into the connection extending behind him. She felt her own authority surge faster, her own connection to the megalos beyond become deeper, and her own power was steadily rising, almost as if she was connected to an agent of the megalos beyond itself. She looked at this being closely as she sensed all the changes around them, and she wondered. Just who are you, Ozymandias? She wondered, and soon after, she also received a message from none other than the Great Mother. My little Aspasia, did you see it? Did you see rain? Her intent drilled into her mind as she could feel her long-fed fanaticism. And so she sent back the intent she had prepared. Yes, Great Mother. It came as a direct result of his actions. She told the truth, even though it wasn't the full truth, as she didn't mention that she didn't finish the full ritual of confirmation. But from the other side, the cheer of the Great Mother was overflowing. Good. Good. Keep yourself close to him, Aspasia. Guide him. If you can imprint yourself on him and have him care for you, even better. I've activated the mechanism to take this grave away from here and towards the nearest megalos pantheon. There, gather the support of other outer-versal morphons. Spread the news of the arrival of the instrument. There, he can challenge the crucible of the Beyonder and further cement his position. There, we will begin gathering support as all others will follow. Chapter 3243 Change. The nearest megalos pantheon, a domain of unfathomable size where millions of outer-versal morphons reside, a holy place among many others that the Great Beyonder deems sacred, leaving behind his crucible of the Beyonder there for all of these cycles. In any pantheon, conflict and fighting were not allowed. Such places gathered the weavings of many outer-versal morphons as across the megalos beyond. There were many ways for one to gain power, performing Aliae and connecting to Delegatus. Across the weavings of existence was one. Another even more straightforward way was to devour other outer-versal morphons and inherit all their work. The countless threads of connections an outer-versal morphon had formed for who knew how many cycles could become the gain of someone else if they came across a particularly tyrannical morphon. So many morphons made megalos pantheons their homes as they lived there for many cycles, only occasionally leaving by sending out clones of their bodies, and the nearest pantheon was the megalos. Pantheon of Umbra, little Aspasia heard the commands of the Great Mother as she nodded with affirmation and replied, "Understood, Great Mother." The stage was set, rain fell over the grave of the Great Beyonder. But at this moment, it began to pulse with magnificent scenery. Far below it, imperceptibly, millions of illusory tentacles formed into an infinity symbol that began to spin, its glow rising up and covering everything as even while surrounded by an unknown number of heretical morphons, it was bound to slip from their grasp due to nothing else but the sheer preparations and power of the Great Mother, HUUM. The massive illusory infinity symbol spun and gushed out waves of outer versal authority. The crimson barrier of the grave of the Great Beyonder remaining intact as heavy authorities clashed around it, but inside of this barrier one could only see the convergence of black flames. The massive pulsing organ and floating pillars of brilliance were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a unique power shuttled an entire domain across the megalos beyond, its destination being one of the many large stretches of Pantheon stretching out across this endless space. Brilliance, the speed at which such a thing could traverse was unknown. But Noah felt it closely as seas of stellar obsidian radiance poured from a place he didn't even know existed days ago. All of it was funneled across intricately as the first speckles of this brilliance landed on an Alethean haven, within the infinite omniverse, gravitating across a multicolored extremity vein. The Alethean haven of dreams was by itself approaching the size of 1/100th of the known bounds of an average omniverse. This scope alone was shocking to grasp, but this haven was one of the many that made the infinite omniverse as its size matched it. The stretches of sandy gold brilliance seemed endless. At the center of what used to be the dream dimension, the golden sands trembled as they ballooned upwards as if a mountain was forming. Nearby, a group of dreams could be seen as they looked like magnificent horses with golden wings fluttering on their backs and a sharp horn rising from their heads. Their heads rose towards the distantly rising mountains as they felt something, a mountain more massive than any reality of extremity passages as it rose like a massive tower, and when it reached a certain point, BZZZT, its absolute peak began to crack a moment later, as if it were an active volcano. Everything exploded, endless waves of stellar obsidian radiance gushed from this golden mountain with so much force that it looked like a pillar of black light was tearing across the dream Alethean haven and only going higher across the skies, and it did just that. It endlessly rose up before moments later. Drops of stellar obsidian radiance began to wash over the dream Alethean haven and all its nearby golden sands. And here is where utter wonder unfolded, as if set on fire, as if poked and agitated, the very weavings of the golden sands jumped, the small particulates that made them begin to dance and react to the obsidian brilliance falling from the skies. Pa! 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 Each clash between a golden grain of sand of the quintillions of grains of sand in this haven clashed with an opposing grain of obsidian radiance. Matter and dark matter collided. Even the Commonwealth knew frighteningly little regarding the weavings of dark matter. Today, a lesson and a breakthrough would be made as after a single particle of golden sand smashed into an obsidian particle of dark matter once, they only repulsed each other. Boom. Twice, they only repulsed each other. Boom. On the third time, they gravitated towards each other as if there was an intricate array of waves and strings nobody else could see, the impact on the third time causing something fantastical. They came in contact and opposed each other once more, but at the point of contact where they repulsed, a black gold singularity bloomed, a black gold sand. Such a phenomenon happened not to just a single grain of sand smashing and repulsive from a single grain of the obsidian radiance gushing down, it happened to the millions of golden grains of sand nearby as after 3 clashes, millions of black gold grains of sand formed a new particle. In the skies, a figure of Noah floated grandly as he looked at what occurred with wonder. The mixture of black and gold currently looked like the millions of stars gravitating around each other akin to a massive galaxy, and after 3 bursts of contact, millions of black gold stars were born as it only caused this spanning galaxy to become larger. Once the black gold sands were born, they gushed out like waves towards the surroundings and caused a chain link reaction where even more of them were born. Noah looked at this with shining eyes as he summarized, the interaction of matter and dark matter. Produced another particle entirely. It was a shocking finding, one that had to be looked at closely for what it really was. Chapter 32:44. Change. 2. They didn't assimilate with each other. They didn't annihilate each other. Whether it was due to him and the infinite omniverse being in a unique situation or not, Noah observed and discovered on this day particles of matter and dark matter colliding as something entirely new was born thereafter. Nearby, the dreams in the form of winged unicorns gas unconsciously began to run, but flecks of the newly born black gold sand fell on their haircoat as wondrously. It only sunk in harmlessly, but thereafter, native cries echoed out from the golden winged unicorns as their furry haircoats bloomed with black gold radiance, their sizes beginning to increase greatly along with the level of their existence. Noah observed this closely as he continued to analyze everything that occurred. The newly formed particle is unnamed, but it is extremely reactive to lifeforms as exposure to it initiates a rapid change in existence. And this change, the change was profound as after it covered a majority of their existence. An invisible beam of obsidian light only Noah could see stretched out from the winged unicorns and rose upwards. It looked like a thin fishing line as it crossed the infinite omniverse rapidly, ascending ever higher as its target fantastically streaked towards the megalos beyond. It was astonishing to see as for the first time, as far as Noah could tell, a link of a delegatus would be formed, but it was initiated by the delegatus itself. The target of this fishing line, Noah could already tell it was none other than Ozymandias, who was the one that all of these seas of dark matter were flowing through to reach here. He stared at such scenes wordlessly as around him, the voice of the infinite omniverse could be heard. Theoretically, matter and dark matter wouldn't clash as freely, with the likely scenario being dark matter passing through matter and only affecting its subsequent interactions. But there seems to be something else causing the current phenomenon. Studying what the Commonwealth refers to as tainted omniverse would help in clarifying things. Yes, the Commonwealth called omniverse that had outerversal morphon ruling over them as tainted omniverse. They held threads of dark matter with them as they even formed a dark matter core. A normal omniverse didn't have a dark matter core, and yet a tainted one did. What secrets was it hiding? Noah had such a thought while observing the wondrous interaction of weavings of megalos beyond and his infinite omniverse become even more expansive. From a few thousand miles, to millions of miles in the span of a second, to a single light year, and further on, the dream Alathian haven became a gorgeous black gold landscape gradually as even its skies began to change, the space taking of a glowing stellar black gold hue. What changes are occurring to the infinite omniverse overall? He asked lightly as a reply came soon after. With every clash and spread of the dark matter through the connection with the particles of matter, just in this dream Alathian haven, more energy is generated. More complex weavings and interactions of existence are generated. Defying mana dynamics, energy seems to be emerging freely along with an increase in mass. It is more stable than existential terraforming as the dream Alathian haven alone is on its way to double in size if not triple. The newly produced particle between the clash of matter and dark matter is being studied for better understanding, and has been termed a psioneutrino. He discovered a new particle and it was granted a name in itself, a psioneutrino. What were its qualities? How did it behave? Noah waved his hands from the rapidly changing sands around him, his fingers coming to grasp a radiant dark gold grain of sand between two fingers. He brought it up to his eyes as different types of existential extremity authorities flowed into it. He began with mana dynamics. And, boom, the psioneutrino particle in his hands instantly expanded in size and gained a blue ring of light around it. The infusion of authority into a psioneutrino particle instantly tripled the amount of energy available, with this particle being extremely conducive and stable with other forms of energy. The effects of the imposed authority can be expressed at 3 times their original output. Shocking findings were being made in real time. Noah was enamored with it as he then infused the ascendant existential extremity authority of entropy into the psioneutrino particle. BZZT, arcs of light buzzed as the color blue was melded seamlessly with a dark purple brilliance of entropy. Acting akin to an intermediary, the psioneutrino particle perfectly balances the weavings of 2 different authorities, allowing both of them to be expressed simultaneously without any rejection. Noah's eyes were dazed with brilliance. This was not just a product between matter and dark matter, but something that only came to be due to the unique connection of him and Ozymandias, and then Ozymandias and the infinite omniverse. There was something between them all that caused the birth of this shocking new particle, and it shouldn't be something that appeared even in tainted omniverse where outerversal morphons brought down the weavings of dark matter. Noah felt like it could change many things in utterly profound ways. Generation of energy. A tripling of authority flowing through it. Harmony of different authorities contained in it, and these were the only things he had discovered just in the first few seconds. He looked at the enlarged particle of psioneutrino in his hands as mana dynamics and entropy flowed out from it calmly, its size reducing as it returned to its dark gold brilliance. Noah looked at it with great interest as his gaze then went to the winged unicorns that had turned entirely dark gold. Another pair of wings sprouted from their backs as on their heads. 3 bright horns could now be seen, their eyes were unfathomably bright as tendrils of dark gold lightning flashed from their pupils. New species of existence have been discovered. Unknown as imperceptible changes came from the discovery of a new particle, a particle synthesized by Noah's own actions. As he looked at it, he wondered, What would happen if he placed a psi-neutrino within the makeup of his existence? Amidst his makeup of quarks, leptons, and all others? Just what type of being would he become? 3245 change. 3. There was always the question of unknowns for Noah. He loved to push the boundaries of the unknown, as what he found on the other side was always something that brought him either an immense challenge or exhilaration. Right now, the biggest unknown that he was looking at was the newly synthesized particle that came about as a result of the influx of what looked to be like the megalos beyond itself into his infinite omniverse. In the depths of his existence, he could feel his heart pulsing as if he were on the cusp of something grandiose, and the constant communication that he had with the infinite omniverse only further cemented this point, its monotone voice continuing to resound in his mind. The newly discovered species carry the attributes of both matter and dark matter. While the core of their existence continues to be made up entirely of matter, it is only the subtle interactions of the newly synthesized particles that have immensely boosted the functionality, efficiency, and weavings of their existence. He listened calmly as every part of his existence itched to start this process himself, but he wanted to be thorough. Currently, the influx of the megalos beyond was only within the dream Alethean haven. The psi-neutrino particles were those that came about from the constant clashing of the matter within the dream Alethean haven and the dark matter of the megalos beyond. He wanted to have an even wider pool than this, so he gave his command to the infinite omniverse. Allow the spread of the endless seas of the megalos beyond onto the other havens and start gathering all the newly synthesized particles from each one. Whenever it is ready, we shall see what will be born from the placement of multiple different newly synthesized particles into the very depths of my existence. Understood? Master. I would also like to begin the establishment of a separate haven made up entirely of these newly synthesized particles. A daring idea flowed from the infinite omniverse as Noah gave a light nod of affirmation. He even continued further. See how the forging of the omniversal armaments compares if this newly synthesized particle is introduced. You can even veer from the field of blacksmithing and into alchemy as well and judge the products. His voice was succinct and filled with possibilities. He didn't know where all of this would lead. He only knew that he would keep going forward. Under his direction, another massive haven floating around the extremity vein of the infinite omniverse burst with a pillar of stellar obsidian light. Inside Genesis. Inside Apollyon, Helios, Penumbra, Avalon, Prana, weavings of obsidian brilliance began to emerge fully. The size of these havens increased multiple times over, and from them, something new arose at every turn. In totality, the entire infinite omniverse began to seethe with an influx of authority as this process fully unfolded. It took on the path of an infinite omniverse in a true sense at this moment. Across the weavings of the recently discovered Omniverse X999, the worms of anti-existence were veiled and hidden, but they were always there, and a single entity knew exactly where they were this whole time, since the subjugated existences that he had been in control of had been devoured one after another by these very same worms. Noah Eckert, he experienced the annihilation of matter itself again and again as his will and consciousness entered the infinitely dark space inside of the worms of existence and experienced its annihilation multiple times. Since the arrival of the protectors, it had been harder and harder to locate the worms of existence, but he tugged upon the sensation of annihilation and sent more and more of the forces of the Imperium that he had subjugated to fall prey to these worms, and finally, after thousands upon thousands of cycles of annihilation where parts of his soul were instantaneously devoured and obliterated, a different reaction occurred. Instead of the usual annihilation, he found himself still able to observe and see even after his soul was wiped out, as if he had been baptized within the cycles of annihilation. As parts of his soul faced it again and again, the main component of his soul gradually developed a form of resistance, and this was all that he was looking for. It only took another few 100 deaths of his subjugated forces before his mutated will was capable of existing without being attacked as if it were a foreign object inside of the worms of existence. When he arrived at this point, everything else was set in stone. He was patient. He was quiet, and he proceeded slowly. He began the very slow but gradual domination of something, but he did not yet fully understand. He only hoped that he would be successful. At this point in time, he did begin to realize that his soul, which was always distinct and different, had begun to subtly change for better or for worse, but as always, he liked to believe it was for better. One entity delved into antimatter, one entity delved into dark matter. When the dust settled, it was hard to predict just what result would come from each of their actions. Inside the obelisk of the protectors, in the private domain, Only accessible to the Equestris protectors, Command Protector Valeria suddenly changed her gaze and tilted it as if she were listening to something. Soon after, her eyes became firm as she waved her hands to cause the massive illusory image of their target, which they had been discussing this whole time, to disappear. Alright, you have been briefed with all the details on what you can expect inside of the half-tainted Omniverse. The goal for you now is not to die, and contribute all you can in achieving the destruction of that dark matter core. We have the clearance to set off. Her words sparked the attention of the powerful three royal existential omniversal simians whose bodies danced wildly with power. Her sister, Protector Lucretia, let go of her lazy demeanor as she sat straight on her throne, and in the midst of this all, Noah only smiled as his eyes pulsed with readiness. He sat there among them, and yet none of them knew that at this very moment he was wildly spreading dark matter within his own personal omniverse. 3246 change. For, the weavings of the wheel were their own, they could not be so easily grasped and understood. The ebb and flow was something that common lifeforms would forever stare at in the distance, endlessly out of reach. Countless things came and went, countless interactions weaved to and fro over cycles and eons unknown. Could a single stone cast into all these cycles and chaos manage to effect any significant change? Across the weavings of existence, inside of an omniverse undiscovered by the Commonwealth, the weavings of existential extremity authorities were prevalent here, but they seemed distorted and altered compared to normal. They flowed like endless threads towards a single direction, a direction where a vibrant obsidian stellar hue pulsed and gave all the color in the surroundings. The deeper one followed the threads of distorted existential extremity authorities, the more suffocating a sensation of power they would feel as soon enough. They would come across titanic entities with skeletal forms waiting about, their numbers ranged by the trillions, from different species of all walks of life. Without fail, their skeletal structures shone with a terrifying black and white hue, almost metallic in nature, as they looked unbreakable. Past these trillions of skeletal life forms, the converging distorted weavings of existential extremity authorities flowed into an extremely heavy obsidian singularity that was surrounded by shattered remnants of millions of domains of existence. It was a dark matter core, a complete one at that, not one stemming from a half-tainted omniverse. In its very depths, a titanic skeleton the size of a cosmos bowed towards certain darkness, very little being visible in the depths of the massive dark matter core. Any orders for me, Master? I hunger to conquer even more under your name. The voice was a powerful one, burning with outerversal authority and a fearsome sense of destruction. The place it spoke towards was filled with boundless darkness, and yet the pure brilliance of an obsidian glinting skeleton was barely observable from the sockets that burned with white flames. Nothing on the horizon yet on this side. Bellerophon, one of my chosen, is going to put on an interesting show for me as she heads to take one of the heads of Savitar. If she is capable enough and succeeds, I will feed off of Savitar and reward her. If your blade seeks blood, follow up on these rumors of the sign. I am getting whispers of rain on the other side, Bellerophon. Rain. Ha, this is bound to make things more interesting, as it means the weavings of the great Beyonder are about to light up with activity. And once his weavings are lit up, he spoke with great respect when talking of the great Beyonder, and when he spoke of the other side that referred to the megalos beyond, it was almost like he was speaking about one side of a single coin. Once his weavings are lit up, they will even affect things here in the megalos anear. Then, the already active megalos nihilos will get even wilder. In this wildness, Bellerophon, we will make grand moves. A dense amount of information was unveiled all at once as this being spoke of grandiose things. He referred to where he currently was, within the space holding this tainted omniverse, as the megalos anear. There was the megalos beyond where this entity stemmed from, and he also mentioned megalos nihilos, three inexplicable wonders, three bodies. And each seemed as mysterious and endless as the one before it, inside of a vessel the size of a small world, under the banner of the Commonwealth. There were many dazzling technological advances that allowed for the forging of fantastical vessels, but the ones carrying powerful protectors of the Commonwealth more often than not were on the smaller size. Something smaller wasn't seeking attention, something smaller could more easily bypass the attention of the horrors out there. Inside of this vessel termed as the Omniversal Voyager, Noah walked across a crystal and white floor, his direction being towards the curvaceous visage of Protector Lucretia, who was staring out through the transparent glass made of unknown materials. The Equestris protectors worked fast after being given clearance, with their leave from the obelisk of the protectors being quick while delving into this personal vessel of Command Protector Valeria that instantly shot out of the omniverse of the protectors. The figures of Command Protector Valeria and the three royal existential omniversal simian protectors were at the very front of the vessel, Protector Lucretia being the only one in this area as Noah came to stand beside her while staring out into the endless dark brilliance with the occasional flashes of white around them. The moment he arrived, Protector Valeria spoke out in a serene tone. Do you know how the outer versal morphons refer to this endless expanse of existence we are currently crossing? The megalozeneer. We've heard them mention it many times over the eons as they truly believe in giving us such a distinction, as if we are only a part of something, and not everything. Where we are is the endless expanse of existence itself, but they seem to indicate otherwise. What do you believe, Protector Osmond? Her question was a thoughtful one. Noah took in the information she offered while replying. I don't think we encompass all of the stretches of existence itself. On this, I would agree more with the outer versal morphons. Oh? You would side with a viewpoint of outer versal morphons? The brows of Protector Lucretia were raised with interest as her crimson hair danced on her shoulders like flaming snakes, her face showing a playful smile. Noah smiled with a sharp gaze as he nodded, yes. After all, apart from being able to unravel and expose outer versal morphons with my authorities, my eyes can at times recognize an agent of an outer versal morphon with just a mere gaze if they ever happen to stand right before me. Calm words, yet the playful smile on Protector Lucretia faded as her eyes became immeasurably sharp while staring right into Noah. Tomorrow's working chapter titles: Half-Tainted Omniverse. I too, a Dewey, Creator's Thought, Chapter 3247 Revelations. The surroundings buzzed. Protector Lucretia turned her head sideways as her fair neck was exposed, the tight multicolored battle dress on her body pulsing with the light of an omniversal armament. Behind Noah, his own omniversal armament buzzed as an air of profound tension bloomed in the small corner of the omniversal Voyager. Your eyes can recognize an agent of an outer versal morphon if they were just standing right before you. Her voice echoed in his mind as an intent. She didn't voice outwardly as her boredom and playful eyes became exceedingly calm at this moment. Noah could see it. She was contemplating. She was judging and trying to see if his words held the meaning they held towards her question. Noah smiled as his lips opened without bothering to use any intent. Yes. Let's use you as an example. At this distance, if there was anything you were hiding, I would be able to see it plainly. Of course, not that you would be hiding anything whatsoever. His words only caused her eyes to become ever colder. But in the corner of her gaze, she could see that the few weavings Noah had uttered caught the attention of her sister at the forefront of the omniversal Voyager, almost like an itch that represented the terrifying perception that omniversal entities had. Noah felt this as well, and he wondered how this unique entity before him would react. He wanted to understand her purpose and even obtain any information that others didn't know as he went about it in a straightforward way, with the will of Command Protector Valeria barreling towards them as she wondered what her sister could be discussing with the newly joining Protector. Lucretia lost all the coldness entirely as she walked towards Noah with an exotic gaze, her legs moving with a sense of enticement. How about you and I go somewhere a bit more private? It may take hours or even days to cross the endless weavings of existence until we reach that half-tainted omniverse. She came in front of Noah and put her hands around his neck, both of them noticing the heavy will of Command Protector Valeria observing them at this moment as Noah played along. Oh? Then we do have some time on our hands. His own hands reached out to grab onto her blessed waist, a flash of a chilling light blooming in her eyes that she pushed down deeply and instead gave him a smile, a unique golden authority bursting from her that moved their bodies from this area of the omniversal Voyager and towards one of the few private lodgings that looked like miniature havens. Inside a private lodging filled with vibrant fruits and liquids full of nectar of existence and a few thrones surrounding a table, their figures reappeared as they still felt the gaze of Command Protector Valeria. Protector Lucretia also felt the eyes of her sister as she moved forward with determination, pushing Noah's figure towards a throne nearby and straddling him while the multicolored omniversal armament in the form of a battle dress began to unwind around her. It was only when she did this that the gaze of Command Protector Valeria faded away as if she couldn't keep watching any longer. The moment that occurred, the amorous expression of Protector Lucretia faded as the hands that were sweetly holding onto Noah turned into sharp pincers. Her right hand raised as a multicolored dagger appeared, its sharp tip pointed towards Noah's head as terrifying authority gathered on it. The authority was unique, as if no matter what happened now or what would happen in the future, its penetrative light would always find its mark no matter what. The red hair of the woman holding it danced wildly as her eyes carried an angry light filled with wrath and exhaustion. Why won't you all leave me alone? He promised. After the last news I gave him, he promised to not gaze at me or what I was doing. So why the fuck did he send you? I've done everything he asked. Why jeopardize my standing by blatantly sending a morphon here when you know that is the one condition I fucking had? Her eyes carried immense rage, hatred, when she spoke about him, the one who she thought sent Noah. When she spoke about morphons, she was filled with such immense hatred that her hands trembled. It was the appearance of a delegatus who utterly loathed that she even was one, and wanted to do anything in her power to make sure she wasn't exposed. Noah gazed at the terrifying glint of the dagger above him as he smiled. That was a lot of reveal in a single outburst, but you must have mistaken me for something else. I am no morphon nor an agent of one, he lied blatantly and with a smile. His words caused the pupils of Protector Lucretia to tremble before she became even more stern. Her will spreading out and layering waves of a unique existential extremity authority around them. Thereafter, from the tip of her omniversal armament, stellar black light gathered. It was none other than outerversal authority as it dripped from the dagger and onto Noah, landing on his forehead as it was akin to a drop of water that split into smaller droplets and slid off his face, not even an ounce of a reaction. Protector Lucretia's face became ashen at such a reality as she pulled her dagger back and got off Noah's figure. What? You aren't. Fuck, she made a mistake. Seeing his knowledgeable eyes as if he had seen through his secret, she had revealed herself so simply. Her graceful face, full of anger, still grasped the dagger tightly as she came to stare at Noah. Why did you not say anything to others if you saw my identity? If you aren't involved with them, what purpose does it serve you to remain quiet when the only job you were given relied on exposing agents under outerversal morphon? What purpose did he have? When asked this question, Noah rose from the throne. His body was pushed in as he shook his head. Before that, the outerversal morphon behind you, who is it? Just how powerful are they? Chapter 32:48 Revelations 2. Protector Lucretia was silent as she didn't say anymore. She gathered herself as she still held the dagger in her hands. Her authority beginning to rise once more as her face showed hesitation, this being now truly knew her secret regardless of how they arrived here. She was having internal turmoil on how to take care of this if he truly wasn't involved with outerversal morphons, but she didn't reply, so Noah pushed even harder. Is the one you are bound to Savitar? Or someone else? Are we walking into a trap right now as we head towards the half-tainted omniverse? His words caused her face filled with difficulty to change as she shook her head vehemently. What? I have nothing to do with Savitar. And that entity. He promised safety for me and Valeria. He never goes back on his words. Safety for you and your sister. So the rest of those around you might die. Noah nodded thoughtfully as he processed many things. Looking at his nonchalant demeanor in the midst of all of this, Protector Lucretia seemed to have figured something out as she put the dagger down and sighed. This is just another one of your bodies, isn't it? Without the power of someone similar to my sister, I cannot eradicate you along with the root of all of your possible existence wherever you are. She stated something holy and true as Noah gazed at her and nodded with a smile. She looked at him deeply once more as if she were trying to figure him out. Who are you, really? What do you want? Noah smiled. He had been asked this question many times before, and his answer always differed. Towards this red-haired entity before him, just think of me as a helper. Just like old man Eudemus, I seek to solve the same problems you all face. His words caused Protector Lucretia to turn placid as she sighed and put her dagger away. You didn't say anything when you found out, so you won't say anything now, is that it? I have been tightly carrying this stain on my existence for many years now. Another person knowing of it fills me with great anxiety as if you suddenly decide to flap your mouth. She sat on another throne as she massaged her temples and thought of many possible paths she could take. She made a ridiculous mistake today by being rash as now. She was in a predicament with someone she didn't know all too well, someone who, at this moment, was looking at her as if he were observing a certain exotic animal. You won't tell me who the outerversal morphon behind you is? I may be able to help. Lucretia turned her gaze towards him with a deprecating look. It doesn't matter, does it? What would someone like you even do? This isn't something that can be solved even if you attain a fabled omniverse. I am bound. I will remain bound. Until, her gaze was filled with longing, as if she wanted to be free, but she could only shake her head and sigh. She had tried far too many times. No. I cannot even say his name. If I do, he will use it as an excuse to gaze at me. I've already made many mistakes today, so I'll make another small one by saying that among outerversal morphons, he is granted the distinction of a great one. Great. That single word means and stands for something more grandiose than you can ever imagine. Protector Lucretia shook her head as she seemed tired. On the other side, Noah sat on his throne and nodded as he gained one piece of information after another. Uniquely, he raised his head and looked at a high point inside of the miniaturized domain they were in within this omniversal Voyager vessel. At the ceiling of this domain, he was staring at something. He was surprised about another thing this whole time, because even though Protector Lucretia felt the gaze of her sister fade away, the means of omniversal entities were profound. Only Noah, who had begun to look closely at matter and dark matter, and had his status as the weaver of extremity and existence elevated, was able to notice the thin pulsing of an interaction that was as small as a quark dancing above them like an eye that Protector Lucretia didn't see, but Noah saw. Clearly, for it to still be the gaze of Command Protector Valeria, she saw everything, and yet, there was only calmness in the surroundings as nothing happened, after her sister making a mistake and revealing that she was a delegatus of an outerversal morphon. Nothing happened even though she witnessed it all. Noah's eyes turned ever brighter. The sister knew, the omniversal entity of the Commonwealth leading a powerful team of protectors knew that her sister was an agent of outerversal morphons. This gets better and better. He stroked his chin while looking at the small unseen point above, making it clear to this gaze that he could see it. This gaze that was originating all the way towards the front of the omniversal Voyager where the Command Protector Valeria was, along with the 3 Royal Existential Omniversal Simian Protectors. The 3 Royal Existential Omniversal Simians were talking amongst themselves as they reclined on radiant thrones while eating vibrant fruits pulsing with existence. This is the first time I see Lucretia sneak around with someone else since she was with the Great Luminary Protector. Wouldn't he be mad that his replacement is a newbie she met just a day ago? One Royal Simian, Protector Acteon, had a gaze of interest as they sent a mental message to the other 2 protectors Orpheus and Ajax, an omniversal star of our Commonwealth, or a newbie who has not even come close to a fabled omniverse. I heard they clashed and disagreed on something a while ago, so she can do whatever she wants. But hey, we've been with her for a while, but she didn't go for any of us. Do you think she prefers them furless? She doesn't know the pleasure of a simian full of fur. Or she wouldn't go BAC- in the midst of what should have been their private weavings to each other. A sharp voice cut in that stopped all weavings entirely. Are you all little girls who have so much time to gossip when we are heading to a half-tainted omniverse right now? Review the physiology of our enemy if you have so much time. The booming voice of Command Protector Valeria shook them as they cleared their throats and rose straighter on their thrones. Command Protector Valeria gazed at them coldly before she continued her sharp focus on steering the omniversal Voyager while protecting them and veiling everything. Her power was vast, her might was unfathomable. She was even fearlessly going to hunt down a body of a great one at this very moment. But when she recalled what she just observed between her sister and Osmont, when she recalled what her own little sister had never dared to even come to her for help, when she recalled all of this, she felt so powerless, but such a stifling feeling was temporary. Inside her, a power that very few entities understood swirled. With this power, she would cut down all morphons herself if she had to, the one they targeted now. The one behind her sister, she would eradicate every single one, no matter the cost. She would find freedom for her sister. As for this newly entering Protector Osmont, that was an extreme unknown that could change many things. Valeria's eyes became sharp as a part of her will stared straight into his eyes that were turned up in a distant room of this vessel. As if he could see her clearly, and he was smiling freely as if none of that mattered, while Noah stared fearlessly into the will of an omniversal entity in a corner of what the outerversal morphons considered the megalozeneer. His existence was about to undergo an unfathomable change within the infinite omniverse, inside of the infinite omniverse, megalos beyond megalozeneer. The words echoed from a dense stellar cluster interweaving quarks and leptons among other unknown particles that made up Noah. At this moment, he went over the words of Lucretia as he put together many things. All the while, above him, a cloud of dazzling psioneutrino particles stably floated. Some dark gold. Some dark blue. Some dark white, dark green, dark red, dark purple, and on. From each of his Alathian havens, he brought multiple psioneutrino particles as he prepared. He never even bothered to question whether altering the very basis of his makeup was possible. He just went ahead and began doing it at this moment, with a devilish light of expectations. The clouds of countless particles that made him vibrated as he bellowed out, "Come." Chapter 3249, a higher form of existence. Every action had an equal and opposite reaction, every choice had an effect. Causality could be twisted and distorted in any myriad of ways, but at the end of the day, what was intended or unintended would unfold. On this day, Noah had an intention of what he wanted the result to be. It was unknown whether this would be exactly what he achieved. Newly synthesized existential elementary particles are being placed alongside other existential elementary particles that make up Noah Osmond. His stellar cloud of quarks, leptons, and other unknown wonders he didn't fully know of faced an intrusion of a multicolored cloud of psi-neutrino particles. With even the idea of something like this not being feasible, as if someone tried to do something like this, their existence would very likely break down. How could you just add something else to a mixture that was already completed? To do so would cause an imbalance, as every single interaction that your existential makeup utilized would be thrown out of order. Very likely, your makeup would unwind from such an event as you would cease to exist, but the elementary particles utilized here were psi-neutrino particles, unique constructs that seemed to perfectly meld into any authority they were placed in without fail. So when placed into the existential makeup of someone, a glorious multicolored brilliance overshadowed by a stellar obsidian light flashed. The psi-neutrino particles were efficiently and smoothly placed between the weavings of quarks and leptons. A slight disruption to the interactions of other particles observed. His very existence trembled as he felt like he was smacked with the intensity and heaviness of trillions of suns. A slight disruption to the interactions of his existence caused this, the waves. The strings that his particles followed the motion of as they interacted with each other. They only felt a slight disruption as after it, new interactions are being established, accounting for the psi-neutrino particles. Harmony and resonance between all that makes up your existence is sought. A glorious stellar obsidian radiance covered the dense cloud of trillions of particles that represented his existence as they all began to swirl. It looked beautiful, akin to a radiant, gravitating galaxy, akin to a system that was just quintessential resonance between the makeup of your existence has been achieved. The accumulated results are now brought to fruition. The cloud of trillions of swirling particles spun faster as it all began to converge towards a humanoid form, but unlike what it used to be, it seemed to be larger in proportion, more magnificent, more glorious. A beam of stellar multicolored radiance shot from him as his body came together, the inclusion of the psi-neutrino particles causing shocking and unfathomable changes to his existence as the mere weavings of who he used to be were different. The flow of energy, the flow of existence, the makeup, it was all different as the vibrant cloud of stellar brilliance came together to form a large humanoid entity. His fair skin scintillating with stellar luster as on his back, a pair of gorgeous wings unfurled. One was filled with vibrant colorless white feathers, while the other radiated a pure black wonder. The body looked muscular and chiseled as if sculpted with perfect proportions, and around the fair skin, vibrant obsidian bands that looked like tattoos began to appear, around the chest, around his hands, on his lower body. Thick and gorgeously proportioned obsidian bands formed all around, as if they were black halos wrapping around his body, with these bands pulsing to life at this moment as they felt like they were alive. At this time, his face that looked like a celestial entity lost in time opened its eyes. The eyes were contrasted with pure white and black. The moment they opened, a brilliant light flashed as in the next moment, his whole body was seemingly snuffed out of existence, inside of the transforming infinite omniverse. Within the haven of Helios, inside a private domain concentrated with dense existential authority, a high-rise skyscraper made from gold glass towered above the clouds, and on its topmost floor, there was an expansive room taking up the whole space. Inside this room, a wide golden bed could be seen with gold silky sheets strewn about, with a figure of Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of tyranny lying back with eyes closed. To his right, the blue hair of Adelaide fell on his chest as she nested on his side while breathing softly, while to his left, the visage of Barbaros was wide awake as her fair fingers were tracing the outline of his pectoral muscles. It was a calm reality, and yet in the next moment, the eyes of Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of tyranny opened its eyes that shone half white and half black. And right away, Barbados' hands that were tracing his chest and Adelaide's head that was leaning on him instantly passed through him, as if he wasn't material solid matter. Their bodies seemingly phased through his body as they hit the soft bedding they were on, and an instant later, whap, Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of tyranny entirely disappeared before their eyes. Little fish, the gorgeous expression on Barbados remained the same as she called out softly, not jumping to worry right after as in front of her. Adelaide was stern as she patted the area where Noah was just at. There was no spatial light as if he teleported away, no eruption of weavings or authority. It was just like he blinked out of existence, and it wasn't just in this place. Far from here, in the haven of Apollyon where crimson flames were raging, Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of Lut was standing in front of the primogenitor of steel, Ishtar, Sargon, the seer of Sema, and a dozen other unique characters as they looked at the piece of an armament radiating an omniversal light rising from a crimson gold lava-filled mountain ahead of them. Dazzling blacksmiths' forges floated all around as each one was shining with an omniversal light at this moment. Steel was talking to Noah's clone when, whap, his eyes flashed white and black, and his figure instantly disappeared right before their very eyes, almost as if he never existed to begin. With Chapter 3250, a higher form of existence. 2. Across what the outer versal morphons referred to as the megaloxeneer, within the omniversal Voyager, Protector Lucretia thought of an uncertain future as she sprawled on a throne opposite to Noah. Her mind was calculating many possibilities based on any action she took, as after a certain point of time, she felt something off as she blinked and looked towards the throne where Noah was, and, he was no longer there, as if he had never been there, he was just gone. Protector Lucretia rose from her throne with incredulity as she blinked and spread out her authority, but she felt nothing nearby as she even slowly spread her authority across the vessel they were in, and nothing. What the fuck? He disappeared as if he had never been in this vessel since the very beginning, flashes of interminable brilliance. This was what Noah felt alongside the intensive prompts that allowed him to know exactly what was happening. A change irreversible across the weavings of the wheel of existence has been brought to fruition. You have transcended the limitations of your designated form of life and existence. You have become a unique and never before discovered form of existence. Your existence has gained the distinction of the omniversal Archontes engineer. Your existential omniversal Lumen Emperor lineage is transitioning to the omniversal Archontes engineer. The weavings of Invictus Maximus have reached full saturation and begun their emergence. A robust array of changes. His very makeup was altered as the very core of his being changed. His very lineage and form of life changed. And yet uniquely. No changes were observed or felt by anyone in the infinite omniverse. Under his own gaze, all the parables that made him were buzzing and interacting, full of life and existence. The introduction of the psi-neutrino particles caused everything to act as if it were supercharged, the breadth of his existence tripling right away as it continued to rise even now, the concentration of his authorities. The level of power he could wield as a life form. Everything was scaled upwards in an unfathomable way. When he opened his eyes, he could see the weavings of the infinite omniverse around him, and yet none of its weavings reacted to him. Instead, his eyes felt like they were observing countless golden strings glowing calmly and with utmost stability all around him. Golden strings, countless of such golden strings as from them, tendrils flowed out serenely and infused themselves unto his existence. This was a higher form of existence, something he gained access to by changing his own existence. The golden tendrils of light flowing through him were so pure and stable that the moment they touched him, they instantly traveled across all the trillions of cells that made up his existence. The quintillions upon quintillions of quarks, leptons, psi-neutrinos, and other particles that made him these golden tendrils of brilliance were absorbed into all of them nigh instantly before they felt ever so enriched. He didn't fully understand it, but at this moment, he had to put it aside as his existence felt like it was exploding. On his chest, 9 brilliant singularities shone as they cried out from the very base of his existence, his mundus of power, those that held his systems of existence. They were crying out with emotion and fervor at this moment as they advanced far ahead. The Atlas of Existence has advanced from the echelon of laborer. The Atlas of Existence has entered the echelon of administrator. You have become the administrator of the Atlas of Existence. From a laborer to an administrator, it was a fantastical change, but Noah felt a sense of oddity within his Atlas of Existence. When the weavings of his existence came together, there was a foreign one that converged within his Atlas, and he stared at this weaving of existence that came to be clustered in the third mundi of power. The weavings of a sufficiently different system of existence have naturally flowed their makeup into the third mundi of power. The system of existence of the engineer has taken the place of the third mundi of power. Engineer, a word closely related to the distinction and type of existence. He had just become an engineer. An engineer was someone who designed and built things, and Noah had gained such a distinction by placing a newly found particle that came as a product of matter and dark matter into his existence, achieving a state even he didn't fully grasp. Noah stared closely at the fantastical change blooming within him as at this time, he felt a tug. It was a unique tug that described emotions of worry of those he deemed close, his existence blinking its eyes as the origin of this worry was actually right next to him. In the haven of Helios, one of his many bodies was still lying on the wide golden bed, its visage much more radiant than before as unique obsidian bands wrapped his fair skin like ancient tattoos. He could see Adelaide and Barbados, and yet they couldn't see nor sense him as they tried communicating with him through their lineage. Their hands passed right through his body as if their very existence could not grasp anything about him. Uniquely, Adelaide was still staring at the same spot on the bed where he lay, as if her senses in connection to him were so deep to the extent that they told her he was there, and yet her authority and everything else said otherwise. It was a shocking finding as under Noah's eyes, he gazed at the countless golden threads and strings only he could see stably moving around him. And blinked. The vibrant bands of tattoos around his body then flashed with a golden brilliance, and he felt like he moved his vision from a well-lit room and towards a slightly darker one, but the moment he did so, Barbados screamed out as Noah reappeared in front of their eyes right where he was. But her small fair feet were standing and passing through his sculpted abdominal muscles. Adelaide's vibrant blue hairs phased through his shoulders and chest as even though he was right in front of them, their hands and bodies passed right through him as if he weren't entirely real, and yet there he was. He smiled at them as his brilliance caused them to be dazed. "Did I worry you?" It was the first sentence that the omniversal Arcontes engineer spoke since his conception.